Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ESL Dota 2 Malaysia Singapore Championship. Today is the last day of the Season 2 relegations, where 2 out of 4 teams will try to lock in that final spots in the group stage. I'm HusKKiee and I'm joined by Danelie.
Yeah, so 2 slots to go, and unfortunately we have too many teams. We've got to cut the chaff. Separate the chaff from the... I can't do that. No, I can't do it. I'm sorry, guys. I just... Well, Well, unfortunately, my caffeine hasn't kicked in yet. Hopefully it's going to kick in soon. But for people that are just tuning in, we did have some matches yesterday, and we're going to show the results for that. We only had one best of 3, unfortunately, as the first one was a forfeit. So we had AOES, they actually forfeited to Resurgence, resulting in a 2-0 for Resurgence in our first series. And then we had Leborn versus Reality Rift. I actually think there was a chance for us to go into a Game 3, but at the end of the day, Reality Rift just being far too strong.
Yeah, and the first forfeit meant that Resurgence automatically secures a spot in the group stage.
And so does Reality Rift as well.
And so does Reality Rift, yeah. So AOES and Leborn will have to play the round robin relegations later, which will be the three teams that lost the best of 3. They will play this round robin format where only one team will make it through.
Yeah, so the matches today will be a little bit different. We will be starting with a best of 3 series between Junior Gaming and Void, and then after that we'll have a small round robin of best of 1s, and we have 3 matches lined up for those.
Yeah, and for Junior Gaming, this is basically this is their second season here. Their first season, well, we could say they didn't manage to bag any wins at all. It was more like a litmus test for them to kind of test the waters and see how far they can go. But coming back for Season 2, they're up against Team Void. And before the broadcast, we did see some of the members from Team Void as well. Ex-Geek members are in there.
Yep, and we have a couple of new faces as well, although I'm not sure if it's just because we don't have the proper team names, because we did just look at their names in the lobbies. It doesn't show their full team name.
Yeah.
So we might see the actual names in the game, because when you go into a ticket game, normally we get the names. So fingers crossed we actually get to see the proper team names, so we can see that maybe we've missed someone. We can actually let you guys know who they are, and maybe if we've seen them before. Yeah,
and Junior Gaming came back in with the same exact roster, and today will be a test of how much they've grown from Season 1. Because Season 1, they made it into the group stage, but this Season 2 is a bit different. They have a high mountain to climb.
I don't know if it's a mountain. It's more like you got to figure out how to get to heaven.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can't use, there's no mountains, there's no staircase. You got wings, okay. We're people, we're not birds. We do not have wings. Got to figure out how to get up there. It's going to be a tough match regardless, I think, because at the end of the day, it's a game of Dota, right? And it's a best of 3. I feel like best of 3s are tougher than best of 1s, because you can't just pull out that trick, right? You can't just pull out that one trick pony and be like, okay, we've won this game, we're one and done. No, you got potentially 2 more matches to go if you mess up the next one.
Yeah, and pocket strats in best of 3 or even best of 5s are not as effective as it is in best of 1, because people, like you mentioned, they will anticipate the heroes that you're going to pick, the strats that you are going to kind of execute in a game, and once they have that figured out, they can kind of come up with a solution.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, we'll just have to see if we do see a little bit of evolution from Junior Gaming, and I'm curious to see how Void is going to do, because again, we've got some ex-Geek fan players in there. What kind of play style are they rocking? What heroes they like to pick? Maybe we've got some rising talents in there as well if we've got new faces. I think that's the coolest thing about going into this league when you run these open qualifiers, that you get to see new people, and all of a sudden you see someone you've never seen before who's probably been pubbing their whole life, and they have the potential to actually play professional Dota.
Yeah, and for Junior Gaming, I think throughout the entire Season 1, there has not been that single superstar. It feels like Junior Gaming is one of your more generic teams. There's 5 friends that came together and wanted to see how far they can go in a tournament. So there's no superstar, there's no single member that takes away the limelight. However, maybe today will be the day.
Who knows? I think if anything, the fact that these are relegation matches, you can't screw these up. It's the last 2 slots. You drop the games here, your hope is out the window.
Yeah, and you don't want to end up in the round robin as well, because
round robin's worse. They're best of 1s.
They're best of 1s.
That's when the one-trick ponies are going to start coming in, because all of a sudden you're going to get things like Meepo, Arc Warden, maybe even Skywrath Mage coming back into mid. Yeah, never going to happen, but I'm praying.
Well, we did see Skywrath yesterday. Didn't really work out that well.
It was a support, right?
It was a support.
Yeah, it was support. Support with Oracle, I believe.
Skywrath and it was a full magic heavy lineup from Leborn. There was a Pango disaster before they called GG. I think that's the straw that broke the camel's back. I think at that point they were just like, maybe just mentally
exhausting, because they kept trying on and on again.
Yeah, and I actually rewatched that particular clip because it was highlighted on Twitter as well. And basically, like you were right, he shield crashed way too early, and he ended up in 3 lives.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he channeled the Rolling Thunder. He was supposed to go up the cliff because he was at the edge of the cliff.
Because I remember I looked at it at first and I thought, like, was he just like at the wrong angle? Did he like not
shield
angle him?
crashed.
So he shield crashed before he made the right angle.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty unlucky.
I knew it.
But with that being said, we're gonna focus on the first relegation series between Junior Gaming and Team Void. The game 1 picks and bans. They are ready. We'll jump right in.
Now remember, guys, this is a best of 3, so we do have 3 potential matches. Assuming that Junior Gaming is going to be capable of taking that 1 game off of Void, which I think a lot of people are going to be looking at Void. They're going to see some of the names. Unfortunately, we do not see the proper name. We know Brian is on this team. Brian from Geek Fam, he is on Void. Now we have someone called Mythical. We don't know if this is Mythical or if this is someone just rocking the name Mythical, because it is a pretty cool name.
Yeah, because Mythical is in Unicorn. So if, we won't be sure until they make it to the group stage, at least. Or maybe when we see their
We could
ticket
ask
name.
Unicorns. I mean, I don't have their contact, unfortunately, so I can't call them myself. Maybe we can get some information from them in regards to this, though. We'll do our best for you guys to see who's actually on Void. Picks and bans. I mean, it looks kind of standard so far. I know Warlock has been a very popular pick with supports.
Yeah, Warlock.
Super good for countering. Batrider is a bit of an interesting ban because he hasn't been in the spotlight for a while.
Yeah, Batrider has been out of the spotlight, I think, since patch 7.20, since the big
new
patch drop.
Right?
Yeah, and everyone has been banning Batrider. Because before that, Batrider was one of the more popular picks, I think.
Yeah, he wasn't, I wouldn't say he was like a top tier offlane, but he was like that offlane you could go to if all the best ones were locked out.
Yeah, at one point, we even saw like Batrider Sand King matchup. I think KYXY did rock the Batrider.
Yes.
Geek Fam, or ex-Geek Fam, they did the Batrider mid as well at one point.
Yeah.
But now I don't think we'll be seeing Batrider anytime soon because of the new patch, or maybe it's just...
Maybe Junior don't want to play against a Batrider. I mean, I'm trying to think, why in particular would you ban a Batrider? What does Batrider do best? The best thing he does is super annoying to kill in the offlane because of Firefly. The only way you can really catch him is through hard CC and burst. Now, this makes me feel that maybe they want to run a bit of a weaker safe lane. You don't want to play against those really crazy high damaging offlanes. But the thing is, if you ban Batriders, I understand Sand King, right? A Sand King is a crazy good offlane. But then that leaves heroes like Tidehunter in the pool. It leaves Centaur in the pool, and these heroes are also aggressive in the offlane role.
And a pattern for since season 1 actually up to this point is that even though people are banning Sand King, Batrider, your traditional offlaner, at least for the ESL tournament, we have not seen much Centaur Tidehunter pickups. It's always those few teams, Geek Fam, sometimes Flower Gaming or Unicorn, that pay more attention to these hard engaged heroes that we expect most of the teams to have learned that by now. But
yeah, that is, I honestly agree with that. I really do.
But Leshrac Sven is going to show themselves again. Again.
We've seen this combination a couple times over the course of the tournament. Now this is season 2, but we did see a lot of this in season 1. And for people that have not seen this combination, it's actually a very deadly combo because you have the setup stun from Sven. It's also a very great frontliner for a Leshrac. Leshrac has the follow-up disable. And also Leshrac, even though he's been played in a support role, we don't actually know if it's going to be support Sven or support Leshrac at this point. Leshrac does quite a bit of damage with his Diabolic Edict, right? If you can get a isolated hero, you Diabolic Edict, you can land the double stuns, that's a dead hero, okay? Doesn't matter if it's a support, if they maybe try and swap and do offlane versus the dual lane. That might be why they're trying to get rid of these independent offlanes, right? They're trying to force the enemy team to either go for a weaker offlane or force them to keep the 3 supports in that Sven Leshrac lane. Now, obviously, the goal of Sven Leshrac is you need to dominate the offlane because you're committing 2 heroes to the lane. Usually, Leshrac doesn't rotate out of that lane.
Yeah.
Usually, he stays there. He wants to do the damage. If they lose that lane, that's a pretty heavy blow because they're going to miss a really big window for a mid-game.
Yeah, and that is on the premises that Leshrac actually goes support in the same lane as Sven, or because you can still feel you can still flex Leshrac to the middle lane. We've seen that. I think towards the end of Season 1, Leshrac went from support to mid, which is understandable because HusKKiee fam kind of pioneered this Sven Leshrac cheese in the bot lane, and then it was used, I think, 2 or 3 more times, but it never worked out afterwards because no other teams were able to get the snowball going, and Leshrac just ended up going mid. I think DDZ was the one that kind of took Leshrac and say, hey, we'll put him mid. Unfortunately, it didn't work that well for him either because it's not his kind of hero. So Junior Gaming, they still have the chance to flex it, and I would honestly love to see them commit that Leshrac to the mid lane because he provides way more, even when he missed his timing. Because if he plays support and he misses his timing, he doesn't dominate his lane hard enough, he becomes useless.
Yeah. I actually think they're going to keep this in the off lane though, because you're now going up against a Chen, right? One of the benefits of running Chen is that firstly, he can jungle. He's able to get his own farm. He can rotate into any lane because he just brings the creep with him. You've already got an initiator. Normally if he gets lucky with the creep spawns. Whereas, let's say they keep the Sven Leshrac lane. This is going to force Chen to have to fully babysit that bottom lane without a doubt, right? Because you're constantly going to be under threat because of the Sven Leshrac. I think this is the plan for Junior. They saw the Chen, and they said, we need to do this. Otherwise, Chen's going to get farm. We're going to lose out on the bottom lane because we're keeping our support with the off lane. Because Sven cannot function in the off lane by himself. That's one of the biggest downfalls of running Sven. Sven can't mid. Sven can't off lane by himself. He needs a babysitter. The only lane he's actually able to sustain himself is the safe lane because he will get the farm. Whereas off lane, super easy to just fully cheese harass a Sven because he's melee. He has no gap close. He's got the stun, but he doesn't have mana.
Even the stun isn't that impressive at low levels. Does not have too much damage.
Most supports can just kite him. Yeah. It's ridiculous. So
you want to keep the Chen occupied. You don't want the Chen to spend his time doing his routine in the jungle because that is where he's going to get the farm. He will come out of the jungle and start wrecking your lane. So I think what you're proposing about Junior Gaming's idea actually does make sense because if the Chen stays in lane, Chen isn't effective. He needs the jungle. He
needs the jungle. Also, I want to give a round of applause to Junior Gaming because they have picked one of my most favorite offlaners to watch, which is the Beastmaster. We very rarely saw Beastmaster in the last patch. I'm just glad I get to finally see him because it's been a very long time.
Yeah, and I feel like Beastmaster is your pseudo... He's
like a pseudo...
chip alternative to Bat Rider. You don't drag the person back, but you have this long-range engage that helps start a fight. Goes through BKB. And the Hawk as well. If you see the Chen missing from the map, just send your Eagle into the jungle to kind of scout him out.
Exactly. I mean, that's one of the biggest reasons why I love Beastmaster. Beastmaster is like, he sits comfortably between being a core and utility. He's not one or the other, right? He's able to do the damage. He's also great at pushing. He can sort of scale into the late game, but he also has all these abilities that are so useful for the team. Void, I have to say, these guys have balls of steel for picking the Lifestealer against a Beastmaster. Because Beastmaster has Primal Roar. Primal Roar pierces through Magic Immunity. What does Lifestealer do? Magic Immunity. So I'm quite surprised they did decide to go for Lifestealer. They can do Lifestealer bombs with the Pango. That is one benefit to running the Lifestealer. I suppose the other thing is that he eats through Core Sven.
Yeah.
Right? He eats through Core Sven. He literally runs down Leshracs as well. So I'm not saying Lifestealer is an awful pick, but Lifestealer is definitely going to have a bit of a rivalry with the Beastmaster coming into that mid game.
Even a Pango as well. If you use the Rolling Thunder and go for try to go for the Infest Bomb, Beastmaster can just primal rob the Pango Rolling Thunder from afar, and he will stop Pango in his tracks. He won't be able to get all the bowling pin rundowns that he wants to, and he'll become a sitting duck for Junior Gaming.
Yeah, Pango is quite vulnerable when he doesn't have Rolling Thunder. I mean, he can sort of maneuver around the fights, but most of his utility, for the reason why people pick offlane Pango is Rolling Thunder, right? That's just such a good stun.
He might be a support as well. We've seen teams do that. Brian was the first guy.
With a Chen, though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't think I would be a big fan of support Pango with the Chen, because Chen's already a bit of a demanding support.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to run two demanding supports. Definitely feel like this is offlane. I mean, it kind of depends on what Junior goes for safe lane, too.
I do hope they put it offlane. But if Pango goes offlane, I think maybe Void can consider... Even Rubik wouldn't be that bad of a support.
I wonder if they maybe change up the lanes a little bit after seeing the Pango. You actually put Beastmaster against Pango. Beastmaster's quite deadly in a one-on-one matchup because he has the boars. He hits pretty hard as well. Also, he gets the bonus attack speed if he levels up the aura.
There we go. Just what I would love to see. The Rubik picked up by Void.
What about the Shadow Shaman? It's
Yep,
been a while since we've
been a
seen
while.
Shaman. Fantastic support. I actually don't know why teams have started to phase away from the Shadow Shaman, because I don't think he's received that many changes to warrant being phased out. He still has all the stuns. He still does crazy damage, and Serpent Wards
Yeah,
are still there. I mean, they never got reworked.
especially when you have Beastmaster and Leshrac and Sven, you are going to demolish those towers once you get a snowball. And I feel like Shadow Shaman, with a Blink Dagger, it's one of the deadliest support.
With Blink Dagger,
Yeah.
and if you can afford a very early Ether Lens.
Yes,
I've seen a lot of Shamans, if they can rock that Ether Lens, a lot of the time teams can't even reach him because he's just in the middle of his teammates.
yeah, he also has, does he have the cast range talent?
I believe I could check.
I remember
for
he
you.
has Hex cooldown and Hex cooldown and Serpent Ward. You need to hit the Serpent Ward in extra time. But back then, my idea was quite streamlined. Like, oh, Shaman has to get the blink first. No matter how poor I am, I need to go for the blink because it's so effective. Then I believe I had a talk with Otomo at some point, and he was like, hey, you know what? Actually, Aether Lens is a cheap alternative to a Blink Dagger if you cannot afford a Blink Dagger. Because
Yeah.
it achieves the same thing. You don't put yourself in danger trying to get that pick off.
Exactly. Not just the pick off. I mean, it gives you extra cast range to cast the Serpent Wards.
And the mana.
Let's say you're trying to siege a tower. You don't need to stand so close to the tower anymore to cast Serpent Wards. You just throw it down. They can't touch you because they've got to dive over the Serpent Wards to get to you.
Yeah. And you don't... And the way you engage... the way you start a fight is you walk up and you just disable someone from far away instead of having to blink in. Because if you misposition yourself, you're actually risking your team to fight. So I think Aether Lens is always going to be that good alternative compared to a Blink Dagger. But
by the way, there is a cast range talent for Shaman. It's at level 15 though. It's plus 125. So it's going to take a while till he gets there, but
the shackle range though.
that's the craziest thing, the shackle range.
Oh.
Speaking of displacement, that's sort of what Kunkka does really well. Kunkka is very good at punishing heroes if they step too far into the battlefield, if they're trying to catch someone. He's very good at that. So I do like the Kunkka last pick from Void. Junior, though, going for Bristleback, so they're going to change up the lanes a little bit. Is this either safe lane?
Is it support Leshrac?
It is support Leshrac, but the question is, are they doing the Sven Leshrac off lane, or are they going to do Bristleback Leshrac? Because they could still put Sven in the safe lane. And Sven's safe lane against Pango, he probably won't kill Pango, but he will get CS.
Who's the mid laner though?
For Void?
For Junior.
Oh, for Junior? It could be...
The only viable one I feel like is either Leshrac or worst comes to worst Bristleback.
Oh, it depends on who's the mid matchup for Void, which is probably Kunkka, right?
Yeah.
I think Beastmaster... Oh, no, not really Beastmaster. His ball would just be... knocked out by the Kunkka. I mean, yeah, mostly Leshrac, Bristleback, maybe most likely. I don't see Sven being that great in the middle lane against a Kunkka.
Pretty
Leshrac
weird
or
last
Bristle.
pick for Junior King. I mean, I don't blame them for picking Bristleback, but I just feel like
Maybe...
there are better options, I guess.
I'm not sure.
Honestly, I feel like even a TA wouldn't be that bad. But the only downside is Torrent rips through Refraction.
Not just that, though. I think the other question is, do they have a player that could maybe play TA, right? We got to go back to the discussion. Unfortunately for Junior, they're not a top-tier Southeast Asian team, but I do believe that they are going to be one of the upcoming teams if they continue to play in the scene and get more and more experience. The question is, was that hero in their mid laners pool, right?
Yeah.
Like, we don't know this information because we've only just recently started seeing these guys play. And if anything, biggest comment about the team is that they definitely play against the meta. They play their own style of Dota.
Oh, yeah.
That is something that I noticed with them, which is good because it means you're playing heroes that you're good at, but it's a double-edged sword because all of a sudden you're letting meta heroes through, and a lot of teams practice meta heroes because the reason why meta heroes are meta is because that they're proven to be stable. Very, very solid picks.
Yeah, not as volatile as your off-mana picks. Like, for example, Skywrath Mage, super volatile hero, easy to kill off, but if it gets the lead going on, then it's a completely different story.
Exactly. Like, we don't know this information. Mostly down to Junior. Maybe Junior's saving something as well for game 2. Maybe they don't like the first game draft. Who knows? We've never met the players, unfortunately.
But we have seen Bristleback, I think, during the semifinals. I think it was Dota Hero who played, or T-Max who played Bristleback. I think it was T-Max. Bristleback against Flower Gaming. They actually
It was definitely not Flower, because I know Candy Loon. I don't remember Candy Loon playing Bristleback at all. It must have been 2D.
Yeah,
was
it was
2D?
T-Max. It was Luck.
Oh, it was Luck. Oh, it was Safe Lane Bristle.
Yeah. The Bristle that got bullied early on, but late game he just went ham. Yeah. The Bristleback that got T-Max the Mega Creep. That Bristleback.
That Bristle. Oh, that Bristle.
Yeah,
okay,
that
I got
Bristleback.
that Bristleback. Alrighty.
It's practically unkillable come 20 minutes.
That's assuming you get the farm, though.
Yeah.
That's one of the things about Bristleback if you put him in safe lane. I don't know why safe lane Bristleback gives me memories of, I think it was DK. They used to run, like, Black on these, like, random off-laney safe lane carries. I still remember it was Bristleback. I think not to say CK's off-lane, but they put him on CK. Sorry, it's one of my favorite heroes. It's still one of my favorites.
I think Bristleback safe lane actually does pretty well, because a lot of off-laners cannot really contest Bristleback early on.
They can't contest, but one of the biggest problems with Bristleback early is that he doesn't have the best mana pool.
Oh, yeah.
So he can't spam the quills. He can push them out of lane, but if the hero he's going up against either has range, has a lot of regen, or maybe even has some sort of backup, they can just come back into lane, poke the creep wave, and then they just leave again. They come back and poke when they're ready. So they never get fully zoned out. It's not like those aggressive dual lanes where you have a support constantly pressuring your offlane and they can't get anywhere near the creep wave.
Yeah, and Bristleback's mana pool doesn't get any better until he gets his talent that gives him the extra mana regen. Which at first I thought, why would people go for mana regen when the other talent looks better on paper? But after testing it out, it makes a lot of sense.
The spam ability.
Yeah, spam ability.
Yeah. I think that's the whole point of Bristleback. They just spam your spam.
And people usually counter it with the early magic stick buy. You just start with a magic stick or your first courier delivery, get that magic stick in.
Magic stick, upgrade it to wand as well. You don't really need to, ladies and gentlemen. It's just it's just
really.
a thought.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, you don't really need to immediately upgrade it. You can keep it as a magic stick and go for your basic
other
items
things.
first.
Yeah, I mean that's probably how a lot of people play in pubs because we're greedy.
Yeah,
we're all greedy. We all want to get boots. We don't want to buy anything. No wards, nothing.
The one isn't actually that worth it unless the lane is like super volatile. That people just comes in and keeps
if it's try
you.
versus try, I definitely agree with it because there's going to be a lot of spells spammed out. But I think the biggest lanes you want to put it in is mid lane Zeus. Definitely want to grab against a Zeus. So Bristle. Who else spams? So Skywrath Mage lanes as well. And I say even Shaman, because Shaman generally wants to come into lane and just go for the Ether Shock all the time, and it stacks up.
Ogre Magi as well throws out a lot of Ignite. Not usually people go Ignite level 1 and
PA lanes in particular. PA lanes you definitely want to grab it because the Stifling Dagger is definitely going to be there.
But I think for Junior's current lineup, they definitely can have a lot of pushing potential. They can kind of counter push as well. But I think it's hard to come to a verdict until we find out who goes in the middle lane.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're very sorry about the delay. We do seem to have a bit of an issue with one of the players. We'll give you guys an update as to when we're going to be able to begin again. But yeah, please bear with us. We're not trying to delay the game, just in case anyone is wondering. Someone has, I believe, internet issues.
Oh yeah, I think Brian is connected.
Was it Brian?
I think it's connected. Yeah, so for those who just joined the broadcast, this is the Season 2 relegation, the final day of the relegation actually, and four more teams will be playing today, but only 2 will make it through.
Only 2 will survive.
Only 2 will survive, and the first series will be a best of 3 between Void and Junior Gaming, our returning team from Season 1. But if the losing team will drop to the round robin relegation, which is basically the final gauntlet, and you don't want to end up there because the current 2 teams are AOES and Leborn. Unfortunately,
we saw Leborn play yesterday. I definitely sense that there is something with Leborn. There's definitely potential there. We didn't get to see Aeon. That was the one thing we didn't get to see. AOES, sorry.
Forfeited against Resurgence, which was a bit unfortunate. And that also means that they are cutting down their chances of making through to Season 2. Because the Season 2 format is a bit different from Season 1. We don't run the 8 teams in a single group kind of format. It's actually the GSL format, if you guys want to look it up on Google. It's 8 teams, 2 groups of 4, and the teams will play a best of 3.
Yep, so it'll be double elimination.
Double elimination.
So let's say we have Team A and B going off against in the first bracket. One team will continue on through to the next match, whereas the next team will actually drop down to the lower bracket. If they lose their match in the lower bracket, then unfortunately they get knocked out. So there's no second chances outside of the lower bracket matches. It's a little bit scary because all of a sudden it's like pressure on teams to be like, oh god, we're going to get knocked out, guys. Better play 100% every single time.
And you need to be the top 2 of each group to make it through. And if you do make it through to playoffs, the lower bracket finals and the grand finals is actually a best of 5. But just to recap on today's schedule, we're kicking off with the best of 3 between Junior Gaming and Void. Some veteran names on Void as well. And after that, it will be the gauntlet for the best of 1 round robins, where either Junior Gaming or Void will unfortunately have to join the pack of AOES and Leborn.
Yeah. The nice thing, I guess, for these two to play Junior and for Void is that they get a break for the next match.
Oh,
whoever makes it through, because we've got so AOES and Leborn will be playing first, which it'll give them some time to sort of see how they play. Although I probably am going to have to say this here. The other teams probably saw Leborn play yesterday, right? And it's probably going to give them ideas as to what heroes Leborn likes to play, what kind of strats that they like to play. It might give them an advantage. I feel like that's something that people don't really talk about, like what kind of advantages you can get by playing later, because you get all this information before your upcoming match. And they had like a whole day to look at this as well.
Yeah, and I think Leborn's playstyle is pretty unique. I wouldn't say it's the same as Junior Gaming, where they just come up with their own ideas, but it's definitely there.
It's a bit hectic. I would say some of their engagements, it's very crazy, little disorganized. I think that's one thing I also saw yesterday from Leborn. They do seem to have some synergy, but then it seems like there are moments where maybe the team gets a little disconnected and we've got people targeting
different
targets, right? And it's not just it's not like some teams that they focus let's say they focus one person, right? That person should be dead. If you focus between 2, there's a chance like maybe you kill one but the other one survives.
Yeah, I think the first game yesterday between Leborn and Reality Rift is a big evidence that Leborn is a bit disjointed sometimes. They had the Wukong on Toothless, who was doing super well early on, had a 5-0 lead, but things just went downhill because of one bounty rune fight.
Not just that, speaking of Toothless, maybe this is going to be the same for the whole team. They were absolutely different styles of play for both games.
Oh yeah.
Right? So game 1 was them trying to be hyper-aggressive with the entire team, which was quite surprising because you're running Ember, Monkey King, who was that offlane again? The Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger.
Right? It seemed like it was supposed to be an aggressive draft. It didn't work. They kept going in with the Monkey King. I was quite surprised that they didn't try and go for any sort of split push. Maybe I don't know if it's because maybe they didn't think about it. Maybe split push isn't their style of play. Because I know some teams, they don't do split push because they think it's dirty.
Yeah.
Not to say it's dirty, guys, but some people just do not like split push.
It's annoying to deal with.
It's very annoying to deal with. Whereas you look at game 2, it was completely different. So they tried to do 4 protect 1, but Toothless kept dying.
Yeah.
Not to blame the team, because they were up against a very, very experienced squad with some very, very talented players. But we just saw how they got torn apart in different ways for both games. They didn't really find a solution.
Yeah, and the second game was the harder one to watch.
Yes.
The ball just crumbled.
I mean, we did see a little bit of thorough stomping there. I've got to be realistic. There was a lot of stomping in that game. I'm hoping they learnt something from it. Maybe look back at the VODs and sort of tried to look at how can they improve themselves. Maybe if they tried to change their play style. Obviously, I think draft is one of their biggest problems, right, for Leborn. I know we're into the game here, but Leborn, we'll take a look at Leborn a little bit later. We'll come back into this one first. Void versus Junior Gaming. Junior Gaming, how are they going to make this draft work out? Yeah. That's the biggest question.
If they can, and this is perfect for Junior Gaming because Chan has to play his safe lane to babysit the Lifestealer. And if you look at Junior Gaming, if they can get control of that bottom jungle, they starve out the Sven.
Yep.
And it seems like they're trying to just push Void's bot lane away. They get the Shackle onto Lifestealer.
Can they get the kill?
Who does not have the rage, and he might die though because the right clicks are coming in from 3 members of Junior Gaming, and that's the easiest first blood of their lives.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Moon decided to go for the stun super early. Maybe they mistimed the stun stacking? Because he stunned, and then by the time the shackles ended, the Leshrac stun would have ended as well.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. They still got the kill, though.
They still got the kill.
They still got the kill.
I think the moment they saw the feast proc, they were like, let's just go for the kill.
But then again, I think if you're junior as well, if, for example, the Lifestealer did go for Rage first level, Rage at level 1 is really, really bad, right? Because you don't have regen, you can push the Lifestealer out of lane, he doesn't have the sustain.
By the way, it's a mid lane Bristleback, and I actually like what they're doing right now. They're sending AOES to go for the denies, and Bristleback is proxying the wave. So this cuts out the courier's access to Mythical, and it also gives the Shaman a little bit of experience or a bit of goal from those denies.
Let's see if that works though. Now the thing is, it's a Kunkka mid lane. Kunkka can actually clear through the creeps. I'm actually thinking if it wasn't Kunkka mid, let's say it's a bit of a weaker mid lane, say OD or Queen of Pain, right? Two heroes that can't really tank the creep wave. This could be amazing.
Oh yeah.
Could have been an amazing strat because they can't really hold their own against creeps. Against a Kunkka, I feel like he's going to be fine. Yeah, he's going to lose some creeps because of the backstab, but he's still CSing.
He can always go for when he gets like level 2 on Tidebringer, the creep wave will start to melt. Like 2 swings of his Tidebringer and it should do the job, but you can see Junior Gaming definitely going for the cheese, hyper aggressive, Leshrac Sven combination. Chen will be the target for now, but there won't be enough damage, I feel, from Junior Gaming.
They have another stun? No, they're not going to fully commit. The plan is working though. They are keeping Chen in that bottom lane. I think that's what they really wanted. You keep the Chen down here, he's not jungling. And you can see they really do not want him jungling because look at the wards in the jungle. They're trying to spot him out if he goes for the rotations.
Mythical has to walk all the way past his own tier 2 to get to this courier for the south.
Shaman?
AOES running away, does not have the hack. They bring Brian in as well, so it might be a kill. Proxy not really working out. Bristleback has no mana to work with as well.
Yeah, that was a very good response coming in from Void. Now again, we're going to try and go into Chen. Do they have the damage? They do. Nice stun there coming out from Moon.
Yeah, the Edict is just too much for the Chen to deal with. Even at level 1, the hyper aggression starting to work out for Junior Gaming in the bot lane. But maybe they need to change how they play the middle lane.
Yeah, mid lane tactics, it's
really
a cute strat. I feel it's very situational. It's a very cute strat. It could have worked, but they decided to do this against the wrong hero, unfortunately. I mean, this was a last pick Kunkka. They didn't know it was going to be Kunkka last pick. So props to Void for that one. But I think maybe Junior, they should just leave the Bristol back here. Yeah, leave the Bristol here, rotate to a different lane maybe. Maybe even go up top. You can even maybe try and go for kills onto Pango.
It's either you go top or you keep the pressure at bot as well. You bring the Shaman in, do a tri-lane, and just constantly kill off the Lifestealer and Chen over and over again until you get that snowball going on. Either way, it will work better if the Shaman is in the side lanes rather than mid. I think at level 3 and beyond, the Bristleback can hold its own, so they don't really have to worry. But I do like how they are kind of revising the way they play. So instead of just proxying the wave, they're taking it into the jungle as well. So you're basically starving the Chen off of the camp that he wants, and you're stealing experience from him because AOES is level 3 and the Chen is sitting at level 2.
He's about to hit level 3. Can he get the CS though? That's the question. It's going down. Oh! Is it pulled aggro?
Oh.
Wait, what the? Why did the creep go there? Did he see the Shaman?
Pretty sure he did.
But he didn't even hit him. He just sort of ran to the left and then went back. I have no idea. Creeps are creeps. They have a mind of their own, quite literally.
I think the Satyr was controlled by Chen, and then he went for was it the Centaur?
Oh,
no,
okay, it isn't. Sorry, I didn't realize it was a Chen.
Yeah, he went. Okay, now he gets the Centaur. Oh, Bristleback
might lose it though.
Yeah, he wasn't able to kill the Centaur in time, and he's gonna lose his life for that.
Well, that's not ideal.
It kind of sucks if you are the.
And the Beastmaster is gonna go down too. Void with the rotations. I mean, they're on point right now.
Get the ball out, but there's a lot of mana on Void's side. Bristleback.
You can tell he wants to try and find a spot to TP, but it's Rubik lift.
He's dead.
Yeah, there's the 2 boars. And they're just going to kill it.
Just level 1 boars.
That's
level 2 boars.
37 gold for the boar. That's a lot of gold. Especially to give away this early too.
Yeah, and Chen somehow finding that window to go into the jungle. Lifestealer getting his farm. Chen now gets his huge wave of creeps. So Snowball not really as effective as Junior Gaming wanted it to be, because Chen, as much
Chen's
as they tried to
fine.
start it, he's fine now. But they
Yeah.
try again. Centaur though, this double Centaur Storm. They bring in the Shaman finally. Centaur Storm, the second one coming out to cancel the shackles, but they will lose Chen in the process. He did keep his jungle creeps alive.
They're still there. Yeah, he's going to try and get them to run away. But this is still a big win for Chen though, because it's opened up that bottom lane for Lifestealer. He's not being pressured at all, and it's both of the supports from Junior having to rotate down to the bottom lane. I have to say, so far, I think Void is playing Junior nicely here.
Yeah, and Bristleback still continuing to do that proxy. I don't blame him for it. You don't really want to go up head-to-head against a Kunkka who can just type bringer your face. So the proxy is definitely giving Bristleback the farm that he needs. Unfortunately, the resources is not being put into good use, because the Bristleback effectively cannot do anything even post level 6.
Yeah, he's not a hero that can pick up just a blink dagger and all of a sudden he's going to be explosive. He's one of those heroes that needs a few items before he's able to really come online.
And he needs to ramp up. His kit basically.
Oh, and they're
means
going
that
to
he has
lose
to ramp
him
up. He's
too.
gonna die as well.
Yeah, not even any support rotations as well, so that's going to be another free lane here for Kunkka. They're still trying to apply pressure to Lifestealer. I don't know if they can kill him here unless they start off with the shackles.
They need to get that tier 1 before at the 10-minute mark. That is where you can kind of push the Lifestealer back, but if they couldn't do it by then the chances of them getting the Sven online becomes lesser. So Rage gonna run out, no more magic immunity, but they need the damage though. Chaining the stuns. Florida bringing the Facebook for Sven. Now they're getting the damage in. Lifestealer turning around with the feast. The tower doing a lot of damage though. Sven gotta be careful. Salvos out to keep himself alive, and Moon will get the killing spree. And this might be the first step towards a big opening for that bot lane.
There's a
However,
TP.
Voice TPing in. Moon will spot that out.
That tower's going to get denied if they don't commit.
Moon.
They need to get the tower!
Oh no! Guess the tower gets denied and he dies.
Oh man, that was a disaster. I was confused. I was thinking, like, is anyone going to commit to the tower? So Moon trying to do it, but
He got disarmed.
his right click was too slow.
That was.
His right click was too slow, and I think that Edict it got separated between the creeps, so it wasn't focused targeting the tower. That is so unfortunate. They tried to commit. They couldn't even get it.
Top 10 saddest anime moments. Because you can see he was trying to go for the last hit, and then the Pango disarm came out. They lost the Beastmaster as well to the Lifestealer, who I pretty sure the Beastmaster was already at half health at least, but they do spot out the Chen though. Went to steal some camps, and he will lose his life for it. A bit of a punishment.
Is there a boat available? There's no boat on
Oh.
Kunkka.
Bring the Sven down the cliff. Sven trying to sidestep the right clicks. One of the Centaur is there. They bring the Pango in as well. Tidebringer splashing through the entirety of Junior Gaming. The Swashbuckle is actually a lot of damage coming out from Void, but Void still trying to make something happen. Oh, the stun comes out. Actually misses. Mythical TPing away. The Torrent will give Pango a double kill. Might be the earliest team fight we've seen so far, and it's up to Bristleback to find something in return. However, there's the Rolling Thunder from the Pango. Trying to get away, play bowling, but it's into a Bristleback. And Swashbuckle might be his best means to get out of there, as the Quiz will not connect. And the Telekinesis will secure.
Can I just say how genius of a play that was from Void deciding to fight in that area? Swashbuckle is a spell that can only hit like a small radius, right?
Yeah.
They were fighting inside a very tight corridor. They managed to get the Kunkka Tidebringer, able to hit everybody in the engagement. Swashbuckle was hitting everyone as well. Even Fade Bolt. Like, most people don't think of Fade Bolt as a spell that does a lot of damage. If it bounces and it hits multi-targets, you get a lot of value back. So that was honestly genius of Void to decide to fight there. And I'm very surprised Junior decided to commit, because it was a small area and there's all these AOE spells just landing on them.
Yeah. Big mistake from Junior Gaming. I think the moment they lost the Sven, they should have just backed off.
Not just the Sven, I think the Shaman. Because
the Shaman
without
as
the Shaman, they don't really have the necessary lockdown to really kill anyone and just honestly pick someone off to begin with. Looks like they're going to spot out the Beastmaster here. Beastmaster has hit level 6.
He's gonna die though. There's no boat, but there's Torrent.
Yeah, he's got Primal Roar. Maybe he can get it off before he dies, but if he's no TPs... Oh, he's going to use the Roar.
He's going to push the Lifestealer down the cliff, pops the Shrine, but Tidebringer doing so much damage. Sorry, got to be careful, gets the Shackle in, trying to delay the inevitable. But they bring the Sven in though, there's the Warcry. Junior Gaming, however, decide to not commit. And off screen, they will lose both the Bristleback and the Leshrac as well.
They're just being picked apart left, right, and center. Like top lane, they couldn't really commit onto anyone. Bottom lane, they got picked off as well. I think at this point, Void just have Junior figured out.
Oh, yeah.
And this is very scary too, because we mentioned Sven and Leshrac need to hit a mid-game timing. At this rate, they're not going to hit their timing. Leshrac doesn't even have level 6 yet, I believe.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his ultimate leveled. And a lot of the damage from a support Leshrac, especially when you're running support Leshrac, you want the damage. He needs the levels. He's a very greedy support. You can't leave him at low levels because his spells scale very, very well. You want the spell scaling. And they have vision of the of the Beastmaster again.
Beastmaster is gonna die.
I hope he can swim. And he can't.
Comes in, misses the stun, and they should just back off. Solari is pretty much dead at this point. Oh, Mythical just styling on Junior Gaming right now. Moon is going to be the third victim of this slaughter fest. It's Pango who picks up that kill.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to hit this timing. 8k net worth lead on the side of Void. Junior...
They missed the timing by a mile.
It's not just a timing anymore too. They don't have a mid-game tempo to fall back to, right? Yeah. Like normally teams will have a safe lane, or in very rare cases, it's mostly mid lane, and in rare cases the safe lane, you have a tempo control core, right? If someone struggles, you fall back to this hero. They don't necessarily have that because they ran Beastmaster in the safe lane against a Pango. He got zoned out by Rubik Pango. They're gonna lose.
Oh, Chen,
he poor spin.
He brings the Rubik in, who throws out the stolen Stormhammer. Oh,
Death by
so much damage, but luckily he managed to get out. They will kill off the Chen, and they get the Pango in return. Great telekinesis done. Unfortunately, the damage not really enough. And now Moon trying to showcase his power. The stolen Stormhammer though coming in from Brian. He's gonna get someone take it with him before he dies. Now it's 3 members from Junior Gaming coming in for revenge. They will get the double kill on the Bristleback.
Did Brian misclick there? I think he could have kept running through the trees. He suddenly turned around.
Yeah, I think it probably did.
I'm not sure. Unless the tree wasn't cut down there. I'm not 100% sure. If he could have run just a little bit further, because Chen was microing the creeps alongside Brian, maybe if he was able to get through the tree lines and start hiding behind the centaurs, maybe they would have had a stun and he could have gotten out. But it's a bit too late now.
There was the Hawk to provide vision, so
yeah,
the long range damage from Shaman would have picked up the kill anyways. However, speaking of tempo that you mentioned just now, for Junior Gaming, they're actually a really good tempo team if they get the lead. Because you have so much heroes that can just walk into a lane and start killing people.
Exactly.
However,
they didn't get that
case.
lead.
Yeah, you have a 9k goal advantage for Void at 13 minutes. We just picked up the Vanguard on the Bristleback, who got some shutdown goal. A Spirit Vessel, however, will be on Mythical, and that is going to hurt Junior Gaming by a lot because it ignores Bristleback's passive. It completely melts through squishies. Warcry doesn't do anything against that as well.
Yeah. And also for Void, you can tell they're super confident. They're actually building for the late game on Lifestealer. They picked up Hand of Midas. So they're not going straight for a damage item. They don't feel like they need to capitalize on this yet.
Rolling Thunder coming in. Mythical is ready with X marks the spot. They bring the boat in and the Torrent as well. On top of the Bristleback, who is pretty much tanky, but Spirit Vessel doing its work. They finally drop the Serpent Ward, but it will be stolen. It will be the Primal Roar stolen actually onto the Sven. Moon now trying to do damage with the Pulse Nova, but the Hand of God is going to keep Void alive. For now, it will be the Pango trying to run away. Meanwhile, Disruption in the backline as Pango goes on the 1 versus 2. Swashbuckle angle is perfect. And this would be the Sven trying to TP out of the way. Moon left alone to dry, and he will burn as well. Give Brian the double kill and give Void the 4k on that bot lane fight.
And look at Chen. He's going to solo push the lanes because he didn't even need to be there. He was pushing the lane the whole time. And that was actually very, very sad to watch for Junior Gaming because they isolated the Pango. They said, all right, guys, we're going to commit and kill the Pango. But it was the other way around. The Pango killed you. So I think the Pango at this point, he's more or less untouchable. He's too elusive. He's too slippery. They're going to try and go for this kill here onto Lifestealer, but do they have the damage?
They're trying. Lifestealer.
Roar?
The Primal Roar. No, they don't.
It's on cooldown. Oh my goodness, that would have been a kill if they had it.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Junior Gaming.
That hurts. If they got that kill, it would have been a nice injection of gold for the team. They would be able to start accumulating more items to possibly push back, but they're behind by 4k net worth, 14k net worth, not 4, 1-4, 14. That's, and we're 14 minutes into the 15 minutes in. That's 1,000 gold a minute.
It's going to be even more because Void did take the bounty runes away. Props to Brian for stealing that Primal Raw. It actually disrupted the entire flow of the fight. He kept Sven in place, and Sven had the God Strength online the entire fight, but he wasn't able to get the damage out because he was consistently disabled.
Yeah, the control is real. It's still one of the biggest factors that holds Sven back, is that he's so easy to kite, right? You get one BKB piercing stun, and not just that, if you don't have that, any kinds of slows, any kind of disables, Sven as is struggles to actually hit anything.
There's a counter smoke from behind. They get the Primal Raw onto Mythical, so they keep Mythical in.
But look at the Chen creeps!
For now, but the Chen creep killing out the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster actually being the prey instead this time. They haven't gotten any kills yet, and his move trying to do damage, but Brian actually stole the Pulse Nova, and he's the one saying that I am the true Leshrac in this fight. Void will get 3 kills, maybe 4 as Mythical now running at the Bristleback, who has his back turned, tail between his leg, and 30 seconds in the grave.
The only one alive is unfortunately the poor Sven, who can't do anything by himself. This push strat coming out from Junior, it was genius if they were going to execute this, but Void, they knew. They knew if they lost the laning stage, they would be in a lot of trouble against such a crazy push lineup. So look at them now. They're there with everyone. They have all the damage in the world with all the creeps. And now a lot of spells are on cooldown for Junior as well. They've got no Primal Raw. They've got no Serpent Wards as well. 2 major spells they need to push back.
And they don't have the damage to kill the Chen creeps. The Chen creeps are
tanky.
Going to keep regenerating as well. Fortunately, Void might just seek for the the killing blow. Aya Solari cancelled that Shackle. Void we need to focus on that Rex first, but at the same time, they're going to take a bit of Souvenir back with them. It will be the Bristleback's life again. Now Beastmaster being turned on, the Pango comes in, shield crashes and runs him down like a bowling into the pin. And it's GG, Junior Gaming. They can't take this anymore. 17 minutes is the end.
Yeah, there's really no way they're going to be able to protect this. Their spells are coming off cooldown, but with or without their spells, they're just getting isolated, they're getting cut off. I have to say, we didn't see a lot of Chen, but we saw a lot of Chen creep action. He just had this gang of creeps coming in out of nowhere, and it's like a debt collector coming to you. It's like you pay up, or you pay up with your face. And unfortunately, they didn't really have anything to pay up with. So, Chen, we might have to see a ban next game.
Yeah, I think Chen actually was banned pretty often. I think towards the end of the first season, and even yesterday during the relegations as well. But today, letting it through, Junior Gaming, like you said, they had the right idea, but unfortunately, maybe to Void, it wasn't the correct idea. It was exactly what Void needed, because they were not shut down at all.
I really think it was that KunkKa last pick.
Oh yeah.
That one stabilized the game so much because he didn't get crippled mid lane. He actually ended up killing the mid lane duo, forcing them to change things up. And suddenly Bristleback against KunkKa? Like, that doesn't shut down KunkKa at all.
Yeah, and 5 minutes in, the Chen got his Horde of Creeps, despite all the deep wards coming out. So
the rotations just weren't quite there, unfortunately.
Quick game for Team Void and Junior Gaming. They still have a chance to push this to a game number 3, or risk dropping down to the round robin gauntlet. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, will be game number 2 of this best of 3 relegations. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the Season 2 Relegations, where Junior Gaming, they are one game away from dropping down to the treacherous gauntlet of the round robin relegations. Best of 1 later on, but before that happens, they still have a chance to push this best of 3 to a full series against Void, who just absolutely demolished them in 17 minutes.
Yeah, that's very true. I did see potential in the draft. It was very out of meta as well, but there was potential if they were able to execute. But we have to give props to Void where they deserved it. I think they knew what was going to happen if they let the lanes go as they were. So they were the ones that ended up being reactive. They countered the lanes. They were efficient with their gold farming, and they just kicked Junior Gaming to the curb. Junior Gaming, I think they have to approach this a little bit differently because they're not going up against any team. Okay, this is not just any run-of-the-mill team. This is a team that has experienced players. Well, you know, Brian, they probably have some more players in there. We haven't actually identified them, unfortunately, but they knew because of game sense. They knew because of experience, and that might be experience that Junior is lacking. They are still learning as a team, and I can see them, if anything, I'm going to say they're playing better than they first started with the league, right? We're seeing evolution.
There's definitely growth for Junior Gaming, but will it be fast enough to push this series to a full best of 3? The drafts are ready for game number 2, so we jump into the picks and bans.
All right, let's see if we see something different, and we certainly do. We're going to get some jungle action here, Chen and Enchantress. I'm really surprised that we didn't ban Chen in this game, but maybe they were just like, guys, we just got to do it.
Junior Gaming is like, okay, so Chen was the problem. You know what counts Chen?
Chen was the problem.
Let's take his creeps away. The tug of war of
They could just take the creeps back, right? They're just like...
So, can you imagine, like Chen sends his centaur in, and when he's about to get a stomp off, Enchantress was like, nope, it's my centaur now. Send the centaur back.
You know, this just reminds me, like, the Chen and Enchantress war, I'm waiting for it to happen. Like you said, right? They'll like fight over a creep. It's like, you know, nowadays when people have divorces and like fight over children. So it's like, you stay with me. No, you come stay with me. This feels like a divorce case here. It's like Enchantress and Chen. We'll have to see who gets custody of the kids because it's going to be a bit of a weird one. Something I do like though is Ursa. We did see, I believe it was like 1 or 2 games in season 1 with Ursa. I think it was a bit hit or miss. We did have one game, I think that won, and we had another game that lost. But Ursa is technically a very good counter against Enchantress because the benefit of having Enchantress is that she's typically hard to kill early game because you don't have access to your nukes until about level 6, right? Enchantress is very, very strong pre-6 for everyone because she has untouchable and she's able to heal herself. If there's burst damage, Enchantress can't handle it. Enchantress, I want to say, is almost similar to PA in this regard when it comes to laning because these guys are kind of hard to kill pre-6.
Yeah, and Ursa doesn't really care about untouchable as well.
Yeah, he just shreds through it. The only thing he might struggle with is the healing. Enchantress can heal back the damage that Ursa does to her if he doesn't burst her down.
Yeah, and Ursa, I think the team that actually runs Ursa every once in a while was Team Legenda. It was I think it was a Danelie hero back then. But other than that, not many teams prioritize Ursa because I feel like maybe for them, and actually it's true that a lot of cores are better than Ursa in a lot of ways. Even Sven to some point, if we talk about late game, Ursa is Sven's way more susceptible to
susceptible.
Susceptible. Oh,
I mean, they do some different things though. But if I got a choice between Ursa and Sven, I'd probably pick Sven.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit more reliable and he can play more independently. Ursa, very team-centric hero. He relies on his teammates to do all the lockdown, the slows, the body blocks so he can get those hits in. Junior Gaming going to be whisking away the Rubik this time from Void, so no more Rubik for Brian, unfortunately. He's going to have to play something different. It could be the Lina. It depends if it's support Lina or not. Mars, well, this guy has surprisingly enough sneaked through again. No bans last game, no bans this game. I really think this is going to be awful for Junior Gaming because Mars is fantastic against everything here except for the Sand King.
Speaking of Mars, I kind of wish that Junior Gaming actually picked up Mars last game. Things might for the off lane. Even just to replace the Bristleback, I feel like the Mars would have accomplished way more.
Maybe they were expecting the game to go a lot differently, which was when he picked up the Beastmaster. But yeah, Mars probably a little bit more solid in that regard. I'm a bit worried here for Junior though, because Mars in this game is fantastic because Troll won't have an escape route. Enchantress, the thing is, normally Enchantress loves to play from distance. Okay, if you get her in the Arena of Blood, Enchantress is dead. There is no way she survives. There's a Lena in the game as well, so she just gets zap her and that's it.
Even for Troll, if Troll uses his ultimate and Mars just drops the Arena of Blood, Troll will be running into a wall.
Yeah, he'll be just hurting himself, right?
Yeah.
And it'll just time out the ultimate and he dies. I think this is such a good Mars pick. I really think Junior, maybe they just forgot Mars was in the pool.
For a bit,
because he's still coming. He's kind of new. He's not very new, but he's new to Captain's mode. That's the only comment I'll make. He's new to Captain's mode. Maybe you forget. There's like 100+ Dota heroes in the game. You're bound to forget somebody.
I think at one point everyone forgot about Bane or Shaman.
But Bane's not as good as he used to be. So I can understand them wanting to... If you forget Bane, that's fine. I'm surprised people forget about Shaman, though, because I still see a lot of potential for Shaman. The Shaman Tusk, that was the most famous duo.
Oh, yeah.
Because basically Tusk was the initiator. It can also bring in the Shaman so that you both snowball in, get the shackles down. Tusk does a lot of damage by himself as well, so he does the damage. Shaman does damage. They can get solo kills. Like, that's why I love that duo so much. I'm surprised no one's picked it anymore. It's all Rubik's. It's for today. It's all Chen.
Well, OD now for the mid lane and another hero that absolutely destroys Junior Gaming's lineup. Like absolutely no one can survive the OD hammer.
No, I think Enchantress
maybe
would be the only one that could.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Yeah, everyone else. I mean, Troll isn't necessarily that smart, so he'd just get demolished. And I don't know if Sand King...
I mean, if Troll isn't smart from the way that when he uses his ultimate, he loses control.
Yeah. No, that's just anger management. He has anger management issues. But if you don't die while you have anger management, then he probably is going to have a very, very long, unhappy life.
He has high blood pressure. That's why he looks so red.
High blood pressure or maybe sunburnt. Who knows? Who knows? The last pick for Junior, though, has to be a mid laner. And this is super ridiculous, too, because I highly doubt Troll's going to go mid versus OD.
Yeah,
But then who do you have left to go mid versus an OD?
At this point, even Tinker would be a decent pick, I guess.
He's like one of the few picks left. Unless they do something cheeky and they try and do like PA mid, just use the daggers to farm. But even then, I think that's too greedy.
PA dies so easily to a gang. They go Tinker?
Queen of
No.
Pain.
Okay. Queen of Pain.
I mean, it's okay. But Queen of Pain by no means is going to win this lane. Might survive it, but it's going to get out-leveled by Mythical by a mile because just Astral, deny the creep wave, prevent it from getting CS, stealing her intelligence, do massive damage back to Queen of Pain. Yeah, Queen of Pain can dagger the OD every now and again, but if you run out of mana and you run out of intel, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, OD doesn't really care. It is decent cast range with the Astral as well. If someone managed to zone him out, he can always Astral the creep instead.
He can Astral himself to avoid the dagger too. So, the Queen of Pain, it could come in handy. It really depends on how they run the Queen of Pain. Like, are they going to play super safe during lane? Will they maybe try and gank the OD? Because the OD kind of is gankable before he gets those points into the Astral. So they could maybe try and kill him because he isn't tanky. He's very squishy.
Yeah, but they also have the rest of the team to kind of look out for as well. The Marsh lane will definitely go according to what Void wants. There's actually no one from Junior Gaming side to shut the Mars down. And if you put a Chen by his side, that lane is unkillable.
If anything, I'm curious to know what Arya Solari wants to do on the Enchantress. Because we now have two junglers on the map. Are they going to put the Enchantress in the Chen lane? Or will they put the Enchantress in the safe lane?
We're about to find out as the Enchantress is... I think he's going to go bottom with the Sand King. So yeah,
okay.
he won't run into the Chen, which means there's no contest in the jungle.
They're swapping lanes for Junior. So they're going to do offlane versus offlane, Sand King versus Mars, which is fine because Sand King's good in melee matchups. That means that they're putting the Troll tri-lane up top with the Enchantress. And you know what? I'm not mad.
I'm not.
I like this.
As long as you have a hero that can contest the Chen in the jungle, I think it will stabilize the lane. But your default ward spot will be taken out. Chen
Really nice D ward, if anything.
Just experience.
They know the wards.
They know. They know where to put. And you know, Dota right now tells you where is the best warding spot. So if you remember, if like you press Alt alternate and then you see like circles.
Yeah, you get like the circles. Yeah.
I don't know why they're doing this, but I feel cheated.
You feel cheated? It's pay to win. I'm kidding. It's not pay to win.
I mean, you know, back then we have to learn everything on our own. We don't know the range for the camp stacking.
I liked that back then because it rewarded you for wanting to learn this, right?
And now they tell you how, like, at what time do you need to initiate a pull, how far is the range. It's just...
They should have only done this for people that started the game. It's like your first 50 matches, you get the assistance, and then after that, then...
you're on your own.
Yeah, you're on your own. You got to learn everything. Yeah, I would have preferred that.
Babysitting game is so small.
Oh, he hasn't seen it. He sees it. Oh, no. That's going to be both D... That's both D wards.
Absolute disaster. The perfect start for Chen.
Chen is a god.
I mean, he has the hand of God, so technically he is.
Yeah.
He's a pseudo-god.
LSA not going to land on the Sand King. I'm honestly very shocked that Sand King took so much damage already.
Oh
no, it's his regen gone again. I'm speechless. They outplayed Sand King by a mile there.
If last game was disastrous, this game is catastrophic for Junior Gaming.
They might have to send some help down here for Sand King. I mean, he can still hide under the sandstorm, but he's got to be careful about that Lina. Like, there's a lot of AoE here. Oh, and they know. They see.
Yeah, all they need next is a Sentry Ward or even a Dust. And the Sand King is pretty much... Because every time he shows himself to go for those last hits, he risks dying.
Yep.
So it's just tough to watch. And the Enchantress
is stealing the Chen's jungle.
They're trying to recover from losing 2 Observer wards early on, but that means they open up the entire Ursa Chen lane for Void. Enchantress is not going to come out anytime soon.
No, I think what they want to do with the Enchantress, right? You don't want to go into that lane with a creep because it can be stolen by the Chen.
And
so
Chen?
Sorry?
Chen is now in the jungle.
Is he in the jungle?
Yeah.
He's going. Okay.
There we go.
I think Enchantress lost the centaur as well.
Yeah.
So.
And Chen is level 2, so Enchantress has to run.
Enchantress has enchant if she wants to use it.
There we go.
Yeah, stolen.
Yeah. How to steal people's kids.
And that's actually really bad for Chen because he has to steal another creep now. And Enchantress, if she plays reactive, they can consistently steal the creeps. Chen can't do anything because Enchantress has the creeps to play with.
Yeah. Now she has a creep advantage.
the different kind of creep advantage. Looks like the Queen of Pain managed to pull out the OD, but the regeneration.
This just looks like a very interesting
opening.
What do you call it?
Engagement.
Interaction between these two heroes, because it's like one of them will steal someone's child away, and then the other person will just take over, and then it's gonna repeat until the game ends.
Modern custody battles, Dota 2 edition. Which child is yours? Oh my goodness. I'm just waiting for the team fights to see that stuff happen. If anything, we're gonna go away from the custody battles because maybe someone's gonna be a bit sensitive to this. Big props to Cyril. I believe his name is Cyril on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
He's doing a pretty good job versus OD. Usually intelligence heroes, they struggle against OD because he steals their int. Also astrals to prevent them from getting CS. But look at the CS. There's a 2 CS difference, but the pressure is there.
Yeah, and Queen of Pain, a decent attack animation, decent base damage, and I think the best part for her as well is the fact that her base attack speed isn't too shabby for intelligence hero. So couple that with her poke, she actually can go toe-to-toe with the OD.
Yeah, she's doing very well. I was expecting maybe a little bit more from Mythical, but maybe Mythical's style of play is a little bit more laid back and more passive because we've seen all kinds of ODs, right? We've seen the good ODs, we've seen the not so good ODs, and then obviously we've also seen the amazing OD players where you can tell they spent hours trying to figure out what the limits are with OD. And the Enchantress isn't going to make this easier either because Wild Wing Reaper, fantastic support creep because you can just throw the tornado out and zone out the laner.
You can see she's trying to control it as much as he can. So Mythical will continue to...
By the way, this also slows the target down, the tornado. If you're in range, it slows your movement speed.
You can see that Mythical's tango is struggling to get his tango
he's really ticking down.
The tango is actually ineffective in that sense.
it's negating the damage.
It's negating the damage,
right?
yeah.
So it's alright. It's not too bad. Chen is now in the jungle because the Enchantress was mid. We'll have to take a look and see if Enchantress rotates back up there. I have to say, very, very great play from SandKing to not die since his first jump on the initial laning stage. He has stabilized.
Oh, they might get a first blood as well. It seems like the first gang is going to
And
come
they
in.
enchanted
They
as
enchant.
well.
Yep. Cannot capture that big bear, but his goal is worth more than himself. So first blood for the troll. They're going to see the Chen right now. The Chen gets the stomp off. Damage isn't enough because Brian rotated. They'll find Moon on the Rubik.
Yeah, Arya Solari tried to come in there with the heal, but a little bit too slow, and the heal not effective versus burst damage, and that's what Lina does best. She comes in, bursts them down with the Dragon Slave and LSA. It looks like SandKing got caught out there by the Mars, unfortunately. We'll have to back up again. But if anything, good rotations from the Lina.
Oh.
And they do kill Enchantress.
Yeah.
Oh, she must have gone into the
They
jungle.
went to the jungle for her.
Oh, no.
Oh, Chen so far getting in an Alpha Wolf and a Centaur. That is a super effective creep early on, especially the Alpha Wolf.
If they can time this correctly too, Chen can come in and get the Centaur Stomp on Cyril before he can blink.
Yeah,
That's one of the things with Queen of Pain. Her blink animation has a wind up, it's a very brief wind up at the beginning, but you can see like she sort of poses before she blinks.
To like spread her wings, but there is a counter reaction from Solari. Cyril taking a lot of damage, manages to blink out. Mythical does not have any sort of Astro, and the Sonic Wave will finish him off, and it seems like Junior Gaming with the turnaround will pay their dues on Void.
And that was a very good play that they turned around with the Queen of Pain. They almost had the stun from the Enchantress, but I believe Chen stole the Golem away, so he couldn't throw the stun off.
Ursa trying to run away from the troll.
He's too fast.
Yeah, the base movement speed is too much. Go playing ring around roses. Troll's gonna give up on the chase as Chen TP's in.
Yeah, but it's still good though because it forces Ursa out of lane. He needs to go back.
The shrine.
Yep, pop the shrine, or he has to go back to base and heal. That means the shrine won't be available for any rotations now. It could be a nice opening for Junior if they maybe want to rotate somewhere. Although I think they're getting converged in that top lane. Chen's going in. There's Ursa and Lina, and they found Moon.
Moon is dead. It's gonna get chain stun up, and Moon has nowhere to go.
You can tell Moon was watching the map there, and by the time he noticed, he realized, oh wait,
it's too late.
Yep, he was watching somewhere else maybe. But it's good though. He managed to telegraph this information to trolls. So they don't lose the troll.
Oh, meanwhile, SandKing getting caught out by the Arena of Blood and Ghost Rebuke. It's gonna have enough damage with the crit.
Too good.
Too good.
Too good versus SandKing.
The hitbox is actually quite huge from the spear as well. It drags SandKing by the tail into the wall.
He does his job. That's the most important thing, right? Every hero functions.
And 48 last hits compared to a SandKing's 21. That's double in terms of CS for the Mars.
Speaking of CS, now it looks a little bit lopsided, but the only reason it's lopsided is the Mars SandKing matchup. Every other lane is more or less somehow tied.
Nature's attendant keeping Troll alive, but the damage is actually a lot. Great telekinesis though. They take the Centaur and put it on top of the Ursa as well. Now they're gonna steal some kills. Solari doing his job, but does not have enough mana for anything else. Gotta be careful for Brian with the Dragon Slave from downtown. Picks up the Troll. Junior Gaming, they don't have any more damage, and Solari now running away from an angry Fuzzy Wuzzy as Moon now caught in the tree lines, TPing in from the rest of Junior Gaming. Coming from round number 2, Cyril has the does not have the Sonic Wave. Coming off cooldown really soon. Should be able to turn this around because Ursa not anticipating yet. The pure damage is enough. Double kill for Cyril. Might get a third on to Brian, who's trying to run away. Dragon Slave though clips onto Solari, but it should be a hat trick for Cyril.
Cyril the God coming in to save the fight. I mean, he lost his teammates, but still shuts down Ursa, kills off the Lina. It was also the Chen and Mythical. Okay, if the Queen of Pain has vision of this, that's a dead Mythical. It doesn't. I was wondering, does he try and go for the blind blink? Goes back for lane. But if anything, big props to Cyril. He may have just turned the scales in that top lane.
It definitely went better for Junior Gaming, despite a slight disaster early on.
I want to actually ask you, because I'm not sure about this, because I might think of this differently. Do you think the troll went back intentionally to keep them there? So he was saying that I'm going to sacrifice myself, I'm going to make them overcommit so Cyril can TP in.
Yeah, it could be one of the plans, I guess. And also, I think the same time, he was confident about his ability to kind of at least get someone back. Providing that Brian wasn't behind the tree lines, because they have no vision of the Lina.
Yeah,
so they
exactly.
didn't expect the damage from the Lina as well. But definitely the fight went on longer than it should have, and it allowed Cyril to come in for the pickup. But now it's 3 members converging on the bot lane. Chan taking a lot, too much damage, he's gonna die. So great exchange for Junior Gaming.
Great play coming in from the Sand King. Nice trade. He was gonna die anyway, so if he can grab a kill, it's a very good little trade there. It will slow down the push a little bit. I do believe that bottom tower, unfortunately, will take some critical damage. They're going to turn around onto Ursa? No, they're going to scare him away.
Yeah, that one boulder isn't enough. Cyril, though, will bottle that DD rune, and it will push Mythical further out of lane. Cyril is actually 1k in terms of gold.
Yeah.
1k ahead in terms of gold because of that rotation, which was absolutely perfect.
I'm hoping Cyril makes the most of this time with his Queen of Pain, because as the game gets later and later, Queen of Pain will not be able to compete one-on-one versus OD anymore, because OD is a scaling mid. He does crazy amounts of damage, but he's a glass cannon early. Whereas Queen of Pain, she's also a glass cannon, but hits a peak much sooner than an OD will, but also starts to taper off too, because her abilities are mostly spells. She doesn't rely on scaling damage, right? Yeah. So if Cyril can maintain the tempo, and he can create time for this OD to eventually come, sorry, not OD, the Troll Warlord to come online and to get his items and be a threat. I actually think they have a really good chance at doing this, because as much as Ursa is one of the best physical heroes when it comes to one-on-one fights, the miss chance is a big deal from the Whirling Axis.
They have the Laguna, but Ryan being brought down to the cliffs. Stolen Dragon Slave, and Cyril's gonna get a Mecha Kill Street and gonna find Mythical as well. Cyril gets that double takedown, and TP will be cancelled by Void. So perfect rotation from Junior Gaming. Their reactive play in game number 2 is just on point, and they also took the tier 1 in the top lane. All they need right now is to stabilize the Sand King and give him that Blink Dagger, because Cyril has hit the best possible timing a Queen of Pain could have asked for.
Exactly. If he can keep this momentum going, they're going to be in such a good position to take the towers. Now Mars going to be the target. They're going to try and chase him down. Can they grab him though?
Cyril died in the jungle.
Oh no! To Ursa?
Yeah, shut down for Ursa. Hand of God coming in. Mars somehow still alive. Drops the Arena of Blood, and it's the counter rotation from Void. Junior Gaming might have overstayed their welcome. Chan trying to run away, but the Axis will slow him down. They should be able to get something in return. No more Hand of God, but the Astral save from Mythical will keep Chan alive for a bit more longer. Great Burrow trying to follow up. He costs down to Mythical, and Mythical actually has nothing much to work with other than the hammer. Epicenter not doing enough, as the hammer will finally be dropped.
Cyril's respawning.
Cyril can just TP in if he wants to, and he will. He does have the Sonic Wave. This might be the turnaround that Junior Gaming is looking for, and Cyril watching for the angle. The target is going to be Mythical, the most critical one, but he's going to drop the Sonic Wave, blinks in the screen of pain, gets stunned up, doesn't matter, picks up the first kill, and now Ursa trying to turn it around, but gets rooted up by the Troll melee Axis, and it seems like Mars needs to start running away, but he's poisoned up and slowed right down. Junior Gaming with the turnaround in that fight.
That could have been a little bit better, but they managed to get the lockdown onto Cyril, so they only lost 2. It could have been worse. They could have gotten a 3rd kill, but I have to say the response from Void, it couldn't have been any better than that.
Yeah, the idea was correct. They want to kill off the Mars to free up the Sand King lane, but unfortunately, they lost the Queen of Pain to the Ursa. Not really sure how that happened, because the heroes with controls and disables were all at the bottom lane. Maybe except for the Chen, who I assume had the Centaur to stun up the Queen of Pain, but other than that, Junior Gaming did manage to make the most out of it.
Yep, and now we're going to get a push now, because unfortunately, well actually no, not really. They still have some major ultimates on Void. They've got Laguna, they also have the Arena of Blood. So Junior maybe not going to grab the tower after all. I was thinking maybe they could push it, but not all of their major spells are on cooldown. It's mostly just the hammer from OD and also Chen's ultimate. It's very, I have to say though, the fact that Cyril died top lane, if he didn't die to the Ursa up top, I'm pretty sure that was with help as well. Yeah. That bottom fight probably would not have happened. Yeah. It wouldn't have happened because they know Cyril would have been there, he would have TP'd, and there's a very big chance that they get 2 to 3 man Sonic Wave, and you don't want to have multiple heroes hit with the Sonic Wave. I'm going to throw Mars away. A bit too scared with his Lina.
Mars doesn't land the spear, the LSA will miss, so Junior Gaming have a bit of window to work with. Stolen LSAs can land onto Brian. The Impede is actually doing a lot of damage, and Troll will come in. Easy kill for the Warlord.
such a good spell to steal for Rubik. Rubik is one of those heroes that great support, lacks damage by himself, but if he steals Lina spells, if he can steal Laguna, he's good for life.
Even Mars's spell, it's
The spear?
awesome. Even the spear or the Arena of Blood. Maybe not the Gosh Rebuke
I don't know if you want an Arena of Blood if you're a Rubik. He doesn't want to be in the middle of the fights. Maybe if he gets a blink, because I don't see him being able to get that easily.
Oh no. The courier died, and with a lot of items as well. The Arena of Blood is going to get dropped, and it will be Moon who gets caught in there. Sand King coming in with the Burrow Strike. They're going to keep Moon alive for as long as they can, but the LSA will finish this off. They also lost the enchantments in the back line, so now it's a 3 versus 4. The Hand of God coming in. Hammer gets dropped on top of Junior Gaming as well. Sand King trying to run away, same with the Troll.
Cyril in the
Will
back
make
lines.
it out with the Facebook, but Cyril too far forward into a Centaur and into the Laguna.
Yeah, so what ended up happening in the fight was Cyril actually was trying to come in for a wraparound, but OD saw him. So he astraled him, made enough time to force Junior Gaming to back up. And when Cyril came out, he thought that Void was going to continue chasing his team, but they instantly turned around, they perma-stunned him, they saved Laguna for Cyril.
Yeah.
They said, guys, we're going to kill him, he's got the most net worth, let's do it. And obviously Queen of Pain doesn't have the highest base stats, so she was a pretty easy pick. I have to say the response for Void, again, very on point. They are picking their targets correctly. They're not going overboard by targeting someone and then getting punished.
Yeah, 4K goal lead now for Void, 60 minutes in. They even went for the Midas on Ursa to get him online as fast as they can. And despite a great start, or a decent start at least for Junior Gaming, they are not leading in terms of net worth.
No.
And that is a big worry, especially for Cyril, who had great rotations.
He got punished
And
two
he got
times.
punished, yeah.
2 times, and you can see his net worth took a plummet because the thing is, Queen of Pain doesn't spend much time farming. Ursa definitely wants to be continuously farming because that hero generally struggles when it comes to keeping up with farm. Typically, the same thing happens with OD, and you can see OD is roughly the same net worth as Queen of Pain. So these guys, they're not necessarily farming 100%. And unfortunately for Quap, she's a tempo controller. She will not scale to the same level as Troll. And I'm concerned as well because even though Troll's net worth is almost up there with the Ursa and the Mars, he needs to go higher. He needs to go above and beyond because at this rate, we've seen his impact in the fights and it's been very minimal at least. He hasn't been able to just run in there and grab a kill. It's not possible.
And Moon will be caught out as well. Fresh Blink Dagger reveal from the Mars. They also snuck away Roshan, so 3 ages for the Ursa. Mars will come back with a Vlad, and seems like it's starting to go downhill slightly for Junior Gaming.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know how they turn this around as well. If you're a junior, you got to figure out, guys, do we sit back and farm? But if they farm, that means they're also going to be letting Void farm. Void's grabbing towers, whereas unfortunately for junior, the stance of the game here is that they've only taken 1 tier 1. If you look at the lanes, the towers, relatively healthy on Void, haven't really been touched. The closest tower to being taken was the one in that bottom lane, but they already got pushed back. They didn't even get to fully commit to that tower. That's gold. That could be going into the pockets of the Troll, into the pockets of the Queen of Pain, even Sand King. Sand King would appreciate the extra injection of gold because he could continue on trying to scale as much as he can. Like his biggest items at this point is Blink Dagger and Veil of Discord. You want the Discord because it also boosts your Queen of Pain.
Yeah, but because he does not have the Blink Dagger yet, Junior Gaming, they don't have much avenue to kind of start off a fight. However, they have the diffuser on the Troll.
This could be nice.
This could be actually perfect for them.
It'd be great versus the OD if he can sort of just get into OD's face and catch him off guard with the diffuser reveal, because typically you don't think diffuser would be the item choice that Troll picks up against an OD. It's a bit of a surprise. We'll see if they catch them off guard with this. We'll have to find out.
Even against Mars, it would be great because Mars relies
On his mana pool.
pool.
But he has Soul Ring though. That's the one thing. As much as I love Diffusal Blade against heroes like Mars and let's say anything else that struggles in the mana department, Soul Ring sort of fixed the problem.
They want extra injection of mana.
Yeah. I mean, it cuts into his HP, but if you don't have mana, you don't have a choice, do you?
Yeah, sacrifice some of your life points for
Temporary.
that one last spell cast. Now Aether Lens will be purchased by Brian, and
That is scary.
yeah, they even have a Blink Dagger on Mythical as well, so it's so easy for Void to start a fight.
I'm
And
so glad they also didn't try to go for the very greedy OD build. A lot of ODs that we've seen nowadays pick up the Midas
The
first
Midas,
to try and maintain the farm game, but I have to say I really do like that they haven't done that with the OD. They've decided to prioritize Mars and Ursa with farm, and I feel like this is the better decision because these are your two frontliners. You want to bulk them up so they don't die, and then your OD can just stay in the back lines if he wants to. If you want to cut someone off, you just blink on top of them.
And they will smoke up as well as we approach the 20-minute mark for the bounty rune.
Oh,
Troll
they could lose
pretty much
Troll.
isolated.
Rubik Sanking.
Sanking can spot them out, goes in with a great burrow strike. They have no vision yet, but the dust will come out. Impeders from behind as well. They actually found Brian, whom will die from the Sonic Wave, but the Mars comes in with a great Arena of Blood. Mythical on top of the hill will drop his hammer on Junior Gaming, and it's instant 3 kills for Void. Perfectly telegraphed from the Dire side.
Did I see that correctly? Did Cyril decide to solo ult Alina?
Yeah. He did.
I'm very surprised they decided to make that call because I think when everything happened, they saw everyone in the river, right? They saw everyone stunned up by the Sand King. I'm really shocked that they didn't try to at least Sonic Wave the rest of Void's lineup. Maybe he was worried about the Lina throwing the LSA on him, but then once you Sonic Wave, your Quap can't do anything in the middle of the fights anymore because you've still got the rest of Void.
Yeah, he was worried about the Laguna.
It's
But
yeah.
my biggest question was the fact how Cyril joined the fight, because he blinked in, which was understandable for the Scream of Pain and the Sonic Wave, but I believe it could have been angled a bit better.
It might have been a heat in the moment sort of thing too, right? He just saw the Lina and he knew his primary target.
Worst part was Mythical was on top of that hill. No one could reach him, and he was just piling his damage onto the rest of Junior.
I think maybe nerves are starting to kick in here for Junior because their movements, you can see that's definitely swayed. They're not making confident decisions like they did earlier on. It seems like emotions might starting to be running high, and they're also very scared because you're starting to see other heroes come into the limelight, such as, I mean, it's a support Lina, but Lina is a threat to your mid laner. That's a big deal.
Yeah. And now it's 12k goal lead for Void. It's not going to get any better. They do find a Mars. So they might be able to kill him off. OD with a great Astro, but I don't know if they have anyone to save the Mars. They commit an Epic Center. Mars blink out to safety. And now they're going to try and chase him out, but into an Arena of Blood. The stolen spear of Mars, though, might be able to turn this around. However, the bash, the LSA, too much. The Quap dies again. And the Sand King trying to burrow strike out of the way, but into the spears. Mars is ready, and they drop the Laguna on top of him. Void with the perfect response, and it all started off with Mythical's Astro.
Yeah, Mythical's Astral, the blink from Mars. I thought he wouldn't have gotten out there. I thought the damage tick sort of ticked in first, but that was amazing. I didn't think he would be able to get out of there. That was a beautiful turnaround coming out from Void. Could have been completely awful.
And they wasted Epic Center for that. Junior Gaming was so committed of to kill Mars off.
They were so confident.
Yeah,
that's why they wanted to commit.
Went for Mythical. He went straight for Mythical. He diffused him. He ran at him. And because he was confident that his team will pick up Mars, unfortunately his team ended up dying, and
everything just went downhill.
Now it's the 15k goal advantage for Team Void.
They're in a really bad spot now. They were looking so good earlier on, but now they're going to start falling further and further behind. Are they going to try and kill Mars again? Mars is the tankiest hero on Void.
They're going to try with the Impeders. They had the Diffusal. Try to sidestep.
Look at how little damage Arias Solari's doing. He's trying to do the Impetus, but it's just...
Yeah, counter gang is already coming in from Void. They need to start running. The backup won't reach in time.
They gotta leave.
Troll is dead. They dropped the Arena of Blood. Enchantress gets out, but the Troll pretty much dead at this point. Has to use the ultimate, but into a wall and Astro. And he's dead.
That's the carry. You save your support, the carries. Now Ursa kills the Queen of Pain!
Oh, it has a BKB. The bashes are just too good.
Oh, yeah, man.
Junior Gaming, they really are starting to break apart. At this point, almost 24 minutes, but the goal lead is constantly going up in favor of Team of Void. They only lost to Chen, who has already used the Hand of God, so he did his job. Gonna go back to Heaven to recharge for now.
The only chance that I see now for Junior Gaming is going to be the high ground defense. If they can't defend high ground, I I just don't see them being able to win these fights. The person I feel the worst for is actually the Sand King, because we haven't...
He has had a great start.
He didn't have a great start. Not just that, though. I also feel bad for him because he hasn't been able to find those openings to try and get those really nice backstab burrow strikes. Because we've seen some Sand Kings have amazing initiations, but this game, he's been destroyed. No chances were given. He doesn't even have Blink Dagger. He's gone for the Veil of Discord, and he's going for Yule's next. Because I think realistically, he's looking at the game and he's saying that, guys, I can't save up I can't save up for the Blink Dagger. It's too much of an investment. I haven't had time to farm.
They might, at this point, Sand King might even consider just saving up for buyback, because I don't see him hitting that Blink Dagger timing anytime soon.
They'll need buyback because OD now has BKB.
Yeah.
So there's BKB on OD. There's one on the Ursa. Is there one coming up on Mars anytime soon?
Troll, careful. BKB popped by Ursa. Troll.
Oh, he missed the sidestep. He needed to move a little bit to the right side. Oh, the Mars.
Oh, there was no reason for him to even try. They have no vision.
Did he see the Mars? I think he saw him a bit too late.
He didn't. Yeah, he saw the Ursa. There was blood in his eyes. He wanted to at least push Ursa away and get the boundary rune. Unfortunately, no, they have no vision, which means...
Who is this? Rubik?
Backup is dead. Queen of Pain.
Cyril.
Managing to get away. The Spear of Mars pushed him down the cliff, I believe.
Super lucky. Maybe he was expecting to hit the staircase or something.
Yeah.
Get the stun off.
Bit of luck saving the Queen of Pain, but unfortunately luck doesn't solve the problem that they're facing right now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of issues. I mean, Cyril isn't as effective as he used to be, and this is just the case of Queen of Pain in general. Is a hero that doesn't farm the best, and it doesn't have the best comeback mechanics either. There's no... You can't just buy a Hand of Midas, it doesn't fix the problems. You can't buy a Maelstrom because, that doesn't fix the problem. It sure helps her farm a little bit faster, but her kit doesn't support physical damage.
Yep.
The only hero that can do that is really the Troll Warlord, and even then, Troll's just getting... I'm just going to use a realistic term here. He's getting Shrek'd. Okay, he's getting peeled apart, and unfortunately, you can't do anything about it, because let's say he goes back for BKB, right? BKB is one of the most common items you use to come back on your carry. There's an Abyssal Blade on the Ursa.
Yeah, true.
It doesn't do anything, unfortunately.
Cyril had to utilize his timing, but time has ran out for this Queen of Pain. Mythical playing the vision game, will spot out the Troll, blinks right in. Doesn't get the Astro off yet, but the Troll is
better
pretty
run,
much
trying to
dead.
juke.
Ring around the roses, dodges the LSA, but there's the Astro.
The vision. I think the creep vision was enough, right? It's like on the edge.
He's dead.
And now he's gone. And this is going to leave the bottom lane exposed. And unfortunately for Junior, you're going with no Troll.
And this is high ground.
Yep.
It might be the second high ground tower for Void. They also just got the blink on Ursa. The Sandstorm is like their best choice for the BOT, but it's not enough. It's too less. And Stone Spell will be God's Rebuild, which means that Moon does nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, they find a Sand King now with engaged. Mythical blinks in. They follow out too much Disable. They even commit the BKB just in case.
I'm really shocked that Sand King decided to stay so close to the tower as well, because you know Mars has Blink, right? You know Mars has Blink. OD can blink in an Astral, the Sand King as well. Again, setting up for the Mars. There's so many ways to set up, and they might lose Cyril.
Yeah, he's dead.
Like kind of.
Brian having fun.
Fit the bill, I suppose. Yeah, these towers, no chance that they survive. I mean, they could technically try and go for Megas here if they wanted to.
Yeah, this game is realistically over for Junior Gaming. They should just prep for the round robins, because there's no way that they can ever come back from this.
No, they needed the Blink Dagger on the Sand King, and he just couldn't save it. Yeah. I'm not actually sure if it was because maybe all the farm was being prioritized into the Troll. Maybe it was also maybe they were telling the Sand King, we need you to gank, you can't farm.
Yeah, I think the idea was correct. They wanted to give Sand King the window on the ganks with the gank onto Mars, but didn't work out. And now this is the last fight for Void. They will drop the hammer, which will kill off the Enchantress straight away. Buyback from Enchantress and Sand King, and they have nothing to lose at this point. Mars comes in. I already called out. Doesn't matter just yet. Sonic Wave, though, doesn't do enough damage. Troll with the ultimate can survive for a few seconds longer, but a few seconds is all Void needs to close the door, as Ursa will get the Ultra kill. Looking for the Rampage. Doesn't get it. GG's call. Junior Gaming. They dropped to the round robins.
Yep, so they're going to have to run it through I believe 2 best of ones.
Yeah, 2 best of ones.
Best of ones are the scariest games to go through. We mentioned this before. The pocket strats are going to start coming out.
Well, congratulations to Void, you know, a clean 2-0 and an absolutely dominant performance. They will lock in the 3rd spot in the Season 2 group stage. And all it comes down after this would be the very treacherous round robin gauntlet.
I'm looking forward to it though. I love best of ones because you get some of the crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's all or nothing. They have nothing to lose.
No, they technically have everything to lose.
Oh, everything.
Oh my god, nothing to lose? What tournament is this? They have everything to lose. Well, we'll just have to see who's going to be making it through. But for now, we're going to give the teams a bit of a break. And once we come back from our break, we'll jump right into the matches. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you grab your snacks, go to the toilet, grab some drinks, and we'll be back very soon.
we trade a heart for heart, then we'll never be whole together. If we trade a heart for heart, then our souls will be lost forever. So I'll never let you go, never let you go. I'll never let you go, never let you go. Trade a heart for heart, then our souls will be lost forever. Keep your fingertips close to mine, close to mine, close to mine. Keep your fingertips close to mine, close to mine, close to mine. So I'll never let you go, never let you go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ESL Dota 2 Malaysia Singapore Championship, the last day of relegations, and we're down to the gauntlet, scariest phase of the relegation, where 3 teams will battle it out in a best-of-1 round-robin format, but only one will make it through to the group stages.
So 3 will come down to 1. That is actually the scariest time of the day because, unfortunately, if you lose here, I would say any loss here is probably going to guarantee that you will not make it.
Yeah.
Any loss here. If you get your win, then that's going to be a sign of hope that you can actually make it through.
And
right?
Yeah, and this is the time for the teams to bring out the pocket strats, to bring out whatever trump card that they have. If you play Meepo, bring Meepo out. If you play Invoker, do the same. Doesn't matter because you only have that one shot. And each team, they'll play 2 games against the other 2 losing teams that drop down to the round robins. But first, we'll take a look at the group stages for the teams that have made it through to Season 2.
So far, we have our 4 teams remaining from the Season 1. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. So Flower Gaming and Dota here, this is to be expected. These guys, they did come first and second, followed by Unicorns and Team Legenda. Now, Resurgence and Reality Rift, they qualified yesterday. And we've also just got Void because they did win their match today. Now we've got this one here, a final slot. It's for our final 3 teams. I'm going to ask you, do you know, like, who do you think is going to make it through?
We didn't get to see AOES or AOES play yesterday, so I'm not sure. But between Junior Gaming and Leborn, I'm actually torn between these 2 teams because they both play their own playstyle, unique playstyle. But unfortunately, they have never shown the full potential of what they can do, and it scares me when they are, destined to go up against each other later on. But we are going to show you guys the seedings for the groups as well. We'll see it on the screen in a bit. And there we go. Group A, you will have the group of Death, Flower Gaming, Team Legenda, Reality Rift, and Void. A powerhouse team.
This one, I'm really interested to see this group in particular because we're seeing Legenda in this group as well. I actually feel like Legenda had a pretty good chance last season to make it into top 4, but obviously Dota Hero made it up there with Flower Gaming. Now that's a very, very scary matchup. Also, Reality Rift. It's going to be very hard for Legenda to make it through. Not to say they can't make it, but we've seen who's in Reality Rift. That's a pretty big team.
Yeah, an explosive Group A, but we do have the Group B as well. The remaining teams will be in Group B. It will be the first runner-up, or the finalist, Dota Hero, the Unicorn Slayer. Well, they're destined to meet again.
They were the Unicorn Slayer,
They
right?
were the Unicorn Slayer, so Unicorns will be coming back for revenge, followed by Resurgence, and the last team will be determined in a couple of matches, in 3 matches time.
We didn't get to see Resurgence's lineup. We don't know who's on the roster, unfortunately. And we also didn't get to see them play because they had the default win. So I'm curious to see how well they fare against Dota Hero and Unicorns, if they can take some games off of these teams. Actually, they don't really have too many chances to take games, but if they can, that's a really good sign for them to actually make it quite far, because we've already seen the power of Unicorns when they're playing at 100%. Same thing with Dota Hero. Very, very strong teams.
Yeah, Dota Hero, I think, is... I managed to speak to some of their players actually a couple days ago, and I just said that you guys had showed me one of the biggest growth I have ever seen in a team. And I think they deserve it. Being the finalists in Season 1 and being a Unicorn, even Legenda gave them respect. They were like, they all chatted Unicorn Slayer. And deservingly, Dota Hero, they worked hard for that. And we weren't sure if Unicorn played at their 100%, but they did put out a great fight. However, for those who just saw the teams that made it through to the group stage, if you guys are wondering why Legenda made it through despite being 6th place, it was because Team X basically some of the players were in Reality Rift.
I think it was most of the team ended up shuffling, and they didn't. I think the rule was you had to maintain at least three members of your original roster, but they chose to, I suppose, disband. So it's like 2 here, 2 here. Then you have maybe someone that's not playing or someone that's busy with life. Yeah,
so you have
kind of happens.
Geek Fam ending up shuffling. Team X, P1 as well. They won't be joining Season 2. And Legenda, they barely made it by the skin of the teeth. They lost the tiebreaker 2-0 to Dota Hero, which was what led us to an almost perfect Cinderella story. But nonetheless, right now, all eyes lies on the round-robin relegations.
Well, I think at this rate, we just got to see who's going to make it first, because we don't have any information on anyone except for Leborn. No, Junior. We do have our own Junior. So it's Junior and Leborn, but the other team, we don't even know who's on the roster.
I mean, we're about to find out right now, because the first match of this best of 1 is going to kick off with Junior Gaming taking on against AOES. The drafting phase are ready. We jump in.
Okay, so Junior versus AOES. I want to know, what are we going to be seeing? Because we could be in for a pretty bumpy ride. We've already seen Junior go against the grain in terms of their drafting. AOES, we don't have any information on them. So Junior, are they going to start picking the meta heroes, the not so meta heroes? Mars is still in the pool. We do know that Mars is one of the most popular picks recently. So we could be seeing some Mars. Sand King's going to be banned out, unfortunately, so no Sand King. I love how AOES, they did ban out the Enchantress. We saw it last game. I don't know if it was something worth banning, but they still have options. There was Wisp as well, and I believe they also banned out Warlock.
Yeah.
Was it Warlock?
There we go. Yeah, there we go, Warlock.
Yeah, so AOES, they're banning out, interestingly enough, a lot of regen heroes.
Wait, Zerg Rush? Wow.
I mean Zerg Rush.
AOES, Zerg Rush.
Oh!
Wow. I did not expect to see him. But, well, things just got a bit more interesting.
I think you might want to explain to some people at home, because I don't think people are going to pick up on this.
So, I don't know much about Zerg Rush, but from what I know, I did play with him a few games, and I believe he was in the competitive scene. Actually, I'm not sure. If I say something wrong, just correct me in the comments, but this name really rings a bell, because I've played with him, and he's a really great player. So even though if he's not in the competitive scene previously, this might be his big break.
It might be.
But Juggernaut will be picked up by AOES, whereas Junior Gaming will start things off with the Grimstroke pick. Pretty standard start, but
Doom.
first pick Juggernaut, definitely one of the more unorthodox opening.
Yeah, Doom's available in the pool like always. We've seen lots of Doom. Lena also being another hero teams like to pick up with the Grimstroke every now and again for the double Laguna. Lion also really good support to pair up with the Grimstroke because you can also get the double Hex. Juggernaut and Tiny. It's been a very long time since we've seen Tiny picked up because typically Tiny's... I feel like Tiny has fallen into a bit of a ditch here where he's a great hero, but if he doesn't come out of the lanes very well, he has to play catch-up. And normally you don't want to sit there and farm with a Tiny. You want to run around, get those avalanche toss combinations to get those insta-kills to build up that farm, get your Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, and be a really nice mid-game hero for the Juggernaut to pop online. But now you've got an issue here because there's Doom Grimstroke. Doom... I mean, this is probably obvious. Doom counters everyone, okay? There's no such thing as no one being weak to Doom. Everyone's weak to Doom, okay? So Tiny does not want to be doomed.
Yeah.
His whole purpose is to get in there, avalanche toss, then he can get doomed.
Even Juggernaut doesn't want to get doomed. The worst part, I think, about Doom is Doom goes through BKB. So even though you're Tiny, you get your BKB off, or if you're Juggernaut, you start spinning. If you didn't get your rotation off, especially Juggernaut, if you get Doom mid-spin, Omni Slash is not going to come out for the next 10 seconds. And that is a big disadvantage for AOES if it happens. Tiny, really good tempo controller as well. The only thing I believe that sets Tiny apart from Queen of Pain is that Tiny has a better catch-up game compared to Queen of Pain. Because his burst will always be there, and he has a shorter cooldown. Queen of Pain relies on the Sonic Wave. Tiny doesn't really need the Sonic Wave kind of damage because he has the Ever Toss. But right now, it's going to be the OD banned out by AOES. They don't want any big ban hammer. We saw what Mythical did with OD in the previous game. And if you're Tiny, you're just a Pebble, and Pebble are not smart.
I don't think Pebbles have brains.
Well, this one has. This one definitely.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry, okay? Pebbles, this one's a bit of a different Pebble. I don't think that's a Pebble at all. So Oracle being picked up here from AOES. I do like the Oracle pickup against the Grimstroke Doom because there's a really good chance that you'll be able to preserve someone after the Doom duration.
Yeah.
But this also means Oracle is a potential Doom target. That is something you need to remember. Grimstroke, the thing when you're running a Grimstroke is there's a bit of a sweet spot when it comes to targets, right? You don't want a team where you need to go for the Tether Doom on everyone because all of a sudden you have to quickly decide, okay, who do we have to Doom because you have to pick between 5 heroes. In this game, Oracle is going to be one of your major targets. You need to latch onto Oracle. Now, between the Tiny and Juggernaut, who is the more important hero to get the Doom onto?
I honestly feel like it depends on the first 10 to 15 minutes. And whoever has more farm or whoever is closer to that power spike, that is the target that you want to go for. Because for example, if the Juggernaut is far behind and the Tiny is trashing your lane, you obviously would want to use your Doom on the Tiny and vice versa. But I think in the late game, I would prefer the Junior Gaming Doom the Tiny first, because Tiny, as long as he doesn't get his Avatar's rotation out, it will be he would be a sitting duck. But Juggernaut, even though he is doomed up, his right click still hurts.
Yeah, that's very true. So for Junior, what are you going to pair it with the Magnus? Are we going to see a Sven, for example?
Yeah, we could see a Sven, or
Sven?
even
who else? We have
Troll, PA.
Yep.
Yep. There's a lot of things that Junior Gaming can kind of do with the Magnus, and for AOES, I think Oracle is a hero that deserves a lot of respect.
Oh, there we go. There's the
there you
PA.
go.
Alright, so PA combination with the Magnus. Honestly, I'm really happy with Junior's draft. AOES, I'm a little bit scared here for AOES because I feel that they might be falling into the same trap like yesterday
they
that
even
we saw.
the Enigma.
It was I think it was Leborn, right?
Leborn.
Leborn played the offlane Wind Ranger. Is this offlane Wind Ranger though? Or is it just simply Wind Ranger Oracle support?
I don't like either of them, and that is the problem. I think Wind Ranger
Is this
can
supposed to
actually
be?
go mid.
You think can go mid against? Well, it depends. We
Yeah,
don't even.
depends, yeah, it
We
depen-
don't know if this is going to be. Was
Yep.
it offlane Doom or?
Because they're gonna get last picks. Sorry, yeah, AOS will get last pick. So I think by then we will find out if Wind Ranger is suited to go mid or not. There are a lot of heroes that counter Wind Ranger mid. One thing that I do want to kind of highlight is the soulbind from Grimstroke. I think a lot of people underestimate how good soulbind is. It's not just the fact that you latch on to 2 targets and they cannot move apart from each other, and it impedes their movement, their mobility, and also the fact that even if the initial cast doesn't connect with a second target, if the hero with soulbind moves close enough to his teammates, they will get lashed on regardless. So really need to look out for that mechanic, because it's quite interesting and pretty deadly.
Yeah, I'm really concerned here for AOS's lane still. I'm just trying to think, like, what could you do that would make the lanes as safe as possible? Because we know Doom, as he is a very strong laner, most likely against Juggernaut without a doubt. Probably like Juggernaut, Oracle against the Doom in the off lane. Now, Magnus is a bit of a weaker laner. This could be good for Tiny. Maybe what AOS does is that they just stick to their standard lanes, because it's most likely Magnus mid, PA safe lane, Doom in the off lane.
Yeah.
But if Junior decide to change it up a little bit, do they maybe consider putting a harder matchup up against the Tiny?
I would love to see a Storm pick, if
For
possible.
Junior?
For Junior.
I don't think they can afford it though, because they don't have disables.
Yeah.
They don't have standard disables like AOS does. At least AOS, they've got Avalanche as a disable, the Oracle can get the root down, and at least the Wind Ranger, one of 2 things. You either get the little mini stun or you get the tree latch.
Yeah, OD's banned out as well, so kind of stops. If they want to play this kind of tempo game and match up with AOS, I think even the Queen of Pain will be decent.
I was thinking
But like you said,
Queen because
yeah.
of the RP, but
They don't have a disable.
yeah, I think AOS can get away with it if AOS decide to go for Storm Spirit, because Storm versus Magnus, Storm is going to survive to level 6.
Yeah.
And he will have no one to catch him aside from the Doom Grimstroke, and there's no way you're going to be able to get the Bond and the Doom at the same time on a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, but the one thing you can do to a Storm is you soulbind him before he ball lightnings, and if that happens, then it completely changes the flow of the fight. Because if Storm jumps in, he might end up catching his own teammate.
But that's when the Tiny comes in though.
Yeah.
Like, because Tiny's job is you get the early Blink Dagger, you jump in there, you force the aggression, and then the Storm comes in a little bit later. That could be the way that they run this.
Yeah.
Junior, they are going to go for a mid laner though. They're going for the Invoker, definitely not a support, just letting you all know there. Mid laner, Invoker. This is probably going to have to be Grimstroke support Doom. I don't see Magnus being a very good support here, unfortunately. And AOS goes for Phoenix as their last pick. So it's I'm guessing this is support Ranger. I'm not a big fan if they do this support Phoenix, I think. I think this is core Phoenix. Cause
yeah, I
look,
think it's called Phoenix.
because look at this match. Very little lockdown. There is almost nothing they can use to stop the Icarus dive minus the RP, Cold Snap,
Yeah,
and the silence.
the only thing you can kind of rely on to break the egg is Alacrity buff onto the PA, and even then,
Even Invoker could actually break it.
yeah,
Yeah.
But
So
it
Alacrity,
takes quite a while,
anything.
though. It takes quite a while to get through the egg.
Not just that. I mean, I'm kind of hoping we get some Aghanims egg action. Get the extra lives.
Oof. I've not seen that.
You've never seen Aghanim Supernova.
No.
It's legit if you can get it, but you don't want to get it too late because you can kill your teammate and yourself. It's not fun.
So if Phoenix eggs his teammate and the egg breaks, do they both die?
They both die.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the
That's a-
major drawback. Kind of wish they changed it.
So that
So it's like
because 2 eggs instead.
not the 2 eggs. I was thinking if you break it, maybe only 1 dies. Maybe it's either the Phoenix dies or your teammate.
Or maybe the Phoenix dies.
It would make more sense if
yeah.
the Phoenix dies and the teammate
teammate-
that comes out is regen a portion of their...
depending on how long,
Yeah, so it'll be like
Yeah.
percentage based.
or even just not regen anything at all, unless they get the cast off.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not Ice Frog. I'm not going to balance anything because I'll break the game. It's support Phoenix? Is that support Phoenix? No, it's not
That's
support Tiny.
Yeah.
Okay, I was kind of hoping there'll be core Tiny. This
That was
is
a mid-win ranger though.
Is that
Yep.
mid-ranger?
I saw when Liquid debuted Weeha yesterday, or maybe the day before on Epic Center, Weeha was playing Wind Ranger mid.
I'm very confused. So wait. Core Phoenix, Core Ranger, Core Juggernaut.
Yeah, it makes more
I
sense.
feel like they're missing out on a lot of potential for the Tiny by putting him into support. If they were going to do this, I would have rather made support Phoenix and have it Core Tiny. Maybe they're going to share the farm.
Yeah.
They could share the farm because Phoenix doesn't need crazy amounts of farm. He just needs a good teammate.
He just needs the levels actually. His levels his skills.
Okay,
Skills so
looking at the
well.
Tiny, this is actually Core Tiny. He's gone for the tree.
And his stout shoe as well.
Yeah, Phoenix. I don't know if Phoenix is on Spirit or Dive.
Gonna try and ship each other off for the bounty route. If Zergrush gets his spirits back, then PA
1 second.
he might die. Spirits will start to come through.
Can he stack them perfectly though?
Oh, Size this guy in.
Oh, he's dying!
He's dead.
He's dead. First blood for... That's not something you typically
Yeah.
anticipate. They couldn't even kill Magnus here too. He's got no skewer. Does he?
No, he does not.
Oh,
no.
no.
What a start for AOES. It's just Junior Gaming overstaying their welcome. I mean, it's a good attempt, but there was no way they could have won that.
Yeah. That was a very bizarre trade, to say the least.
Ooh,
But
disaster.
good start for AOES, though. I mean, we didn't see them yesterday, but already starting to flex some of those muscles before the game even begins. Now we'll start the laning stage, and we've got the deadly combo together. Unfortunately, no ultimate, so no crazy stuff yet. Oh, I was trying to ask for a high five. Okay, they got it. I thought it was going to leave him hanging. I think it's a high five wall.
Junior Gaming has, I believe, the highest rate in terms of first blood before the first creep wave hit the lane. Because they were always trying to go for all these trades. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it backfires like what happened just now. And for those 2 kills to go into a support Phoenix, you're going to give him his earn so early on.
Yeah. It's actually very scary if you give a support Phoenix a lot of farm, because suddenly you've got a lot of impact that can be applied just by... It's mostly the damage over time, the fact that he can sort of chase you down, and you stack the spirits with an earn charge and a supernova.
Yeah.
That's too much damage over time for most heroes to survive. It looks like Magnus wants to go for the pushback. Or...
slowly chip the Phoenix.
Yeah, so he's...
Yeah, they do have the Empower at level 2, so AOES might have to think twice before going in for much kills. The daggers will only be stronger as PA gains his level. I think by level 5, they should be able to out-trade the Tiny and Phoenix if they play it perfectly, but right now it's the Oracle who is in trouble, trying to run away, haha, being chased down by the Doom. The Scorched Earth will burn him to death for sure, and one right click will do the job.
I'm surprised the Oracle didn't decide to try and go for a TP, maybe thinking that there was a stomp on the Doom.
Or maybe the Inferno Blade. But it doesn't
Oh,
cancel.
yeah.
Does it still mini stuns?
I think it does.
No, it actually doesn't.
It-
It doesn't. It does.
It does.
Yeah, I remember the mini stun.
I guess you just wanted to save the TP for the comeback. It gave a little bit of time to Juggernaut, I suppose, so
Yeah, it did.
it's not too bad. Oh, toss into the... not sure if...
If he needed to do that.
Yeah, maybe it was scared Zergrush wanted to apply pressure. Now, I really don't know who's farming the lane. Is it the Tiny or is it the Phoenix? Because they seem to be switching between the lanes. So Zergrush gets a little bit of lane farm and then suddenly Mad switches in. They're going to go for another toss onto the Phoenix this time.
Yeah.
There's no charge, so they could lose him this time.
There's one charges, but Icarus Dive comes in straight into the back line. Zergrush will find the Magnus. Already on a killing spree, but that's an empowered PA. Running at the Phoenix. Will pop that stick charges to heal a bit. Mango used as well.
And I think there's no boots on the PA.
Yeah, should be able to toss the PA away. Oh, but now he's
doesn't
going to be
need
caught out. He might give up his life if he's not careful. Skewer brings him back, and Matt is dead. One last dagger. There we go.
Couldn't
But
get the deny off.
meanwhile, the Invoker did solo kill Wind Ranger in the middle lane, so Zero still doing pretty well against this Wind Ranger, who is constantly using the power shot to disrupt the wave.
I'm really interested to see how Cyril plays out the Invoker, because we did see him work some magic in the Queen of Pain last game. Is he an opportunistic Invoker, or is he a bit of a passive Invoker? Does he rotate? Because we've only started to see Cyril really show his colors,
Oh yeah.
right? We haven't seen too much of any flashy business from him recently. Now's the time for him to shine, and I think the Invoker is going to be a good way for us to see how good is Cyril. How important is he to Junior's lineup? Because from last game, it looked to me that they're similar to Team X. They need Cyril.
Yeah, it's the mid lane, the mid laner in the spotlight.
It's mid lane. I'm trying to think like what's the perfect word. It's not shenanigans. It's the mid lane. The mid lane.
The mid laner. The mid laner as the
The mid
backbone
laner.
to control the tempo. But Moon has not had a great time with his skewers. They bring the Grimstroke in, so might be expecting an Inkswell soon. The toss is out, and there we go. Phantom's Embrace onto the Tiny. Going onto the Tiny for now. The Inkswell will pop. Tiny gets stunned up, and it should be another dead match.
But they did commit a support for this. Phoenix will have to be careful if he gets hit by the silence from the Oracle. He could be in a lot of trouble.
Grimstroke is ready with a Stroke of Fate. It does connect though. That's your dagger. Icarus dive who brings the rush to safety. They pop the warning charges as well. So
And they're going to try and grab that rune.
they-
Oh, the rune's been taken.
it's 3 for 2. Sorry, 3 3 for 2. What am I? My maths is horrible. 3 for Junior Gaming, 1 for AOES. There we go.
There we go. Got the math at last. So the score is currently 4-4. We've got a little bit of a gold lead here for Junior. So Junior are going to be happy with themselves. Whereas AOES, the only real farmer for AOES is the Invoker. Everyone else is kind of struggling.
Yeah, Juggernaut.
Especially the PA lane.
Also, Juggernaut doing pretty well. 36 last hits compared to Doom with 19. But Doom comes online way earlier than a Juggernaut.
Not just that though. I mean, Juggernaut still does well versus Doom in a one-on-one matchup. Because both of them have ways to regen their health back.
There we go. The Inkswell's gonna pop. Sunstrike comes down, misses Masto, who sidesteps that. The backtrack might have saved him, but there's still the dagger. Oracle does kill off the Doom in the top lane. However, no damage from Junior Gaming. At least not enough to kill off both the Tiny and the Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix and Tiny, very tanky duo. These guys are both strength-based heroes. Looks like Invoker, Cyril trying to go for the kill onto Wind Ranger, but
Focus
look at
fire.
this.
Zero.
There's only Cold Snap. He's got nothing. He's all on cooldown.
He's trying.
Oh, he couldn't do it.
The power shot.
The creeps weren't enough. Although Arias Solari needs to get this.
Can he
No
get the
one's going to
snipe?
cut him off.
Oh.
No one can cut him off. No, no one even rotated in from the top lane. I was thinking maybe Doom tries to Scorched Earth into the river and try and grab that kill. And they left the Wind Ranger. I suppose it's okay though because Wind Ranger does need to go back and heal. It's going to force the Shrine use so it won't be available for the rest of his teammates for a little bit. So some free space in the middle lane there for the Grimstroke. Grimstroke getting some levels.
So should be able to soak out some experience, but the PA having a rough start. 14 last hits to 25 of the Phoenix.
Well, this is to be expected
Yeah.
though, because Junior did draft themselves into a bit of a hole because they've gone for support Magnus Grimstroke. And because Grimstroke's not in the top lane, Doom isn't dominating the top lane. He's actually falling behind the Juggernaut, because Juggernaut, super easy time to deny, survives through all the damage. Looks like they grabbed a kill onto the Magnus as well. Like support Magnus is very underwhelming. He's not a support, so he's not a hero that transitions well into a supporting role.
Now they're going to try and turn onto the bot lane for the second time. Is Oracle joining the fight. Not enough damage there. I think the idea was there for just you toss someone and then you end up rooting two guys. Maybe coordination.
Maybe.
Not properly telegraphed. However, I honestly think they should just send the Grimstroke back in top lane.
Yeah, this bottom lane, you got to look at the bigger picture of this. Even if they keep the Grimstroke here, your PA's not farming.
Yeah.
The PA's in the jungle. We've got another Cold Snap here
Cyril.
onto Wind Ranger.
Should be a dead Wind Ranger, but he does have the
No,
focus fire.
Cyril.
Oh, I just proved me wrong. Cyril dies. That's 3 TPs being forced up on Junior Gaming. They need this kill. Stroke of it comes in, but there's the Wind
The
Run.
haste.
He gets the haste rune as
Oh.
well. Oh,
Is there?
Shockwave, there you go. Oh, yeah, easy sidestep. He did get the ward though. Not entirely waste of TP, I guess.
Hong
but
is
still.
super lucky. He got so lucky with the haste rune. Maybe he could have been caught. Is there a Sunstrike available on the Invoker if he respawns? He hasn't got it
went for
invoked.
Cold Snap and Meteor.
Yeah, he didn't invoke it. He's
Now
got
he-
Tornado. Does he want to try and go for Wind Ranger? No, Wind Ranger's backing out now. I was thinking if Wind Ranger stuck around, Cold Snap into Tornado, maybe he can get it.
Oh, there is it. Avalanche comes in, but can connect with the toss. They get the Avalanche's Embrace, and now the toss is available. Junior Gaming, they don't want to commit to this.
There's no mana on the Magnus, so
The
Magnus
rush.
could be making a mistake.
Coming in, they have the
Dude.
Oracle as well. Fortune's End to get control. The easy kill for the Tiny. Support Tiny actually working out pretty well for AOES. He even got a bottle for support.
He can afford it. They did so well in that top lane because they're abusing this very weak support duo from Junior. Magnus doesn't come online until he has RP, and even then, Magnus is in a bit of a similar boat to a support Tidehunter, where basically their effectiveness is gone once they've used their ultimate.
Yeah, and he
That's
needs
basically it.
at least a 4 staff.
The only other benefit is you give the cleave to PA, but this early on, the cleave doesn't really change anything. PA's not ready to go for that really hardcore jungle farm as of yet. She still needs levels, she still needs more items.
Sirius gonna start trading again. He's gonna waste that win run. They come in with the silence. This should be a kill for Zero, but it will be the Phantom Assassin who takes the kill.
It was necessary. They needed to get a consolation prize for the PA because of how badly that bottom lane went. I think it's a good idea they rotated her into the jungle, because if they just kept her there, she would have been dead weight. They're doing the jug.
Not really sure if
They'll slow him down.
They get the slow, they get the storm, but you have the Oracle. Oracle is going to keep that Juggernaut alive. Enough to go for spin, and Omnislash, if they want to, the Scorched Earth still burning the Juggernaut down, but they don't have the damage to do so.
Doom's gonna
right now,
run out.
They're gonna try to turn into Oracle, but don't have enough damage. Meanwhile, Moon dies again, killing spree for Mats.
Again, this goes back to the fact that there's just no hard lockdown on Junior. How are you supposed to counter-initiate if you don't have anything like a Shaman Shackle, a Rubik Lift, a Lion Hex? Phoenix and Tiny, they're free to do whatever they want down here. They've got absolute control. There's no one that can stay here on Junior that isn't going to die.
Yeah, Zergrush is so close to that Spirit Vessel, and once he gets that, I don't see Junior having any chance of winning a fight.
I don't either. I mean, that's so effective on Doom. PA is going to melt, because one of the major aspects of running PA is that you can avoid a lot of physical damage because of the blur. But unfortunately, blur doesn't work on magical damage. Magical damage is completely different. Takes the full brunt of it, and with low base HP, PA just gets swamped by a Phoenix.
Yeah, and if you're Junior Gaming right now, you have to be thinking, who should I doom in a fight? Because you have a fed Phoenix, a fed Juggernaut, a decent Wind Ranger. Who are you going to doom? Because all of them
are tanky.
Are tanky and effective as well.
Yeah, the only thing I could see them maybe getting is they get a lucky soulbind. So for example, maybe they soulbind. Oh no, Moon!
They bring it over to the Juggernaut.
He's not gonna make it.
Unfortunately, not enough to keep the Magnus alive, and now Zergrush joins the fight, gets stunned up by Storm. They get the soulbind though. However, Zergrush is gonna turn into an egg. The power shot barely missing. However, it doesn't matter. Arya Solari still burns to the Phoenix 8 as he reincarnates.
Yep, the burn damage, very good at low levels. I believe the burn damage is 30 a second at level 1. Oh, it's 60. Oh, that's a lot.
Pretty rough. And I think if you soulbind the Phoenix and it connects, if it latches onto someone else and he's not silenced, he can actually egg to kind of counteract the soulbind. I guess we saw it just now, but now False Promise on the Oracle, trying to buy time for a haste the Tiny, and Oracle might make it out.
Oh, nice body
Tiny,
blocks. Can they
Tiny
toss him
right
away?
back.
They need to toss the Oracle or something. Oh, the RP.
Not able to do so. They commit the RP, so dominating PA. Now they get the silence onto Tiny. PA re-engages, but Juggernaut is here. Does not have the Omni Slash though. Let's see if the spin is enough. The toss comes in. Moon caught out in a bad spot. Might have to give up his life again. The Avalanche mini stun is just too much. Moon not able to skewer himself to safety. Meanwhile, Zero dies to Hong again. Zergrush at the back of that.
Yep, lots of talents being picked up as well inside of AOS. You've got the gold talent on Phoenix, which if you can get that super early, items are going to come in like no one's business.
And he already has the Spirit Vessel as well. The
yep.
next
he's going
item
for
is gonna be
Shivas. He'll be incredibly tanky. Great initiator outside of the Tiny. I mean, technically what you could do, right, if you want to save the Icarus dive, is that you get the Tiny to toss you in, then you Icarus dive back.
Oh yeah.
So it could be an escape mechanism if they wanted to play it like this. Lots of options for AOS, whereas Junior have to look towards the late game. They've got to farm. They need to stabilize something. The only hero that I can see that can hold the fort down might be the Doom Grimstroke Magnus. Because Invoker isn't ready. Invoker still needs time. PA, no way is PA ready for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah,
PA still needs another 10, maybe even 15 minutes to actually tank up.
PA is actually preparing for the late game. You can see that he's trying to farm for as much as he can, going for straight for the Deso as well. Great crit coming in, but the damage isn't really enough.
Zerg
There's the
rush.
false promise. The King Zerg Rush alive. Not enough. Actually, it's the face eating. No false promise yet. PA comes in, doesn't get the damage in. They're gonna give it away to Moon, who will get the double kill, and that should be the injection that he needs. But Shackle shot on point. Junior Gaming, they lose 2 other members across the map though, so I'm not sure if that is really worth it.
They did get 2 kills. I mean, they lost 3 heroes. It was their offlane and their 2 supports. I think a lot of people were actually looking at the PA and then thinking like, why did PA jump out so soon? But if anything, that jump out actually saved his life. Because if he stuck around, he would have gotten hit by the Wind Ranger Shackle. You would have lost your PA and you would have lost everyone there. So it would have been 4 kills instead of 3. If anything, PA is going to have to play this as safe as possible. Again, still needs to continue this farm. Needs to keep going. Is he empowered?
No, he does not. But safe play from PA so far has been really effective. He doesn't get the kills, but at least he's getting the farm and the assist. And if anything, PA is actually manages to secure the jungle for himself. Very smart scan as well. They know that something was amiss. So they can scan that top bounty rune and find an Invis Tiny. PA dodging a bullet right there, but he might just be the key for Junior Gaming to come back in.
Yeah, he's planning to go for Deso first, by the way.
Yeah, he has
This
the Magnus and power.
It could be very hit and miss. Deso is one of those items. For example, if it's on a TA, you can understand TA has a defensive mechanism in the refraction charges. So she can take a beating before she goes down with the Deso. PA is in a different boat this game. There's a lot of best potential that can absolutely kill her. She's got almost no HP to speak of in terms of stats. She's not going to survive more than 2 to 3 shots on that Deso onto anyone. And if you don't get a crit, I don't see the Deso working out at all.
You need to kill someone before the false promise as well.
It feels like they need to do the ultimate wombo combo, which is you empower the PA, you get the RP of a lifetime, then you follow up with the PA cleave with Deso and your Invoker. But that's a big ask. Like, obviously, AOES, they already know about this teamfight composition. Why should they ever fight so close together that they can get multi-man RPs when they can force them to just do single-man RPs, maybe even do even 2-man RPs, and that's it.
Yeah.
They don't need to force the issue like that.
PA is still super far away. Just now, Doom got absolutely crushed in that top lane. But the bright side is that they took quite a while to kill off the Doom, despite having so much damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't slow down what AOES is trying to do. You can see
Cyril needs to get out.
going for the split push, going to Ghost Walk and TP out to safety.
Beautiful.
Blink Dagger completed by Tiny though, and
MKB.
AOES, yeah, MKB was about to point it out as well. Oof, PA is not going to have a good time.
No.
And
PA already isn't having a good time. I mean, look at PA's net worth.
And AOES is starting to establish vision in their top jungle because they know that this PA is farming the jungle as much as he can.
Oh,
That's gonna spot out with the
Mats.
Ever Toss though, not enough damage coming in, but she has to start running away. The rest of
Oracle's here.
AOES is coming in. The Phoenix
have the
comes in as
range.
well. Sunray is going to connect onto both the Magnus and the Doom. They get the Fortune's End, but a great soul buy onto both the Phoenix. And then an RP. This might be the one that they were looking for, but do they have the damage? The PA comes back in with the cleave. Where's the crit? They find the first one onto the Tiny, but the Juggernaut joins the fight as well. PA now looking for the second target to go onto. Unfortunately, the rest of his team have been annihilated. So PA not being able to put that magical RP to use, and now is trying to get away with the TP. Can they find him in time? The Shackle is there. They would need it for the triple kill. Hong deservingly takes it away.
That was so disappointing. They did not have the follow through. It almost seemed like they weren't ready for the RP as well, because you could see there was a split second where everyone was still in the process of running. RP lands. They lost a fraction of a second that they could have been doing damage. Maybe they could have killed 1 or 2 heroes during that RP duration. But, they just couldn't capitalize on the opportunity, and then everyone else came in from AOES. The Juggernaut did so much split damage throughout the entire junior lineup that they just couldn't commit anymore.
Yeah, and Doom is dead.
Yep, Doom is dead. Honga is dominating this game.
Oh my goodness.
What can you do? You can't outrun the Wind Ranger. There's no way he's going to outrun the Wind Ranger at all. Even as a Doom. I mean, Doom is supposed to be a tanky hero, but he's just getting wrecked.
That's the Weehawk Wind Ranger then. The exact same item build. MKB first item. All you need is the MKB proc. And it's basically a buy one, free one. Because you're dealing against a PA as well. And so right now, Wind Ranger, you cannot hit the Wind Ranger, but the Wind Ranger can hit you without missing a single shot. They do have the Blink Dagger picked out on the Doom, but I don't see it being effective now. The blur will be
PA.
used. He needs to get away. The Avatos is available, however, Link Strike is dead. Magnus keeping the PA safe for now.
Great positioning from the Magnus to keep his teammate alive there. They got to coordinate this properly, but look at how they're building up on their Juggernaut here for AOES. They want to finish the game now. They're getting mid-game items that are going to make the Juggernaut come online as soon as possible, which is why he's gone for it. I don't think they're going to make it. I don't think Junior can pull this out over 30 minutes. We're going to look at a 25-minute finish here if it continues like this.
If Hong gets that BKB, it's pretty much over. I think I can do
They
it. Get the
found
Shackle Shot. Great
Magnus.
stun to delay the inevitable, but Moon is just too darn squishy, and it seems like Mr. Doom is dead.
Rest in pepperonis, my friend. Just gets shot down to hell.
Hong playing out of his mind.
Cyril's still trying to farm up as quickly as he can. I think he's still trying to get... Yeah, he's still going for his
Yeah.
Aghanims.
It's taking too long.
I mean, you can say it's taking too long. Technically, he's on time. It's just his team cannot work because they're going 3 versus 5. PA is practically useless in the fights. Cyril can be useful, but he also wants to farm. So it's like, who do we have left? It's these 3 guys, and by themselves, they can't kill anyone. They can't disengage. They can't do all of this without the rest of the team. They need someone to come online. Now, Cyril's super close to doing that, but even then, he's still horribly underfarmed compared to the rest of AOES.
Grimstroke found out. Power shot, Sunray.
They need the Grimstroke so badly for the tether. Without the tether, I just don't see them winning any fights.
Yeah, that Shiva is coming out really soon. Less than 600 gold until Zerg Rush and force a fight onto Junior Gaming. 13k goal advantage for AOES. 21 minutes in.
Got to keep drawing this game out. Unfortunately, map control is just not in favor of Junior at all. They've got no control. They are holed up in their base. They're stuck with so little farm. They're getting choked out at this rate.
Yeah.
And for AOES, if they wanted to, they could just go to the Roche pit, take Roche, go high ground. I don't see Junior being able to punish them because still, I don't believe there's the Deso available on PA yet. I think that's still in process.
Yeah, they still need at least 400 more gold. But now, the Juggernaut might be the target they want to go for.
No way they kill him.
Force the spin out. BKB completed by Hong. So this Wind Ranger is unkillable. You have no spells that disable him. You don't have enough damage. He has the Wind Run. The PA. Looking for something. They need to at least kill off the Phoenix. If not the Oracle, they need to kill off the Phoenix before the False Promise even come out. But that is a tall order. Because you have a Blink onto the Tiny. Deso finally completed by the PA. However, that mid lane ward will give clear information. Or maybe not.
Oh, they're smoked up.
If
Now
they
this,
didn't see the Devourer, then...
this is hard though. Look at Oracle's positioning. Look
Yeah.
at everyone's positioning. AOES knows this.
They don't have the vision. They're gonna send that
They need to
Fire
see.
Force Spirit in. There we go. They get the double doom. They get the stun. The RP not coming out because of the avalanche. They finally get it. The Dream RP. Fire coming in from the media, but the damage is just not there. They lost the PA for 40 seconds, and they're gonna lose more. 3 members down, make it 4. Moon sent back to space, and it's just Cyril running for his damn life. AOES. They didn't even break a sweat, and now Hong looking for that last kill as Cyril will Ghost Walk under that sentry ward. They will let him go. Because the bigger prize will be the Aegis.
That avalanche though.
Yeah, that avalanche.
That avalanche delayed the RP. They needed it so badly. And even then, did you see the positioning of the Wind Ranger? He actually went through the back lines and just shredded everyone from the back. So there was no escape route. It was basically you commit or you die.
Yeah.
And technically you die anyway, so.
The first target was PA. It was the PA died before doing anything. I have not seen the PA crit a single time.
I don't think I have either. He's had no time to actually be able to touch anyone. And even, let's say he does hit someone, I don't think a crit's going to kill anyone now. It's too late.
Yeah, they've gotten 2 great RP into a media combo for Invoker, and even then it was not enough.
They're too tanky. I mean, it's not just their
He is
tankiness.
gonna die.
Oh no, they can't lose him here.
Oh no. They still have the Supernova to work with and an Aegis.
There's a supernova. That's going to force everyone back.
That's the zoning from AOES. Wind Ranger will finally join the fight. Don't need the focus fire just yet. Mango playing with fire does have the Aegis and the False Promise, so why not? Stay there, take the rack, it's gonna heal back up to full health. The blink of an eye.
Yep. Sunstrike. I mean, it does a little bit of damage, but yeah, there's nothing left. Oh, they're going deep.
Going for the what? The mistake from the skewer. Moon now quite in a bad position. They will find Maz, but the Fortress End will come in. Maz still somehow alive. Finally dies, but it might be too late though. Hong now trying to run away. Pops that BKB. Freshly bought. They will get that first set of racks. Moon probably a misclick on the skewer right there.
Maybe miscalculating the distance. I really think he was trying to skewer the Tiny, but he just he botched it. He botched it pretty badly. I really think he may have misclicked the timing.
Now they get cold snap, but easy spin.
They got 5 seconds left for Magnus. Now he can RP, but again, the positioning for AOES is perfect. There's no way they get more than 2 to 3 people in the RP. Oracle is there.
There we go. They have the EMP as well. Gonna burn away the mana from Mango, but Mango can get heal ups. You have Sunray, you have Purifying Flames, and Face Eater finally come in, the Soul Bind, but the Omni Slash in the back line. Juggernaut alone, Mango, a nice Invoker. No, Cyril now dies. The RP is gonna be ineffective without the Invoker, and it seems like AOES, they can just push for this win. Nothing left for Junior Gaming, at least not the racks, and Hong's gonna add insult to injury straight through the heart of Magnus. This is over.
It's a sad game, unfortunately, for Junior. This devastating loss. AOES, they perfectly utilized their lineup, whereas I think for Junior, they really underestimated these hero picks from AOES. Maybe also not anticipating some of the lane matchups, not thinking this was a core Phoenix, maybe thinking it was a mid-Tiny, maybe assuming that Wind Ranger was also going to be a support. Look at Hong can do whatever he wants. Like, you can't tell him what to do.
Yeah, and we all thought that after the series against Void, Junior Gaming might have taken away something from that series, but the results were no different from the best of threes. And it's the sad truth, they're being completely dismantled. Dismantled is an understatement. They're being surgically dispatched by AOES.
Yep. And I don't see them being able to engage this at all. They do have RP. Oh, they lost Arius Solari. There goes your ball. There's no Soulbind.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they used it.
I mean, double Doom, but
then what? Where's the follow-up?
Omni Slash might be coming back up in less than a minute. They don't even need a minute.
Can I say the Phoenix last pick was actually a little genius, because every time they want to engage, there's a Supernova. You don't want to engage into a Supernova because it pierces through Magic Immunity as well.
Junior Gaming not even gonna bother going for the GG. They're gonna try again. Hail Mary attack. They bring everyone close enough into the fountain, but do they have a damage though? BKB popped by Hong. The Avalanche onto 4 man. Even their best attempt at the fountain was not enough. Junior Gaming, they finally give up.
And that's it. That's going to be the first loss here for Junior. Now, mind you, they still have one more game to go later on today. It's going to be against Leborn. But if anything,
what a
AOES, they got to be so happy with that first victory.
That is a rough game.
It was. I have no way of describing this aside from the fact that they just got stomped.
Yeah,
they got stomped to the curb. They left them there for 3 days.
Yeah, and Junior Gaming, they only have one more game to play, and it wasn't just one game that they were stomped. They were stomped in all 3 games that they played today. And if you are Junior Gaming,
motivation might be a little bit low, right? Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back, because there's also a situation where if AOES wins their next match, then it's already confirmed that they're in. There'll be practically no way for anyone else to make it through. The only way that they can come back is if it's a 3-way tie and every team wins a game.
Yeah, then we'll have a format from the rulings that unfortunately we won't be able to disclose here to determine who's the winner of the tiebreaker. But other than that, I think AOES are well set to make it into the group stage. We'll only find out at the end of the round robin though, because coming up we have 2 more best of 1 to decide who earned the right to make it to Season 2 group stage. We'll be right back after the break. And we're back for the Season 2 relegations of ESL Dota 2 Malaysia Singapore Championship. We are halfway through the gauntlet, 2 more best of ones to find out. Actually, potentially 1 more best of 1.
That is very true because AOES are going to be playing next against Leborn this time. And technically, if AOES wins this game, they've made it through.
They made it through.
There's no comebacks left for these other 2 teams.
Yeah, and the best chance for Junior Gaming right now after a devastating Game 1 is for Leborn to actually beat AOES.
Yeah, so how will have to go now because AOES has won their first game against Junior. Leborn needs to win this one. And then after that, Junior needs to beat Leborn.
Yeah.
Which is the next match after this.
It's tall order for Junior. And the best that they could get is a 3-way tiebreaker. But
Exactly.
With how AOES have been playing and Leborn's performance yesterday, I honestly think AOES has the best chance of making it through.
With how we're seeing Aeon play right now, I'm really impressed. I actually didn't expect them to be able to play that well, but they really did against Junior as well. Although we did see some signs of life from Leborn yesterday. Leborn did play against a pretty tough opponent. So I do think there's a potential for Leborn to definitely take that game off of AOES. But the problem would be that let's say Leborn can beat AOES. Can Junior beat Leborn?
Yeah, and Junior's morale is at its all-time low right now. They've been smashed 3 games in a row. Leborn, yesterday, like I said, they were up against Reality Rift, a super tough team with veterans coming together. They threw in the tower pretty quickly, but today, it is different. You can't do that.
You gotta go all the way.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see if they can go all the way. The draft should be ready in just a moment, so we'll have to keep you guys occupied until then. I want to hear your predictions because we've seen Aeon play, we have seen Leborn play. Who do you think's going to win this one after what we've seen?
I honestly think that AOES still has a better chance than Leborn. Leborn is, in terms of execution, AOES is still better. Leborn yesterday against Reality Rift, they had the idea. When they play actively, they overextend. I think the first game was an evidence of that. The Monkey King was just... He shouldn't be the one engaging fights, but he was the one doing that and getting caught out. Game number 2, they were playing reactively, especially towards the Grimstroke out. Whenever they see the Soulbind, they were like, hey guys, our teammates are caught, let us re-engage. But it's just the execution part where Leborn kind of fell apart.
Is it maybe the counter-initiation that they're sort of failing at?
Yeah, especially the last fight before they called GG. That one was
Oh, the one with the
epic fail,
Pango,
yeah.
the Pango...
the Pango,
what was it? The Pango pinball machine.
the RTZ Pango scenario. It should not have happened. Not in that crucial fight.
It's... Yeah, I mean, I saw it and I didn't believe it at first. I was thinking like, wait, why is he rolling back and forth? Honestly, that must have been devastating to the player. Because obviously, like, it's your job to counter-initiate and then you make a bit of a hiccup like that at such a crucial moment.
They committed because all the damage were coming in from Leborn. If the Rolling Thunder connected, it would have been a win.
I don't know if it would have been a win. Maybe they come out even or they come out with less losses.
Yeah.
It's hard to say what would have happened because the game is done.
The game is done.
What's done is done.
Yeah.
And now we're here. Unfortunately, they're in the gauntlet, the last matches, and these are the matches that are going to count the most.
Yeah, and if you are Leborn and you saw what AOES did to Junior, you should be quite nervous coming into this matchup because AOES is... I wouldn't say they are as strong as Reality Rift yet. They have not played each other. These 2 teams have not clashed. But judging from how AOES dominated Junior Gaming, they are no pushover.
No, I don't think they're a pushover at all. I want to say they were very disciplined as well in those last couple team fights as well. They didn't go overly crazy. They prevented themselves from going too deep to give anything away because they were going up against a late game draft. It's actually the scariest drafts to go up against are ones where you're convincingly winning, but then the team that you're up against has the late game and you lose 1 or 2 team fights and suddenly the gold swings, they're getting items, and then suddenly you're in a bit of a hot seat because all of a sudden you've given the enemy team a way to come back.
Yeah.
So besides that, I believe the draft is ready, ladies and gentlemen. Are we good to go?
I think the latest update from production is
No?
actually we're still kind of waiting on the draft, but
Okay.
to keep you guys occupied for a bit more, we're gonna throw in the top 5 plays from season 1 in case you guys missed that out. So enjoy the highlight reel. We'll be right back in a bit. The OD and the throw are not together. Flower Gaming, it's best that they don't fight.
Key item that is on Trozam right now is his Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Now, I think they're hoping DDZ follows this creep wave, but there's 3 of them here, and they could be in for a little bit of a bait play because Dazzle, I think, is in lane.
Yeah, this is 3 versus 3. They're gonna initiate onto CZY and Trazam. Channel the Epicenter is gonna go right in with the arrow. He gets on the 2 and Sunstrike on top of the OD. Most important target. Barry will be the second one to fall as Mozun with the Static Storm is gonna trap Kang, but it doesn't matter. Stormhammer will connect and Mercury will run in to get the third. Unicorn just running over Flower Gaming and Cannilun has to run away.
Just like the backup when it comes, it's gonna be an issue.
Again, there's your Avalanche and the Blade Fury Bun. Still trying to stay alive, but finally, Ursa is going to use Enrage. KYS gets tossed up, comes back down. Enrage will run out. He will use the Magic Stick. Trying to get vision for that 3 toss. Chidori going for the kill, but the damage is not enough. The Stout Shield keeping KYS alive. Now Chidori is in tower range. Glyph is used as well. The Boulder Smash will slow down the Juggernaut. The toss, again, not enough to kill off KYXY, and somehow the bag gets out alive. And it's Chidori and Shady now stuck in a predicament. Chidori with a great Blade Fury might want to turn this around onto the Earth Spirit, and he will not be able to do so for now. Trying to go for the last hit. Yes, he does.
KYXY
coming in. The bear is angry. KYXY with a double, and it's Geek Bam coming out on top at the very end of that fight.
Yeah.
3 times starting to show as the TP will come in from the rest of Legenda. That Avalanche will stagger both Nopa and Vexus, but not Danelie though. Danelie is ready, but OD is there with the Arcane on his Wicked Sig, and so you can want to go for more. Drops the hammer, double the triple! Kidao comes in a bit too late and might even give the Ultra Q away because he's going to come out of the Astral Imprisonment. There's the stun. Danelie trying to right the wrongs for the second time. Turns into the OD himself as he Astros up the real OD, but that's the double Astro. He might be able to blink away because you don't take damage from your own Astro, and he might be able to TP out with that triple kill, and he will. Kidao will miss that crush, and Legenda, they lose 3 members and they get nothing in return. They need to get something out of this. They really need to. They got the hacks. You see this going in.
Ravage?
You see this pulse the BKB. Can he get anyone? Kidao is at the back. They're going to catch the Witch Doctor out, but that's just the support. Still have the Winter's Curse to look out for. That's the hack. That's the RP coming in. You need luck to do the damage, but there is the Winter's Curse. In the lockdown luck, waste that BKB. Ravage is used as well. Fix is not going to work. Reaper side comes right out. 0 damage. Onto the Magnus, and now Tootie is going to go to work. Danelie is now called right out. Skewered away though. 3-man RP. Tootie brings the home. Brings everything back, and that should be the game-winning RP if T-Max makes this work out. 2 members now, make it 3. T-Max will strike Legenda 3 times, make it 4. 3 strikes and you're out. Team X for the 3rd time in a row win the fight.
What is going on?
And they might just win this game. Zio is the only one defending right now. He can use the stunning wave if he wants to because it's only a 40-second cooldown, but they will bring in the rest of the team as Danelie going in with a great spike carry pace, so he can get spun down. Going down to low heaven again, that's the vacuum.
No
BKBs! Omni slash, War, Requiem, they catch everyone. Chidori dies again. Dora here, what are you doing?
Oh my
Abaddon might
goodness!
die as well. Chidori is gonna buy back straight away. Unicorn, I don't know how they put it all, but Dota Hero, they are not playing this the way they should, and Chidori has to back off, and they are even going to find the Weaver.
Oh my gosh.
Fight, no one in that fight.
The ultimate bait. Queen of Pain had BKB and she didn't get to trigger it. I don't really know what they were thinking, but if they knew the Ember was going to go mid, what's their plan B for Leshrac? Like, what is he going to be when all is said and done? Is he going to become utility? Is he going to be a semi-core? Because this doesn't look like a semi-core to me. He looks like he's getting ganked.
Grimstroke out, so buying onto both cores. They get the silence, they get the double doom. This might be the fight that Dota Hero need. Zio is running everyone down. Bun gets the killing spree off of Luck, and Zio gets nuts with the right click. At this point, they're just destroying P1. Blade trying to fight, they get the Stormhammer onto Ember. Lance will be saved by the Sprout for now as the trees get cut. Sven does die to Barry, and Barry will be traded back. Bad Rider does die to the Leshrac as well. Cannilun misses his Hoof Storm, but
Oh, the Jukes. Oh, the Jukes.
he just strike.
Battle of the quadrupeds. Run.
Cannilun does
He's
have to blink
fast.
though. Yeah, 3 more seconds.
Oh. Oh, that was fast.
Alright.
Oh, super close. Leshrac wins that round. This is inevitable for Dota Heroes lineup. They've got no lockdown. The only way they can possibly catch him is with the silence from the Grimstroke.
And Grimstroke was a bit too late. If it was a bit earlier, they could have changed the silence, but now they get the Shackle Shot onto the Doom. Chidori running towards the backline. Nuts is the first target. Rage gonna run out though. Form and Magnetize. The stun is coming in, but the Laguna is out as well. Fixers on the killing spree, and Light's gonna cleave everyone down.
Was that
the triple kill for the god of Team Max and Dota Hero disintegrate.
Great disengage and also a great re-engage. Oh,
Wow.
the blink,
Perfect.
the timing. Now there's the Candy Loon, but do they know
Oh,
this is
no.
a trap? This is a trap!
They catch Candy Loon. DDZ is going to show himself. They get the Grimstroke out again. Now Candy Loon, DDZ trying to cut through the IO and the Gyro. IO's going to fall, but Echo Slam is in. Mozu now only stuns out the Earthshaker as Blade will leave him alone. They're going to run that Barry instead. Grimstroke will be out of the picture for now as the Earthshaker perfectly timing Chant Tolem to keep DDZ in his place. They buy back on the IO. IO will now rejoin the fight as there is Lance Melter straight away. DDZ now trying to go 1 versus 5. Beaver is going to be the first one to fall. DDZ trying to run away, but they pop the drums. They sound the war horn, and they will burn the Lifestealer to the ground. Flower Gaming crumble in that fight, and P1 Gaming come out on top once more. It's just going to go for it. They are going for flank though. This might be the right move. They get the roll in, they get the Grimstroke out, they get the Doom, they get the Ink Swell. The combos are coming in. They find 1, they find 2. Buyback from Insidious, buyback from 2D. Seems like Nuts has not buyback yet, but Luck cleaves through everyone. Instant triple. Chidori is now caught out, and Luck just goes to work. Chidori trying to really chew through this fan, but he has a second life. Gets the Stormhammer out. He might fall though. The control is just too much. BKB is out. First life gone. Your Aegis is expanded, but Chidori needs to do way more than this, and it means that he needs to kill Luck for the second time. Fixers making havoc. That's your vacuum wall, and Luck goes to work. Goes for the unofficial rampage, and Chidori is the only one alive. GG is called. Dora Hero. They have no more gas, and T-Max, they will secure that first win. Yep, definitely some nostalgic moments right there. Insane plays from all the players, from all the teams in Season 1. And some familiar names, T-Max, one of it. Now, I would say majority of them are in Reality Rift alongside ex-Geek Fam. But we received some updates from production, and players are getting settled in for our second best of 1 of this Relegation Gauntlet.
That's why we're all here, right? We're here to see
Yeah.
the games. We want to see who's going to make it to the main event, well, actually the main season 2.
The meat, yeah. And AOES, they are well on their way. Just 1 more win, and the third best of 1, unfortunately, wouldn't matter anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing, because let's say AOES win. I think we've said this a couple times already. AOES wins this game, that's it.
That's
No
it.
one else can make it through. So all the pressure in the world for AOES. Technically, Leborn are pressured as well to win this, because let's say Leborn beats AOES. Leborn, if they beat Junior, they also could make it. It's essentially who gets the first 2 wins.
And it seems like AOES, they have 1 foot through the door, but we'll see if Leborn can shut that door for AOES. The drafting phase is ready. We'll jump in. Second best of 1 of this gauntlet between Leborn and AOES.
I don't think it'll be very nice to have like one foot in the door and then you have Leborn just like shutting the door. What kind of door is this? Like a cat door? You just fit like one leg inside, can't get the other one in. Don't go through the cat door, guys. Just open the doorknob. It's the house is open. See, you're envisioning my dream now. Someone just trying to break into the house. They're like 1 foot inside the cat door.
That would actually be
They wouldn't.
kind of funny.
You know, most people wouldn't fit that way. Most people try and go head first through the cat door, then they.
But your shoulders would get stuck.
It depends if you can get the right angle, maybe. I'm pretty sure there's someone out there that is very good at going through cat doors. It's not me though. I wouldn't fit. I'd get stuck.
But interesting bans though coming in from both teams. The Oracle and Naga Siren banned out by Leborn. We don't see that every day.
Yeah.
AOES,
So make a guess at who is not banned.
Mars,
Yeah.
Chen.
Like I don't really care about the Chen. I don't think anyone really cares about the Chen. The Mars in particular though, obviously huge pickup. I think AOS, are they forced to pick up Doom? No, they're going to go for Morphling. So maybe they're feeling confident with the Abaddon pick that maybe Leborn doesn't go for the Doom pair out with the Grimstroke. Maybe pairs it up with something else. Because Abaddon won't... he won't cure the problem of Doom. he can supplement it by preventing. He can absorb the damage with his shield. He can heal back some of the damage as well. So it can make it a little bit difficult. You can still get the 2-man Dooms though, if they can get the bind off with the Grimstroke. Is it Doom? It's Sand King.
Yeah, I actually like the Sand King pickup. I think it's
Solid.
Solid. Teams prioritize the Sand King more, and I can understand why. Even though when you pick the Doom, if you don't get the Doom off, let's say onto Abaddon, the double Doom onto Abaddon and Morph.
At least Abaddon +1.
Yeah, at least Abaddon +1. The Morphling is not gonna die.
Yeah, Morphling, it depends on the Morphling. He might be able to get the Morph off in time. If he's morphing to Strength, he's actually quite difficult to take down.
Yeah, and even if he didn't get the Morph off, Abaddon, if he's not doomed up, he can always Aphotic Shield, you absorb the damage, you miscall the Morphling.
All the
Morphling's not gonna
heals.
die,
Yeah, so Morphling, he technically shouldn't die, but it also depends on the Agi morph as well. How much has he morphed from Strength into Agility? Because a lot of Morphlings, the whole point of picking up Morphling is that you can play around with your stats. If you want to go kill someone, you go for high Agi, you go for your E-Blade, you just shotgun them down, but then if you suddenly get caught, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble. I love the Sand King pickup because Sand King has the surprise factor compared to a lot of other off lanes, because once you pick up Blink Dagger, the Burrow Strike, such a good spell. It's technically like a little mini linear Ravage, because it's such a good spell. I really feel like a lot of people, they underestimate the power of a really good Burrow Strike, because if you just land multi-man Burrow Strikes, that's good already. The range on it is very good as well, and if you can follow through with an Epicenter after a multi-man Burrow Strike, a lot of the times heroes don't recover quick enough to cancel the Epicenter.
Yeah, the Epicenter pulse will always, I think, echo, even though he is disabled. Once he completes the channel, that's basically the entire. You take the full brunt of the ultimate.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Because like most heroes, they don't recover quick enough from the Burrow Strike to get the cancel on the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I think it's just enough. Because the disable also includes your time in the air while you will Burrow Strike. So it's just enough for Sand King to get the Epicenter off.
Yeah, as long as there's nothing like any heroes that have reduced stun duration.
Yeah.
Those might be able to get the cancel off. I'm not sure if AOES is going to go for Tiny, because we've only seen one so far. And it was a pretty stompy game. It's hard to say if it was a good pick or it wasn't a good pick. But I feel like Tiny still has that nice little role he can fulfill. Not sure if it's good for AOES anymore though, because you're already running a melee support in Abaddon. Typically you want to run at least one melee, one range for harassing but I mean, if they want to go for melee, I suppose they could, but they'll have to play aggressive, because most melee supports, you want to be killing with those things like Earthshaker, Earth Spirit, Tusk. We almost never see Tusk anymore, but he's also a very aggressive support if they did want to go for melee.
All right.
Slardar, he can technically also play support. I'm going to lean towards offlane at this point, because it's too soon to say what this could be. Not a big fan if it is support, because it's Abaddon Slardar.
Yeah, and level 6 Slardar, post level 6 Slardar is effective against Sand King, because then you don't really need the sentry. If you get the corrosive haste off,
you might need to still dust him though,
and
but as long as you grab the vision, then it should be fine.
And the armor reduction works wonders on Leborn. So far, Grimstroke has horrible base armor, does not have too much health to work with.
Yeah, Sand King also in the
Yeah,
same
Sand
boat.
King also
He
as
doesn't
well.
have the best armor gain. There is a little combo. Let's say this is going to be support Slardar, or maybe they dual lane the Abaddon with the Slardar, for example. They can go for aggressive plays with the Aphotic Shield, because Slardar wants to be in your face. He wants to do damage. If he gets lucky with the bashes, that's great as well.
Yeah, and the best part about Slardar's bash right now is not about luck. It's just about how many times you attack. I think every third or fourth attack is a guaranteed bash. So what Slardar players always do, they hit the
creeps twice
or 3 times, and then they save the last hit for a hero, because the passive does not reset. It will always accumulate up to the bash, which means technically you can land a bash every time you attack an enemy hero, and that is just perfect for Slardar.
Potentially, yeah.
Sand King's gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, I'm actually very glad to see Slardar pop up again, because we haven't seen him at all during Season 1. I believe he got ignored up until this point, because I feel like there's a lot of utility you can run with a Slardar. I'm quite surprised people don't consider running him as a support more often. Obviously not alongside an Abaddon, maybe something like a Rubik, a defensive support along with the aggressive Slardar, so that you have kill potential between the two heroes. Now Lion will complicate things a little bit, because Lion, king of disables, and especially when the Slardar is dashing, I believe he takes increased damage.
Yeah, Guardian Sprint.
So unfortunately for him, he's going to be within range of being one-shot by a Lion if he's not careful with his positioning.
Yeah, and if he gets hacks and if he doesn't get a BKB soon enough, Slardar will be really vulnerable to all the disables, because you're looking at Sand King, Lion, and you have hacks, you have silence, you have stuns.
There's 2 AoE disables. I think that's
Yeah.
the biggest one, right? The multi-man disables. Obviously, the single-man disables are scary as well, but let's compare the draft so far. Like, what disables do you have? Abaddon only has increased movement speed for your team with the Curse of Avernus. Morphling, I mean, you don't really have too much. You can just go for Adaptive Strike. That's about it.
Yep.
And Slardar, he can get the bashes
And
or
the
the
AoE Crush.
the crush, and that's about it. So if you compare the disables, I mean, it's so much easier for Leborn to grab these kills because it's just stun damage, whereas AOES have to stack it carefully, otherwise they could just lose their target.
Yeah, AOES's lineup might seem bulky
Divey.
and divey.
It looks very divey. Not
I-
under.
I
I'm
can't-
not
I-
saying
no, no,
under.
no.
I'm
I
not saying
couldn't think of-
underwater divey. I'm saying like they want a tower dive because of the shield.
Yeah, I couldn't think of a better word for divey to replace divey. But on paper, LeBron's lineup.
We have more
actually-
divey heroes. I'm just letting you know.
But I think LeBron's lineup looks more convincing. As much as I want to say that AOES, they are obviously playing an unorthodox manner in terms of drafting and the playstyle. It has worked out, but we've only seen it once.
I thought last game wasn't really unorthodox. It was, they changed things up a little bit, right? But they made the most of their heroes.
Yeah.
So they could do the exact same thing here. I'm assuming this is offlane Slardar now because Clockwork superior support to Slardar, but obviously doesn't make as much use of farm compared to a Slardar. So I'm assuming we're getting a 5 Abaddon, 4 Clockwork, 3 Slardar. Now we're just waiting for position 2. Unless maybe they run Morphling mid, then they have someone else farming safe lane. That is also a possibility. Wraith King for Leborn, pretty decent hero. If you leave him alone, he's going to be able to take those towers. We saw this yesterday with the skeletons. And you also have to kill him twice. That is something that only he can really do with the Reincarnate. And I feel like Reincarnate is going to be a very deadly skill for AOES, right? Because AOES wants to be in your face. If you kill the Wraith King, he actually eliminates a lot of your mobility with the movement slow.
Yeah,
And that's when the team comes in from Leborn. They come in, they do the follow-up after the Reincarnate, and you're going to lose heroes, inevitably.
yeah, and AOES only have enough resources for one full dive, and after that, they practically got nothing left.
Yeah.
There's the hook. Borrow time doesn't provide anything. The
Hook shot's a one-time
hook
use.
shot is one-time use. Corrosive haze is you won't live long enough most of the time to get
Yeah.
it onto everyone.
I can see Slardar being able to enter the fights multiple times, but I don't think the support's going to be there for him. It's not like they're running a Dazzle who can get multiple graves off during the fight so that you can re-enter the fights after healing. Morphling could probably re-enter it multiple times, but the thing is, like, if your team is exhausted after one dive, I don't think you can make those plays. And with Queen of Pain on board now, love this pickup, because the thing is, AOES, they want to get in and get out, but what's Queen of Pain good at really good at doing? She's amazing at chasing heroes down and just gunning them down.
Yeah, and for AOES, you don't really, you don't have to just worry about the Reincarnate slow. You also have to worry when Wraith King decides to go for the Wraith Fire Blast when he dies. That's an AoE Wraith Fire Blast that will hit onto every single member of AOES so far, because all of them have to be up close and personal. And Leborn, they want that, and they're gonna add a Kun card to the equation.
There's so much.
It's melee.
It's all melee. They're all tanky. Okay, that is one benefit to the lineup. I don't know where the sustain's going to come from. It looks like it's mostly going to be from the Abaddon, who awesome set by the way, and the Rum. The Kunkka Rum's going to play a very important role with this lineup because the Rum will force AOES to be able to survive longer in the fights because the damage won't be instantaneous. And Leborn has to know this. They have to know that the Rum is going to play a big effect. So how does Leborn play around this 5-man run-in-your-face sort of lineup? Are they going to go in 5 versus 5? Or do they try and go for this small skirmishes and use maybe, for example, Queen of Pain, Lion, Smoke, Gangster grab 1 kill here, and then you have Sand King Grimstroke over there grabbing another kill?
I don't know.
I'm
I'm actually unsure.
You don't know either. We'll find out
yeah,
soon.
I'm actually quite unsure how AOES are going to play this out.
I'm curious to see lanes.
Especially the lane assignments. I think the lane assignments are pretty streamlined. It's just how they are going to play out the first few minutes, because it's going to say a lot. I'm thinking that maybe AOES would want to put as much pressure as they can on the Wraith King lane. Because if you shut Wraith King down early, his catch-up game isn't that strong.
That Abaddon set looks cool, by the way. I actually really like that.
The sight.
My eyes.
But here we go. AOES are just one win away from securing themselves the Season 2 group stage final spot, whereas AOES have a long way to go.
Yep. And of all the things they could have drafted, they decided to go for probably the most bizarre lineup we have seen today. Now, the strat is more or less straightforward what they want to do, but how is the execution going to be? That's the most important thing. Because remember, these are best of one series, ladies and gentlemen. So one screw up, and that's it. That might just be the chances for AOES to make it through to the Season 2 slot. It might evaporate, eviscerate.
Same for Leborn as well.
Oh, they
one screw
cannot.
up and
There's no
He's dead.
waveform.
he's dead.
Mango. Oh no. I think he skilled it too early.
Yeah.
He skilled it immediately. He didn't hang on to the.
And
Oh no.
ladies and gentlemen, Dota tip 101: never skill your abilities that too early. You should never.
We are not trying to tell you how to play. We're just suggesting.
Yeah, it is a good way to prevent.
What's up
just
with
happened.
the tree? Did
I think
Sotong
he-
like accidentally put the tree
Yeah,
down?
I think he accidentally put the tree.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mistake. It's alright.
The battle
Well,
begins.
Global warming is happening. Sotong just doing his part.
Plant the
Can you
trees.
imagine how funny it would be if that tree ended up
Being permanent?
messing with. Okay, no, it's gone. I wanted to say it ended up messing with AOS's last hit because it denies vision. You know,
Maybe. I mean, that's if it's a permanent tree.
but it's not.
It's not
Unfortunately, Ironwood branch not that strong.
permanent. Mats?
Maz might suffer the same fate as his fellow
He doesn't have
Cordo.
cogs, and he's already used battery assault.
Yeah. Thankfully, the stuns have ran out from Leborn.
But it does force him back, and all of a sudden you're leaving your Slardar exposed against two heroes. Slardar off lane can be reasonable, but that dual lane he's going up against is very strong. Lots of harassment potential between the two of them,
Oni.
and with Clockwork not there, they could kill him.
Oh, no waveform for the Morphling yet, so Oni is safe for now. The Abaddon, not afraid to challenge this line. He has the miscall, so just needs to get that one last hit in. Unfortunately, not able to get in range.
He's riding a horse, it's not fair. He's too fast.
Well, Let's
Right.
Try actually is a bit faster. It's like
But he
300
is a horse.
He-
There's a difference between being a horse and riding a horse. Come on, Husky, what is this? Where'd you leave it? Where's your brain? Is it at home?
Yeah,
In bed?
in bed.
Oh my lord. Poor child. It's alright. I got your back. I think.
Such is life.
Such is life. Alright, so we just got a little bit of a disconnect here. I believe it's Sotong that's disconnected. Oh, where's Morphling gone?
Whoa.
Is this animation really stuck there? Oh wow, he's naked.
Oh wait, what? Did he wave?
Nope, he does not have waveform. He's just naked.
That's actually pretty cool.
You know the set, it looks like Viper if you look at the helmet.
He probably killed a Viper and just
Decided to wear its armor.
yeah.
But then it's like E-Blade arms.
Oh yeah, the interesting about Dota is some of the heroes, it's harder to make cosmetics for them because of the models. I think Morphling is one of them. Visage as well. We have not seen Visage. I think we saw Visage once,
Once, yeah.
but it was a bad game, unfortunately for that hero.
Hong, unfortunately, on the pointy end of the Queen of Pain, getting harassed and poked to death by her dagger. Hopefully, Sotong's going to do reasonably well for these first couple of levels, because once a Kunkka stabilizes after getting a few more, he more or less can actually push the Queen of Pain out more easily compared to her Kunkka. I think Kunkka's going to die. Yep, he dies in the middle lane. I believe that was just through some sheer harassment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Level 2 Shadow Strike.
And the Scream of Pain as well. Now Kunkka's gonna try and go for Sotong.
If Sotong dies, it's gonna be a big mistake. Ah, fortunately no.
Yeah, he had to back up there. There's an Arcane Rune in the top lane if someone wants to take it. Obviously Queen of Pain would love to take that because she can consistently spam out the daggers. Two points into the daggers now. Hong's gonna go for the Arcane Rune, which means he can
Did
spam
he not
his own
see it?
spells. I think he's holding on to it first.
Queen of Pain should have seen the Arcane Rune. Yeah, they have a...
Unless he wanted to actually focus on the creep wave first. Because you can't simply leave your lane just to grab a rune.
I suppose it's true, but that Arcane Rune would have been super beneficial.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe just commit the blink to quickly grab it, but who knows. Looks like there's a skirmish in the top lane. Yeah, skirmish in top lane. Sand King very low there.
They have a sentry. Oh, Burrow's right. Oh,
just. They won't lose the Sand King. He will kill off the creeps there as well. So they lose the Abaddon, but Morphling is still farming. Morphling's very low.
Yeah, Morphling has to be one Earth Spike, and we better kill him off.
I believe he's going to get regen from Abaddon here. There we go.
There we go.
Miss Coil. Yeah, going to regen some of that mana too. And looks like Sotong actually got caught there by the Kunkka. We'll try to salve back up, and the Clockwork ends up going down in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
oh, they're going to lose Jinxie though.
Clockwork has no base armor, so pretty easy to kill him off. And now it's Zerg Rush, definitely rushing out of the battle.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zergrush, he's a bit too low. If he had health, he would be able to compete with the Grimstroke and try and harass him out, but I think both teams, they just want to play it safe because this is such a crucial match for both of them, because a win on either side can suddenly just change the flow of the relegation matches.
And right now it's AOES, unfortunately not having
They're trailing.
the start. They're trailing behind. And
it's to be expected, I think.
It's kind of weird that they decided to pull this out
now?
In the match that could potentially land them in group stage.
I think this is a pocket strat. This had to have been their pocket strat. Catch someone off guard with a all melee lineup and just be in their face, plus have a Morphling for that late game reassurance. Because so far the late game assurance for Leborn is only the Wraith King. And that's about it. They don't have an anti-mage, they don't have a Terrorblade, they don't have a Spectre. Nothing that can outcompete with the Morphling. So I think the confidence is there from Aeon to say that just hold the fort. Make sure Mango gets that farm.
Well, Sotong so far, he did get the solo kill just now onto Kunkka, but it's going to take a while before he becomes that tempo controller for his team, because Kunkka is no easy pushover as well. As a hero itself,
if you're not careful, Kunkka just kills you outright.
Yeah, as Kunkka gets level, Sotong actually loses his ability to consistently pressure Kunkka out.
Sonic Wave. Oh, the dagger.
Shadow Strike. Kunkka
He's
has
got
the bottle.
That should be enough.
Yeah. And that is the problem that will slowly surface as the game goes on, because Kunkka with levels, he has decent stats, and once he gets the boat, Queen of Pain might actually die instead of winning out.
With a well-placed boat, you can catch her off guard in the middle of a fight as well, because things get very chaotic. Wraith King unfortunately dying in that bottom lane to Zergrush and Mads. Quite surprised he died to begin with. I didn't think he was going to go down because of how tanky the Wraith King naturally is, but I suppose it is starting to get to them because Clockwork and Slaughter, between the two of them, they're actually super annoying because you have to worry about cogs, draining your mana, and then also the battery assault gets super annoying if you have a cast animation to your spell, so you can't instantly just throw a stun. You just get flinch locked into the animation. That's
basically the entire Leborn team. All of their spells have animations, and the battery assault can, especially if Mads gets onto the Queen of Pain, she won't be able to blink away.
Yeah, because I think it takes too long for her to get the blink animation off before getting hit with the stagger. Maybe you can time it, but it would have to be very precise timing. But things are going pretty well here for Leborn. I'm curious to see if they can hold this though, because we've seen the Dire Squad play very, very solid. But can they execute this strange off-meta draft?
Level 5 Kunkka does not have the boat yet. He is using the creeps to help him. Get some chip damage onto Sotong.
I think Sotong made the right play there though. Yeah. Just quick D-ward so he could quickly get away. I really like that play just then.
And he doesn't have the Sonic Wave, so it's possible for him to win against the KunKa. But now
It's on
KunKa has
cooldown.
both.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Sotong used the Sonic Wave earlier. I thought maybe wait for the guaranteed Sonic Wave kill, but
Yeah, I guess he
maybe miscalced.
Yeah, miscalculated. And now seems like the turnaround might be onto Zergrush, and he's trying to run away with the Guardian
here's
Sprint, but
KunKa.
only what?
Oh,
Where
wait.
did he come from?
Yeah, where did Lion come? I'm sorry, I thought that was
Wow.
KunKa.
Coming in from behind, and Zergrush for the Root Awakening. Matt's gonna use that cogs
Can't grab
to get
him.
away. But where did the
I don't know where Lion came. I thought it was KunKa at TP, and I was like, here comes the KunKa. Wait a minute, that's not KunKa.
Yeah, that was
That was bizarre. Maybe he was making the big wraparound.
supernatural. I believe even Zergrush was surprised. Like, wait,
I was like, where did he come from?
a wild lion. Mass now dies.
Clock.
Zergrush caught out again, but this time there's the miscall.
There's
from
KunKa. This
Izzat.
is the real
Here
KunKa.
we go, KunKa with the bow comes in. There is X marks the spot. It's only the Wraith King though. It goes for the splash, kills out the Wraith King. They need a bit more than that, but Sotong does way better with this Sonic Wave. The double pickup in the bottom lane.
That's super unfortunate. Hong actually got the boat hit onto the Queen of Pain, but he didn't have any follow-through damage for the Quap just because he's used it already on the Wraith King. So it could have been better if he knew the Queen of Pain was going to blink that way, but it's a bit too late. But props to Sotong to get that two-man Sonic Wave.
Yeah.
Very nice kills, picked off, and basically the team just gets out free as well because they already know that all the spells on KunKa had been used. I'm loving the pressure from Leborn today because we saw them try to execute this yesterday, and a lot of it, they basically just fumbled the ball, and I feel like it's not all their fault. It was also the fact that their enemies, they reacted very, very well. They didn't stumble, they didn't make the wrong moves, they were always in a very calculated position that was almost ungankable.
Speaking about ungankable, Wraith King.
Oh.
Gankable at there. Well picked up by Sand King, but the focus will be on only who. Does not get the ink shot onto anyone, but the cogs will trap Mike in. The crush doesn't connect though. Zergrush a bit far away. Now they rely on the barrier assault as Zergrush comes in. Trying to go for the bash. Mike should die. Just need one more tick of
They could
damage.
body
The rock is
block.
not enough. There is your Guardian Sprint, but Sotong is here. Hello, Queen of Pain. Mike will die, but Zergrush will be traded back, and Sotong is dominating. Now looking for Mass, who has nothing else. And Sotong can actually right-click him down. The Earth Spike doesn't connect, and that will be saving grace for Mass unless Sotong wants to go in forward. That's at the Scream of Pain. That's the other damage. The Shadow Strike is
Just.
enough. Just hitting the sweet spot.
That must have been the Shadow Strike tick there because I
Yeah.
thought he was just going to get out. Beautiful timing. So we're up to 10-5. But surprisingly enough, we're 9 minutes in. Only 1k net worth lead for Leborn. So even though Leborn is being aggressive with their movement, they're getting kills, they're not necessarily slowing down the farm that much.
Mango is actually keeping up with Sotong, and mind you, Mango died, gave away first blood, did not have any kill. The only source of income were last hits. And for Sotong, in contrary, are all the kills, and is not extending the goal gap by a whole lot.
Sotong?
My Dido gets stunned up, and that is the shutdown now going over to AOES. They're gonna start turning this around. The pirate is here, and he brings in the boat as well. The crew is enough. If I only on, and it's just the Sand King now. In the Sandstorm, he will kill off the Abaddon. Fortunately, Leborn overextend, and it's Sotong who makes that mistake.
Sotong, he thought he had the kill. He thought he was going to grab it, but the Abaddon.
Yeah, the Apollic Shield.
What's a skill build on the Abaddon? Is it mostly the heals or is it the shield on the Abaddon?
Should be the Miscoil, I believe. They lose the Sand King as well. And Zergrush, he got the bash. It was exactly the 4th hit, got the bash, follow up with the crush. The clockwork came in at the right time. Everything lined up perfectly, but only now looking for that finger. It's not gonna get in range of the Slaughter.
Yep, he's a little bit too slow. The Tranquil Boots were procced, so he couldn't get the full movement speed, unfortunately. And oh, okay, there's some free gold there for Hong. He likes skeletons, it seems. The KunKa, though, I'm curious to know what Hong wants to go for his first items. If he wants to go for maybe Blink first, if he wants to act as an initiator. What would you actually expect from the KunKa here?
He saved out actually like almost 2,000 gold. Could be a Crystalist, but we'll see. Mango now.
Is it early? Is it too early for a Crystalist
Maybe
maybe,
an
or do you think?
Armlet?
You think Armlet? Could
be an
be.
armlet.
Mango's gonna be careful there with the
Yeah, play with fire actually.
with the morphs. Yeah, you don't want to mess with the
Oh.
Sand King. Oh, Lion's here
The
too.
finger, yeah, Mango.
Oh no, Mango! I hope you like dried mango. I hope it's sweet. Oh, Mango.
Yeah, Mango's staying a bit too long.
He didn't expect the Lion to come through. That was a very nice and sneaky little play coming in from Leborn.
Now it's a bit of a lane swap. They send the Wraith King to the middle lane, and Sotong will have to settle for the safe lane for now. But it's just for one wave as the Wraith King will.
Continue jungling for his Midas.
And it's actually 12 minutes in, and he doesn't even have the Midas yet.
Is he? Are they prepping for late game with this? Because I can understand not wanting to go for like your major item first. I know Wraith King does suffer when it comes to the farming department, but Midas.
Oh no, Mango comes in with the dust and yep, should be walking 250 goal. No way out.
250? 320, little bit off.
Oh, but they get the hook shot and it's the Queen of Pain. Actually, it's the Lions. Excuse me, Lion pretty much dead. Queen of Pain contemplating if he was to join the fight, but Sotong made the right choice of abandoning his teammate.
They didn't really have a choice there. Nice comeback coming in from AOES. They're doing pretty good. Even though they're behind in terms of net worth, they are catching up in kills. They were dominated on just recently.
Yeah, and you can't really push with the Raking Skeleton when there's a Kunkka. He destroys the skeleton. So Wave King not really.
If you don't pay attention to
Coming
the
to the defense.
skeletons, you actually give away a lot of gold. That's something else to note with the Wraith King as well. You don't want to give away too much gold. You gotta be very careful, especially against someone like Kunkka. Kunkka can, I mean, you give farm to Kunkka, he turns into an absolute monster compared to a Queen of Pain. Now Jinxie,
Coming for the Wraith King. Jinxie realizes that something is off, but the only thing that will be turned off right now might be his life source. Too much damage coming in. Great treatment. Earthbite, they get the wheel up. There's the Burst trying to follow up. There's the Green Drop out also connecting onto AOES. Can they bring this home? Epicenter Sonic Wave just might be enough. 2 instant kills. The long is the Kunkka and the Abaddon dying, and the hookshot will bring Mass to safety.
disaster.
Great rotation, and AOES a bit too far.
Absolute disaster. I'm surprised they decided to fully commit to the Wraith King after seeing all those heroes TP in. They could have maybe just left someone behind, tried to run the rest of the team away, but they couldn't do it. They killed the Wraith King. They popped the reincarnation, but then what? You lost your mid lane Kunkka, you lose another support, your Slardar may have gotten away, but what did you achieve? Just an ultimate pop.
However, Mango farming for the past 12 minutes actually.
Is this what they're doing? Maybe they make
Buying
these
time.
plays to buy
Yeah.
time?
I
I
think
suppose it could be, right?
Because Leborn isn't really responding to Mango as well. The only time they did so was because Mango overstayed and got the Lion ultimate. But other than
Yeah.
that, he's perfectly fine. He's actually on top of the net worth. And if you look at Sotong on the Queen of Pain, he dipped and he's almost 1,000 behind the Kunkka.
And
But-
one downside as well when you run a Queen of Pain is that she's very ulti dependent. It's one of two things. She's ulti dependent. When the ultimate is down, she's very team dependent. And if neither of those things are there when she wants to go for kills, she loses a lot of momentum. You want to get a kill every single time you use Sonic Wave. You want to get kills every single time you're ganking with your team, because the moment the game slows down, your Queen of Pain is losing effectiveness.
They're going to find Zerg Rush and they should be able to kill off the Slardar. Link Dagger reveal from the Sand King as well. AOES. We just settle for 2 bounty runes instead of 3.
I suppose that's the best thing that they could ask for.
They
And
still need to answer this morphing though.
not just the morphling, I think they're okay with this. I mean, this is probably why they're building up Jinxie. Jinxie is going to be a big threat if he continues to farm gold like this. I believe he's going for Radiance next, so he's just going to burn everyone down, because remember, AOES is melee. You can't protect everyone from all that Radiance burn from a Wraith King. They're going to lose the Abaddon, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, the ultimate really didn't do too much. It just delayed his death by a little bit. But yeah, he's going to go for... Oh, he didn't? Is he on Radiance?
Mango. Again, he's morphing into strength this time, but can he get away? That is the million-dollar question. Chain control. Doesn't have to wait for me. Pops to the 1 charges, and now Mike joins the fight. Sonic Wave comes right through. Mango. Wave falls away. TPs. Can he really make it out? And he can!
No way!
Oh no!
Mango actually did a superb play there. He waveformed over the map to try and buy as much time as possible. That was genius. Maybe a
Yeah.
little broken, but genius.
Yeah.
Mango.
Man.
Watch this man go. Oh my goodness. I'm actually still speechless after that. Walking 250 gold is going to be probably walking 200, 300 gold. 300 gold, not dead. Nope,
Hong
still
waiting
alive.
for the tiebreaker.
Oh, he can get. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
the rocket.
Oh, 570?
I
Where
mean,
did his net worth come
I
from?
think it was from the previous fight that they won.
My goodness.
Well, not good at all.
Okay. Oh, back to the Wraith King. So it is Radiance. I'm sorry. I think they switched over to Morphling too quickly. Radiance, Blink Dagger. And he's got pretty good progress on this too. If Jinxie can finish this pre-20, you're looking at a pretty good Wraith King so far because you're guaranteed 2 lives in the fights. That's going to be a lot of Radiance burn.
Oh yeah. So Spirit Vessel will be the next item for Mats, as interested to see what Zerg Rush will go for. Yep, it's definitely the Blink Dagger, and that will
Blink BKB. I like this choice considering that he is going to be in the front lines just to be a pain, try and get the bashes off. Because a lot of the spells on Leborn are really limiting the Slardar's potential right now.
Yeah.
He wants to be in your face to do whatever he wants. It's just the stuns, the slows. Sonic Wave's still going to be a problem, but minus that, he should be able to lock someone down for his team. And obviously you want to get the minus armor if you can.
Use onto a Baden, they turn onto Maz and they drop the green stroke out as well. Double finger, but doesn't kill off anyone. The borrow time is popped. Maz should go down, and he will. The ink shot explodes onto the Baden. Zerg Rush comes in for a crush, but has to retreat straight away. And the Sotong on his tail. With the blink, should be able to find more. Burrow Strike coming back up soon,
Oh,
but
Blink is up.
Gets up. Zerg Rush might reveal his own. Catches on Sotong, drops the corrosive pace, but he's stunned out though. The boat is here. Here comes the wave from Mango, but great use dodge from Sotong. He might be able to get away. There's the Inksaw as well. Burrow Strike re-engaged onto Hong this time. The epicenter will start to echo. The tremor is too much for this pirate, and he falls. Sotong on a killing spree, and Leborn turn things around.
Oh my goodness. They were supposed to grab those kills, but Leborn, they are controlling this game to hell, and it's because they have such a good counter-initiating lineup. They're going to lose Lion, but it's just a Lion. It's small kills. And unfortunately, those small kills are not going to translate to anything. And guess who they're not? Guess who they are not countering? Wraith King.
Wraith King, yeah.
Wait, we got Radiance on Kunkka.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. Kunkka actually went for Radiance. The good news is for AOES, the goal difference isn't too big.
So is this like Radiance counter Radiance?
See where's the better blade.
If anything, I'd say the Radiance on Wraith King is a lot more effective than Kunkka.
I honestly believe so. Mango trying to go for a shotgun,
Ooh.
but meanwhile attention turns to the bottom lane. TP coming in from Sotong gets the use up onto Maz on the clockwork, but the barrier is already out. They will find the walking 250 go, and he cannot do anything. He might die though. No, does not. The Cog's not enough to kill him all. The Spirit Vessel doesn't take him down enough, but Zerg Rush is ready with the Blink Dagger, goes right in, and the Sotong, who has to blink out of the fight. Zerg Rush can actually chase because it's a Slardar, and he's best at doing that, but do they have the vision to do so? Blink Dagger coming back, got the shotgun! Wolf instantly destroys Sotong, and Mango should be happy with that one.
Sotong, did he actually go back to farm the creeps? Like the jungle creeps? He was hitting the creeps.
Yeah, he was.
At the camp. That is bizarre. I'm quite surprised he went and turned around to go for those. I thought he would just back out, play it safely, but completely did not anticipate the aggressive play. And I think maybe this is where AOES is going to start kicking it into high gear, because they know the longer they draw this game out, I mean, it's still good for them because they have a Morphling, but it's better off if you try to kill off Leborn now while they are still crippled, because I think at this point we just have to accept the fate that Sotong is not hitting a very high power spike anymore. He was a lot stronger earlier when heroes were squishier, easier to burst down. Now everyone's starting to get tanky. I mean, look at the base health of all these heroes on AOES. They have a lot of health. I mean, you've got 1,000 on the Baden, who is very hard to burn down as well because he can pop his borrowed time at any time. We've got Slardar, 1.7k HP.
Mango turns into Sand King, gets a great bow strike. Now they can find the first kill on the Sand King, who buy back straight away, but Hong is in the back line with the bow coming in. The great hook shot onto Sand King again. The epicenter is used, but it connects onto no one. It's going to try to turn things around. Gain some distance, the finger comes in. Sonic Wave actually is not even inside. Not sure where that went. Gets the use off onto Mango, but all it does is prolong the suffering of Leborn, and Leborn gets unbirthed instead. AOES with 2 quick kills, and Mike might be the third victim if he doesn't run away. The rockets just come through, and it's Zerg Rush coming in for the third pickup. Gets the Aphonic Shield explosion, Leborn, they fall apart.
I love how this game suddenly went from like a 5 to a 10. Suddenly we're seeing all this aggressive play coming out from AOES, and they hit a really good timing as well because WraithKing didn't actually finish his Radiance yet. He's only holding on to the Relic. And we already know that Kunkka already has his Radiance. Sure, he died, but he still contributed to the fight with the burn damage, his X as well, the Torrent. He did everything he needed to. I mean, he's got Boat on cooldown now, but they still got the kill that they wanted to, and they hit a very, very nice timing. I mean, Morphling's fine with this too because he gets more gold in the process. And we're getting a whole bunch of BKBs. And eventually, I don't think Leborn's going to be able to do anything when the BKBs come online.
Only has to run Zerg Rush.
No way.
The bash. And props to Mango for the initiation. They got the hook shot onto the Sand King. Mango, he waves forms in, he turns into the Sand King, and he gets a 2-man barrel strike.
Beautiful.
So Sand King had to buy back for that, which means that Leborn, they don't have a buyback on their Sand King, one of the most important members.
He's their only initiator.
Yeah.
It's not like the Dire squad. They can initiate with multiple heroes. They can start with the Kunkka, they can go in with the Clockwork, they can go in with the Slaughter. Even Morphling to a certain degree can also initiate as long as he finds a pretty good opening. And they're going to find the Queen of Pain. Sotong is he
oh
gonna
no,
survive?
he mistimes the use. Should be able to get away though. They get the great Soulbind coming in, the finger, the Epic Center turning us around, but AOES so darn tanky. They finally find one, and Zerg Rush might be the next to fall. So all hope is not lost, but here we go. The fake Sand King coming in. Mango trying to go for some kills, but might have gone too far forward. The shotgun will find his first kill. Mango not too much straight, but what? This times the morph, and it's Jinxie who turns around with his own triple kill, and he might find the fourth as Maz is definitely mad with that engage. Jinxie with the ultra kill.
AOES were doing so good up until this point, and then they get turned on by Leborn because AOES got too greedy. They thought they won that last team fight, that they were going to dominate the next one, and then they absolutely botched it. Full on botched it. I have to say, initiation from Sand King at the beginning of that fight, perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. 3-man Burrow Strike. Then they had the Lion there with the follow-up Disable.
That was so bind.
They dismantled everything AOES had in that fight. And mind you, this is pre-BKBs. So this is not the end for AOES. They can turn this around, but they need to be very careful going into these engagements. You can't just go in willy-nilly anymore.
Yeah, and the Soulbind was perfect. The damage was connecting so fast that even as bulky as AOES is, their members melted through that. And I'm surprised that Mango decided to join the fight thinking that him and Maz alone could take on the entire Leborn team.
Yep. Does WraithKing have Blink Dagger and Radiance? He completed both.
Yeah.
Because he just picked up the Blink Dagger. It's coming on the courier here.
Yeah, the ultra kill was...
Oh no, these are such big items on Jinxie. I'm just waiting for Jinxie to pick up the Aghanims. I'm just waiting for it because Aghanims actually fixes a lot of problems for Leborn. And the reason why is that AOES's whole game plan is to get in there and to insta-gib someone. That's why they've got E-Blade on Morphling. That's why you want the minus armor from the Slaughter as well. You just kill someone and then you have a numbers advantage 4 versus 5. WraithKing completely counters that that playstyle because your hero, it'll come back in soul form, but you can still use your spells. You're still useful to your team even in that spirit form. And with all that CC and that damage that's going to be available when the Aghanims does eventually pop up, that's going to cause a lot of problems for AOES because they can't have that numbers advantage. They'll always have heroes alive when they kill them.
Yeah.
They will die eventually, but I don't see them outlasting Leborn.
And now it's Leborn slightly, wouldn't say in the front seat just yet, but
They're in the hot seat. It's up to them on how this fight goes.
And making it dead. Oh, Jinxie. Oof,
Assault
absolutely
Caress.
massive.
He's going for Assault Caress now, so he's not going to go for the Aghanims play yet. It seems like he wants to tank himself up.
I prefer the Assault as well, because you're looking at full physical damage, almost full physical damage from AOES.
But the thing is, right, I can understand the Assault Caress being useful for him, for Tau pushes as well. The attack speed is great. But let's say your WraithKing gets insta-gibbed. The Assault Caress isn't really going to help you out there. You want survivability, right? Because you want to survive for as long as you can because of the Radiance burn. I was thinking either go for the Aghanims, maybe even go for a heart, like try and go for that sustain to try and keep yourself alive during the fights. Maybe BKB even.
AOES, they're not responding to this push. They're going to lose the high ground.
Look at the creeps!
AOES, what are you doing? TP back.
Look at this. It's Game of Thrones Season 10.
The Walking Dead is here. Finally, they sent the quick carpet.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're gonna revive. Round number 2. Oof, there we go.
Oh, look at all that gold. Yikes.
Kind of a slow reaction from AOES, but barely managed to keep the tower alive. Hook shot does miss, but even if it landed, I doubt they would want to engage onto Jinxie. Lion did TP out to safety, and Leborn playing the map game right now.
I mean, even if Leborn gave all that gold away, I mean, look at how much damage they did to that top tower.
Yeah.
Right? That was just because, unfortunately for AOES, they just didn't have vision. They didn't know where Leborn is. And they get punished for it too. That's, I mean, next fight, if they lose the next fight, I'm 100% certain Leborn just pushes the top lane. There's literally no reason to go to any other lane, unless maybe it's super far out and they can't do it in time. But if they can maintain control of the top side of the map, Roshan's going to be open for Leborn.
Yeah, and they're already setting it up with Sotong.
Yeah. If anything, I'm assuming Sotong's going to be the one to have priority over the Aegis, because he is the most vulnerable and also very important hero on the side of Leborn. You'll need the double life for him. I mean, Wraith King already has the reincarnate, so technically he doesn't need the Aegis for triple lives, because they'll just shotgun the rest of his team. We'll see if they're able to secure it first. That's the most important thing. Can Leborn secure the Roche pit? Because while this is all happening, Roche is now going to be happening for AOES. Lots of BKBs have been picked up for AOES. Clockworks just picked up his.
They scanned him out. They scanned AOES out as well. Leborn, this might be perfect for them.
Remember, there are BKBs, so this is not necessarily the easiest fight.
Yeah, Clockwork also picked his BKB up. He's going to find Jinxie. And Clockwork's kind of out of position.
Sotong?
BKB. Sotong gotta be careful. Sotong explodes. Gets turns into seafood, and now it's Mango. The Mango show. The hook shot, barely misses. The Wave King who blinks away in nick of time, but maybe not Mike though. Bit of a rough spot. The Bond botches the engage, and they lost the Sand King as well. It should be ages for AOES at this point. Leborn, they conceded.
And all of that, they didn't even pop their BKBs, right? They basically just shotgunned the Queen of Pain, and that was it.
The only BKB that was popped, I believe, was the
Slaughter.
Slaughter. Not sure if the Clockwork.
I don't think he didn't need to.
Yeah, he didn't need to.
Yeah, it's still 10 seconds. This is such a big opening for AOES, because you got Aegis now, you got your fresh BKB charges. Jinxie's going to try and push up top. Okay, if Jinxie can play this right, he can actually continue pushing.
Oh no.
Did he not? Okay, hang on.
They're not responding.
Do they? They don't know. They've got TPs.
They had to send Mango back now, because Jinxie, Hong did TP. And with Mango back, Leborn know that AOES cannot push high ground.
That was a beautiful play from the Wraith King, I have to say. That was such a good decision. I don't think he anticipated the Kunkka. Oh, unless his teammates told him Kunkka's X-TPing.
Yeah, they cannot fight. The moment Morphling went back, they converge onto AOES. So
that was such a good play.
And to abandon. Yeah. Oh, and he denied himself.
Oh no!
Wow. All right. Maybe not so bad after all.
It's all right. The tides have turned, according to Mango. But the tide is kind of turning, though. The game is still relatively close, although it is a 4K net worth lead for AOES. I mean, we're 30 minutes in. 4K is not that big of a deal. It's essentially one team fight away. So Leborn, they're still hanging on. I really want to see what these next item choices are. Mads, is he being spotted out? I kind of know where he is. Wait, they're going uphill?
Oh,
they're going up to Hong.
There's a counter engage, comes in.
Where's his team?
As well. The Soul Bind, no, this might be massive. They find the double finger. BKB is popped, but the ball will come in. Sonic Wave also comes through as well. The walking 250 goal somehow survives. And Sotong now in the back line onto Hong. They have no shrine. Hong might die trying to run away, but there's the Inkstone to keep him in place. Mads with the rocket, not doing too much. Jinxie now joins the fight with the Blink Dagger, and it seems like the Wraith King has the bigger blade.
Leborn, what a turnaround. It was a small skirmish, but this is such a big turnaround, because all of a sudden Leborn has control of the map. Now the thing is, they don't know who has buyback. Kunkka just used his buyback gold.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, he's got gold. What? He had gold, then it disappeared. Then it came back.
That's pretty weird. Mango wasn't in the fight just now. But does Mango really want to go in? There's the shotgun. Oh, doesn't kill Phony.
Mango's dead!
Still have the Aegis though. Mads comes in, picks up the Lion. That's the buyback from the Kunkka. They want to commit to this fight straight away. Mango though, careful! Sonic Wave does come through. Mango now morphing the strain. There's a shotgun coming in. Might dies. Sand King Barrel Strike not enough, and there is Sotong being brought right back. The turnaround is here for AOES. but they have to rip through Jinxie. That's Mango turning into the Sand King. They pop the reincarnation. Mango,
Lion's
gotta be careful
coming.
though. Lion coming back
Ravage.
in. Gotta be careful, Mango. You cannot die right now. They get the crush onto the Lion from behind, and they kill off the Lion as well. Wraith King somehow blinks TPs.
I mean, it wasn't a full-on Lion Ravage. It was a baby Ravage, but it was enough to save the Wraith King, the most important hero on their team.
Oof, AOES holding.
And look at
on.
this. The tower went down because of the catapult.
Yeah, by the skin on the teeth. They did force the buyback, I believe, from
It was just the Lion. Yeah, so it was just the Lion. Oh, actually, Kunkka also bought back.
Yeah, he bought back for that.
It was two buybacks. Here is our respawning. Can AOES push? Is this the plan? Is this what they're trying to do?
They should
Gonna
feel.
look for Jinxie?
They should feel lucky that Morphling had the Aegis, or else it would have been over.
Absolutely.
But now it's their turn to push high ground, and it's Jinxie. Put on a chopping block for now. The members are respawning. They have the Grimstroke out, so mid laner also coming back. Do they really want to commit on Jinxie? He doesn't have the reincarnation, but a shotgun, not enough damage for now. The science does come through. They're going to take out the Phantom. Jinxie now running in. Torrent doesn't connect. They have the ultimates onto both Sotong and the Grimstroke as well, though. Mango gotta be careful. The 3-man Sonic Wave comes in, and the bolt will connect onto Jinxie as well. They're desperately killing him off, but he'll reincarnate. The ultimate actually comes in time, and now Leborn might want to look to turn this around, and it's the Baron being the sacrifice, put on the guillotine and chopped up. Mango goes back in, tries to go for the shotgun, but Sotong already blinked away. Mango now going for his shotgun, but he dies! What is happening to AOES right now? Mango makes the biggest mistake. Might cost his team more as the finger will kill our Mads. Buyback from the Leborn. And Danelie, we might be looking at the final game of this round robin.
It's like everyone wants to play on the roundabout and they don't want to make the turn off. Oh my goodness. Mango almost made probably the most godliest play just then. He went in, he full agi morphed to get the kill onto Jinxie. I don't know what happened when he was trying to morph back to strength. It was like he accidentally hit agi morph? Or was it this?
I just saw this one auto attack that killed him off. I was like, what?
I'm trying. I can't fathom what happened because his HP disappeared for the agi morph to get the kill. He was morphing it back, but then I don't know what happened afterwards. I really think he may have mistapped his agi morph.
Well, fortunately for them, they did force, or should I say, bait out the buyback from Queen of Pain. Leborn didn't accomplish too much. So fortunately for AOES, it is not over yet for sure. They did lose the Shrine in the top lane.
Not just the Shrine. Just very quickly, I think there was a 4K net worth lead as well for AOES. They lost almost all of it. And that's... It's a big switch because essentially you look at that 4K gold, that's a full item for someone.
Yeah, and it all started when they went on the Wraith King and his reincarnation was perfect. It almost felt like the gods were on Jinxie's side. His reincarnation came out and he revived.
It was beautiful. I didn't think he was going to make it, but he did.
The moment he revived...
And technically, look at what he's got queued up. He's trying to go for Ags. He can afford it.
He can afford it.
He can buy his Ags now if he wants to. I think he's holding on to buyback just to be safe here.
You can see the moment Jinxie died and AOES saw, wait, he has reincarnated. They tried to disperse. But the slow from the... Did he go for the Wraith Fire Blast talent? That's what I want to know.
2-time skeletons
spawn
spawn
not level 25
He's
yet,
actually leveled up skeletons.
I think when he reached level 25, he's going to go for that left talent, Wraith Fire Blast, and he dies. Everyone dies with him.
Yeah. I mean, they won't die with him, but they'll get stunned. Oh my goodness. This game can honestly go anyway. The biggest game changer, I feel, is going to be the Ags.
Yeah.
Okay, because essentially...
And he got it.
What this does now... Okay, firstly, Wraith King... He still has buyback. Oh my goodness.
And buyback.
So he's got buyback and that's very scary because you have to think of it, the dynamic of the game changes, okay? Because what happens is if you don't want the reincarnate to happen, they're going in.
Zerg Rush might lose his life though, not gonna survive the Sandstorm. Mango pulses BKB, but the team is not around.
He needs to run.
He needs to run, turns to Slaughter back into himself.
That's his BKB used. If you're Leborn, you could just continue going on.
They're gonna go on to him now. They use him up. He might die. I don't think he actually has the buyback, but they need to get him out alive. You don't want to waste the buyback that early on, and Mango is perma stun, silent stun, he's dead for 90 seconds, and the Baron will die as well. He denies himself. They both have buyback, but
and look at the tower situation. Top towers being pushed by the creeps as well. The gods are shining their rays on Leborn. AOES got punished so hard, and I feel like it might have been because AOES, they were so confident up until this point that they're winning in these fights.
Why is he walking into... Alright, luckily... They
Oh
didn't
my
time the use
goodness.
perfectly, but
look,
they forced the buyback out. Jinxie. The shotgun
Jinxie,
in
he's
the
got
face.
Ags.
Gotta be careful, they popped the dust. Jinxie still trying to survive. Mass into the backline with a hook shot, and now Mango coming in. Great two-man burrow strike into the kill of Jinxie first, but he does have the Aegis. And look at the Razor gonna come back to life. So by onto both Hong and the Abandon. Jinxie a bit alone, but Mass might die as well. Now it's a double silence. Mango too far in. Pop into the sand.
They have to
pops
kill
his BKB.
Jinxie.
Jinxie must die. Finally dies.
They can't
This
kill
is
his
the raid,
teammates,
but
otherwise they'll reincarnate.
Abaddon is gonna die. Pop the dash. Jinxie's somehow still alive, but AOES holding on for now. They find Salton. Can they kill him off? Yes, they can. Bring him back. No mana. Hong on the killing spree. 110 seconds for the Queen of Pain.
The way they handled that fight for AOES was beautiful. They were isolating the Wraith King, and what they were doing was they were zoning out Leborn to try and kill the Wraith King first, because once he's dead and he's not around, the reincarnation aura doesn't exist, which means his teammates would have guaranteed a death and they wouldn't have been able to contribute at all into those fights. That was such a beautiful way of kiting the Wraith King. They have to do that every single time. But you also need to acknowledge that even though this is happening, Leborn's probably understanding what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, they're understanding that, hey, they want to cut into the Wraith King. Let's go in a little bit harder so that we take collateral damage. Yeah, sure, we'll force the deaths, but we still do the damage that we need.
Yeah, because they cannot kill you a second time when you're in Wraith form. Props to Mango though. It's kind of a redemption play from him. Really, balls of steel. He just dove in and
He had to.
He had to.
They had no choice.
That
Now,
was with Aegis. Might be a bit different for
there is
AOES.
some buybacks. There's none on the Queen of Pain, but it's looking pretty positive here for Leborn because all the buybacks have been expended on AOES, whereas you have 3 available on Leborn.
Yeah.
So any misplays here, sure, you might have access to BKBs, Aegis, Cheese, but mistakes can still be made on the high ground.
And problem is for AOES, they are not good at pushing high ground.
No, they really don't have the best tower pushers. They don't have a Sieger.
And now you have the Basher for the Wraith King as well.
And look up top, the creeps are pushing because of their initial loss on those creep waves. This game is going to get harder here for AOES unless they start trying to push the game, because if they don't, more and more items get picked up onto Leborn. And technically, even though there's a Morphling on the side of AOES, look at the scaling of both teams, okay? Clockwork scaling is not impressive. He gets tanky. He doesn't have improved kill potential.
No.
Slardar scales reasonably well. Abaddon, very underwhelming support in the late game because sure, he mitigates some damage and he can heal, but what else does he provide outside of that? Not much. It's not like a Lion who can have the talent boost to his stuns, his Hex. Heck, I'm more afraid of Leborn late game than I am of AOES right now.
Yeah, AOES should be shaking their boots. What they have right now is the high ground advantage. They'll take the smoke onto the Grimstroke, but holding their guns for now. They commit. They need to kill the Grimstroke as soon as they can. Grimstroke does die. Counter as a Wraith though. Might have dropped the Soul Bind. They've caught everybody in the back line. Mango! It's gonna have the Aegis Band Epic that comes in as well. Match with the BKB. Mango comes back to life and they need to win this now. Jinxie though, pretty much doing a lot of damage. The crit's gonna kill Abandon, but the Marta comes in. Multiple Shadow Shots coming in. Match joining up everyone as much as he can. Jinxie dropping low, gets the shotgun in. Eternal Blade gets you. Jinxie might die and he will, but there's the reincarnation. Bring it back to life for round number 2. And it's Mango now, turning to the Sankeys. Be careful with the Axe shift. Not to pops his BKB. They kill off the Wraith King finally, but he has the Wraith form. And there's the Axe that we've been talking about. Mango left alone. And we are looking at game number 3 as Mango will not survive through this.
He's trying.
Leborn with
He
the
could.
skin of their teeth.
He's got no mana.
Might be able to turn this around. Mango gets the triple kill. I might have said this too early, but what else does he have? Pops the stick charges, TP's away. Can he really get out? And he will.
They had nothing to cancel.
You're kidding me.
My goodness. The only reason Leborn won that fight was the number of buybacks they used. They had buybacks, and look at AOES. They used their buybacks earlier this game. They don't have anything left in the tank.
And somehow they managed to hold on.
Oh, they're going to lose
Oh,
Hong.
yes, the axe. Oh, gets used up. Pops the BKB. He and Mango they need to wait for at least the event to come back in. The Soul Bind only landing onto Hong.
The multi-boats.
Oh no, Mango reveals himself. Gotta be careful. Sonic Wave comes right in. Hong bashed out by Jinx. Mango helping him, fighting into the Sand King here. Comes the Bandit trying to heal out Hong as much as he can. He pops the cheese. The shotgun comes in. Jinxie a bit low. Does have the reincarnate. Or Hong running back to the tower. Sand doesn't connect with the Burrow Strike, and somehow they still manage to survive for now, but it might be the
Are they
turnaround.
leaving Jinxie?
Coming in, Jinxie gotta be careful. There is the Torrent, doesn't really connect. Soton coming in, but he's running out of resources. The walking 250 gold with the Epic Center whiffs completely.
It was a
LeBron,
zoning epicenter. They
yeah,
had no choice. They had to use that.
Turning onto the Rexes, so they still get the Rex.
The creeps are doing the Raxes for them. If anything, I'm saying that because of how long these fights are going, the creeps are winning the game for Leborn right now.
Yeah.
They are fighting for so long that no one can afford to TP back for AOES, and their base is taking permanent damage as well. They've lost one tier 4 tower because of the creeps. They've only got one tower remaining. If they try and go for a marathon fight again, I don't think they're going to have a base left.
Yeah, it's a step closer to mega creeps. If Leborn, they have to be careful as well, even though they have technically the numbers advantage even without the buybacks. AOES, they're holding on
Just.
pretty well.
Everyone was actually holding on because of their buybacks.
Especially Mango. That guy is a miracle worker. Yes, he was actually the magician throughout all the big fights. Especially
Oh, you know who's a magician now? It's called the Grimstroke. What does he have again? What's that item? It's what is it? Scythe of Sheep Stick.
the ship stick.
It's this is a game changer. I mean, as much as I want to say that Morphling has been an absolute magician, like you said, right? He's made some fantastic plays. Probably some of the riskiest and most heart-stopping plays I've seen in a really long time. He's not progressing. He's built a Satanic, which is fine.
There's no
but
Skadi as well.
he's building all survivability. As the game goes longer and longer, sure you can survive, but do you have the damage? And now with an Abyssal, this Abyssal and Scythe of Ice, if the Morphling's the only one there, he's going to get hit with Scythe of Ice, he's going to get hit with the Hex, he's going to get hit with Abyssal. I don't see him surviving. I don't. I really don't.
Breathing hard for both teams. Buyback will be coming back for Slaughter, but it's the least of Leborn's worry right now. AOES, I don't know how they're going to hold on to this if they lose their course.
I don't see it either. And there's a great item picked up on the Sand King too. He's got a good disengage now with the Yules. He gets the passive mana regen, and if he needs to, he's got another way of cancelling TPs minus the Burrow Strike. So again, I'm really a big fan of the item pickup here from the Sand King. The game's getting later and later. Item choices are becoming more and more important. And we can see Mads trying to pick up a Aghanims. He wants to have more impact in the fights with these hook shots. Although do you think the hook shots would be a bit of a game changer here for AOES, having the consistent hook shots?
They need to insta-kill the support of Leborn.
So you do think this would definitely help them with that?
Yeah, I am not sure at this point. It just looks so grim.
It's a smoke. We're looking at a smoke now, and we only have... Okay, we have 3 buybacks available. 1 on the Slaughter, 1 on Abaddon, and 1 on the Queen of Pain. The hero with the longest buyback right now is Kunkka. Kunkka and Wraith King, they are going to take the longest to respawn. Unfortunately, they're on cooldown for 3 minutes. And look at this. AOES, they're going to try and use this window of opportunity.
But the top lane, though.
Yeah, top lane, and look at what Grimstroke is doing. Grimstroke's going to come up here. He's going to try and force someone back again. Oh, they know where he is.
Yeah, the Kunkka is going to clear out that wave.
Yeah, Grimstroke is not here. Okay, he's TP'd back. He's not going to go for the risky play.
It's going to be Hail Mary attempt for AOES right now.
If Wraith King was up top and he just summons the skeletons, that would force AOES back again.
Oh.
They just need 3 minutes. They need 3 minutes. We've got to start seeing some of these buybacks. Although, if you look at buyback status, there's none for Wraith King, even if it comes off cooldown. Same with Sand King. Same with Grimstroke. Actually, if anything, Leborn are not prioritizing their buyback gold.
Axel for the Lion. Might be... Oh, this game-changing item starting to come in, even for the support
Yep.
at this point.
I want to know what's going to come on this third Roshan. If we're getting a Refresher Shard or if we're getting the Aghanims.
So, it seems like
Air
AOES wants to pull the
Garage.
trigger. If I found a Sand King, but can he kill him off? Sand King, great force stab. Great hook shot into the back. Like they want to kill off Mike, but Mike's already out of there. This Mango trap in the cog turns into Sand King. Cannot fight anymore. It's a disengage for now from AOES, but Leborn, now they have clear window if they want to re-engage. It seems like Mango very vulnerable.
Look at
Hong as well.
Jinxie.
They foul Hong, cannot die. Does not have the buyback. They get
They're
the
leaving
finger on
him.
it. They get a Lotus Orb Abyssal Blade, but he's dead. And it seems like Sotong now is straight into the back line. It's a 4 versus 5, and Mango, he has to be a better magician than the rest of Leborn, but the Blinks can save Sotong for now. The Soulbite comes in. This is a double stun. Jinx is doing damage as much as he can, but he abandoned keeping Mango alive. Mango running a bit out of resources, though. He's going to use that barrel shot to go back in, and he's going to take down the Sand King, but the finger, not enough damage for now. Abandon does die. Jinxie does get stunned, now has the armor reduction. Buyback for the Bandit to rejoin the fight. Jinxie is going to go down for the first time, but there's the level 25 talent with the Brave Fire Blast to stun out Mango. He is stunned up, he is hexed up actually, but he still has the buyback to re-engage if he wants to. He will save it for now, but he knows he has to expand this buyback to even have a chance of saving this game.
And look at their base, again, in shambles because of the creeps. What's the health on that tier 4 tower of theirs? There's no tower left in the middle lane. Their Ancient's already taken critical damage.
And it's Axe blessing.
Oh no! Oh my goodness! This could, if this goes into, this is going to go to Leborn, without a doubt, because everyone on AOES, they're busy defending their base. Who do they give Ags to? Grimstroke?
It's a Grimstroke Axe.
I don't know his Ags.
Huh.
I've never seen anyone buy Ags on Grimstroke in my games.
Because you could never afford one.
Yeah.
But it seems like they want to give... The Sand King isn't alive, so I think they want to give it to Grimstroke. But right now... Oh, hookshot comes in from Mats. Trying to disrupt the flow a bit. Zerg Rush is ready. Abyssal, great Lotus Orb. Zerg Rush into the backline. Mats almost still alive. The finger comes in. The counter finger from the Abyssal. Mango goes right in. He tries to steal the Roshan away. Pause the BKB. Can he get the Roshan? He needs it. Roshan's gonna die. Mango snatches the Aegis. It might be AOES' chance to turn this around, but Jinxie, too much damage. Slider's gonna buy back. Mango gets used out. No damage output now. Mango into the backline. Turns into the Lion. Doesn't get a stun off though. He is hexed out. They need to kill him off. And AOES, despite the steal, might have just lost the entire game. 4 members of Leborn on top of Mango. He is silenced up, trying to take away the Phantom as much as he can. Zerg Rush, not even close, and this should be it. The Abyssal on Cherry on top. Jinxie gets the last laugh, and Leborn might have just saved the entire game. Looking at that play and that group stage spot.
It's there. It's all they need to do now is they need to win this game, which it's very... They could honestly just skip and go straight to the Ancients. But they want to go for Megas. Maybe they're trying to see if there's buybacks, but now they see there's no buybacks. They see only the Kunkka. They're going straight for the Ancient. Now they know there's no buyback.
Yeah. Now it's Kunkka with the 3 bow trying to do some magic, but Zerg Rush kind of caught out.
There's no way.
Yeah,
the Ancient...
It's pretty much over.
It's only 2 of them. It's not like the OD Mars defense that we saw earlier in Season 1. Leborn, they did it.
They did it. Leborn keeping themselves in the run, and oh, if you're AOES right now,
you've got to be hitting yourselves thinking, guys, what did we do wrong?
Should not have happened.
They
of all
had
the games to put on a line.
They had a really good start as well. I didn't expect them to play as well as they did right out of the laning stage. They were grabbing kills. They made Sotong redundant for a really long time, right? Yeah. Sotong's usefulness was okay. It was up there at the beginning, but then as the game got later and later, he became, not useless, but he ran out of utility, and then he hit his peak again once he hit his level 20 and 25 talents because of the fear and also getting access to his Aghanims, meaning he had Sonic Wave during every fight, sometimes even getting double Sonic Waves. I actually cannot believe it. I thought AOES was going to 2-0 the gauntlet, but they couldn't do it.
Yeah, and of all the games, it had to be that game.
So
that AOES put everything on the line.
Leborn have the chance of
Everyone
finishing
has a
this
chance
out.
now.
Technically, it's up to Junior at this point.
Yeah.
Can Junior beat Leborn?
Leborn kept Junior's hopes alive, but it also meant that AOES, they have no more games left to play.
Yep.
And it's Leborn who are now a step ahead.
They'll have to start praying now.
I don't think prayers can help.
Who knows? I don't know what's going to help.
Yeah, Junior Gaming, they have to play the game of their lives. This is all or nothing.
It's such a tight series now. I didn't expect it to go the full 3 games.
But what a way to end today, because there's still one more game, and this will be the most important game of relegations. Will it be Leborn? Will it be Junior, or will we see a tiebreaker for AOES? We'll be right back after the break for the last game of this relegations. Welcome back to the Season 2 relegations as we stare down the barrel of the gauntlet, whereas Leborn will take on Junior Gaming. Both teams looking for that win. Junior Gaming wanting to push it to a 3-way tiebreaker, whereas Leborn, they're one step away from making it into Season 2.
I'm honestly in shock because it feels like everyone's throwing the ball into each other's court. They're saying, all right, we got a win here, we have a win here. It's now Junior Gaming's turn to possibly even the score and have us at a 3-way tiebreaker, because we spoke to the admins. We're trying to figure out how the tiebreaker is going to work out, and apparently according to admins, if Junior Gaming win this next match, we are going to reset the match points and we're going to do all 3 games all over again.
Oh, if Junior Gaming wins this, everyone is in for a long day, but either way, should be a great finale to cap off the relegations, because Leborn, they had a rough best of 3 yesterday. They were knocked down by Reality Rift pretty convincingly.
Reality Rift was a tough
was
team,
a tough
though.
team.
Yeah,
This
I can
might be the chance of
understand it.
redemption, because AOES played a spectacular game against Junior Gaming. Even though Junior Gaming is still, I would say, not on par just yet, the way that AOES dominated them showed that they have the capabilities to take this all the way. But Leborn didn't go down without a fight, and just like the Wraith King's axe, they came back and haunt AOES. Now,
Is Wraith King still alive?
still alive.
That's the question.
Well, what we do know is the Picks and Pans are ready for the potential final game of the relegations.
Or the
Junior
potential final not game.
potential reset. Junior Gaming against Leborn. Here we go. Game number 3 of the gauntlet.
Oh, man. I'm going to say here, though, little advantage for Junior Gaming is that they did not just play a marathon of a game. Their game was pretty quick, unfortunately for them, but it's given them plenty of time to sort of have a break. And they also probably got to watch Leborn's game just now. So they got to see who were the tempo controllers, who were the important heroes in the last match, and also who played the most important roles, right? Who would you say on Leborn is probably one of their key players in that previous game?
Walking 250 goal. As much as
The
we,
Sand King.
yeah, as much as we made fun of him yesterday, today he's the hero for his team.
He played fantastic on the Sand King. Although he did botch a couple of the burrow strikes, he kept everything together for the majority of the match. He won't get access to... Oh, no, he could...
He did.
I mean, they could have given him Sand King if they wanted to, but they chose to go for the Pango instead.
The Pango also decent off laner, and I think it suits his playstyle as well. It's always, it's still the... I'm gonna dive in with my skills and cause disruption. But Junior Gaming falling back to a more traditional playstyle, at least for this meta, the Warlock and Juggernaut. A lot of great synergy, especially with the Fatal Bonds into Blade Fury.
Speaking of meta for Junior Gaming, we actually had this discussion off stream as well. Junior Gaming, I think up until this point, we haven't really seen them play standard Dota. They've sort of gone against the current and played, they picked maybe their best heroes or heroes that they felt comfortable with. Do you think if they go back and maybe try to follow the meta a little bit, play their best meta heroes, could we maybe see a bit of a turnaround?
I think we could.
Because I don't think we've seen them play a standard game, right?
Yeah, I think they have to do it. Like, it's all or nothing. They have everything to lose. This...
I love the Warlock pick, by the way. Great support.
Great support.
He has been a top priority ban up until this point, so I'm glad they managed to grab him.
This is Junior Gaming's
chance.
I would say final chance
Yep.
to break their losing streak, because they have not won a single game since Season 1. And if you put that into perspective, that's basically... They've lost 19 games.
Was it 19?
So 7 weeks of group stage.
Maybe 14. Sorry,
14 plus 3, 17 actually. Wait, 17, yeah.
17
They
games.
lost 17 games in a row.
But there is still a chance, though. I'll have to put a lot of faith into the Warlock here. There's a reason why teams have been banning Warlock, and it's because of how much potential a Warlock has during those team fights. You get the Fatal Bonds, the Warlock Golems as well. Amazing counter-initiating spell. The range on it's very big as well, so you can be quite far away from the fights when you want to throw the Chaotic Offering down. Juggernaut, super stable carry. I'm actually very glad they managed to pick this up. I'm interested to see what they're going to give to Cyril, because we've seen Cyril absolutely pop off in the middle lane as a Queen of Pain. We did kind of see him play around with the Invoker. He never really got a chance, I think, just because of how rough they had that game.
Yeah.
Trying to farm up both an Invoker and who else were they trying to farm? Was it Troll?
Yeah.
Both heroes are struggling to farm. I want to see what they give to Cyril. If they could give him something like a TA, unfortunately banned out, if they can give him an OD,
Yeah, an OD.
something that can come online and is explosive like a Queen of Pain, but maybe can scale, I actually think Junior have a really good chance at coming back into this game.
Even heroes such as Storm Spirit, or if they can play Tinker, I think Tinker would be fantastic.
Let's see what supports we see for Leborn first, because Storm Spirit is a pretty interesting name that you mentioned, because I think the past few games that we've seen Storm Spirit, I think Storm Spirit has been winning all the matches when there's no hard lockdown for the Storm.
Yeah, I think DDZ is the best example for the Storm Spirit player, because he played an absolute monstrous Storm Spirit.
I think it's one of his best heroes too, so I think that's quite telling.
Season 1 semi-finals, his Storm Spirit actually saved the game against Team X, because Team X were on the verge of knocking Flower Gaming out of the grand finals. But it's not just DDZ alone, obviously. However, he did put up a great show on that hero.
The combination's already coming out here for Junior. Darkseer paired up with Warlock, a good synergy between the two of those. Even Juggernaut pairs quite nicely with Darkseer, although probably not the most efficient way to use Omni Slash. And Leborn going back for the Bane. So we've got a Bane support. We don't know if this is offlane Pango yet. This could technically be a support Pango. We have seen this a few times. I actually think they're going to give this to Walking 250 gold though. The Pango Rolling Thunder is just too valuable.
Yeah, I think...
it's a great way to actually cancel the slow from Warlock.
Actually, it is. It upheaval does not affect that as well. For Junior Gaming, they can still go for the Earth Spirit if they want to. But if they do pick that hero, it means that Junior Gaming have to play early tempo. And
you know what I'd love to see? An Ogre Magi for Junior Gaming.
no, actually that actually works as well.
Works well with the Juggernaut. You got a great frontliner that combos well with the Warlock as well. And technically Ogre can do some pretty good damage over time too when he has access to Ignite.
And the Bloodlust on Juggernaut.
Even Darkseer. You know what this reminds me of? This almost reminds me of... there was a game we saw the other day. It was with the Ogre as well. And they basically just kited the enemy team with surges, with any movement-based spells. We could also see the same thing here. Junior Gaming, okay, a little against the grain. Spirit Breaker as a secondary support functions similarly to like a frontline Ogre, but I mean, I could see this working.
I actually like it. Against Razor, against Bane, especially Spirit Breaker is awesome against Bane if Bane isn't watching, especially when you have the a Phoenix Great Spirit Breaker can just use the Nether Strike.
At the strike. I mean, you can even
charges. Bane.
charges, bashes. You can get lucky with the bashes too.
Yeah, 77% on the bash.
And speaking of Spirit Breaker, I mean, he's still a great hero too because he gives you vision when he charges someone. So it's great setup for the team.
And it's early tempo for junior gaming as well. My only concern for this team is that they have not been successful playing early aggression.
I'm worried about the lanes too, and some of their lockdown is weak.
Yeah.
Because if you look at what they have for lockdown, Vacuum, you can't really consider that a lockdown. Juggernaut won't get anything until he gets access to a Skull Basher at least. Spirit Breaker, it's all physical. It's actually quite hard to lock down heroes with Spirit Breaker. You have to cast a lot of spells. And Warlock, he's only got Chaotic Offering. You don't have anything like just a standard right-click stun.
And Phoenix is going to change everything right now for Leborn. Solves a lot of their problem. You have the Supernova. Junior Gaming might need to think twice before starting a fight, especially when you're looking at Spirit Breaker who wants to just ram his head into someone. But then if there's a Phoenix, it's easy for Leborn to disengage and re-engage.
They need to change their playstyle around the Phoenix because I've seen a lot of teams, when they run the Phoenix, they use Phoenix Supernova to force a disengage because you don't want to fight under it. You could try to kill it, but Leborn have such a good solution in the Bane because I know Juggernaut's going to be the primary hero to take down the Supernova egg, right?
Yeah.
With naturally high attack speed.
He's
If he
the
just gets
only one.
gripped, you know, he can get perma-stunned
He's
and
the
even
only
just
one that
killed
can do
out.
it as well.
Exactly.
However, this pick also means that Razor is going... Never mind, I was about to say Razor is going mid. It was almost clear-cut, but right now, Lina is the last pick. They are relying a lot on the Lina.
Now, I could still see a Storm Spirit pick up here for Junior because their disables are really lacking.
Yeah, I would love a Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit's taken out of the pool. Queen of Pain. I mean, Queen of Pain's still available, but I think Storm Spirit could do so much
You
more
need the
than a
tempo.
quap. Yeah.
You need that. If Spirit Breaker isn't enough to disrupt the Bane, drop a Storm Spirit on top. Because Junior Gaming are relying a lot on the Juggernaut, and Juggernaut is so vulnerable to Leborn. So they need someone to gain access to the backline, and the Spirit Breaker unfortunately won't be enough to do so. Not when you have to deal with the Phoenix, which I think is the biggest nuisance that Junior Gaming have to come up with a solution to.
Yep. And I like the fact that Leborn, they're not fully ultimate dependent in their draft. They're not running like a Warlock in like Junior Gaming, and we're going to see a Puck. When was the last time we've seen this?
Yesterday.
Really?
Off-lane Puck. We
Really?
saw.
No, we didn't.
We did.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. We saw an off-lane Puck for...
No. Are you sure you're watching? You were watching Epicenter, weren't you?
Or
You were watching It was an Epicenter game. We did not get Puck yesterday.
maybe I remembered the wrong game from the wrong...
I think it's Epicenter.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
It's okay. Don't worry. It happens. But the Puck pickup. Do you want to pick Puck into Phoenix?
Okay, it was another tournament that I casted.
Okay.
It wasn't this one.
It's okay.
So technically I'm not wrong. It's just not ESL.
Just the wrong
It's the
everything.
Wrong, yes, everything except for
Wrong team, wrong game, wrong league.
yeah, that's pretty much it.
Oh, HusKKiee. It's alright. Dude, that Juggernaut looks sexy. Oh, that sword. Sorry, I love my cosmetics. I'm sorry, production had to deal with that. Alright. Now the question is, can Junior pull the win out?
Mid Puck. That is.
It's Cyril. After seeing Cyril play Quap like he did, I have a lot of faith in him to pull off a really sick Puck.
Yeah, I honestly think he just needs to assess the situation of a skirmish or a team fight before going in, because one of the mistakes that he did as the Queen of Pain was jumping in without assessing things properly, and that got him killed multiple times.
This time, Puck is a little different to Quap because you have a defensive mechanism to fall back to if you do go a little bit too deep. The only difference is that Puck won't be able to come online as quickly as a Queen of Pain when it comes to burst, but his usefulness is always going to be there. And in particular, if let's say the game goes late, normally when you look at a puck, you just see him as pure utility. But if he builds him more aggressively, the big item you're going to be looking for is the Ags, because you're going to force heroes to fight in the Dream Coil because it punches through BKB, Magic Immunity. And unfortunately, if you look at Leborn, they've got nothing to control a puck. A puck is going to just run rampant in the middle of everything.
We'll see if that happens, because puck does have a slower damage output. It's not like your Queen of Pain with instant burst, Winning Rift, Illusory Orb. They all take time to kind of ramp up. So the first 10 minutes, I know I always repeat the same sentence, the first 10 minutes is going to be important, especially when you're playing a tempo control mid laner. And
I want to watch the puck matchup though, because it's been very, very long since I've seen this, and I want to know how Sotong deals with a puck, because I'm pretty sure a lot of mid laners, they haven't played against a puck in a really long time.
Oh no.
And
you're kidding me.
Wow.
That just happened.
Well.
Maybe dropped maybe a bit too much compliment, but that's a slight mistake. It's probably the easiest last hit of his life as well.
Things happen. Don't worry about
unlucky.
it. Yeah. Darkseer up against Bane Razor. This is, I mean, I didn't talk about this. Darkseer is going to have a very interesting offlane situation, because Bane and Razor, those two together are actually very, very scary, because you hit the Nightmare after the static link. Razor is going to steal a whole bunch of damage, and if you can hit the Nightmare while the Darkseer is trying to surge, runs out of duration when the Nightmare pops off, and all of a sudden you're going to die.
Yeah.
So the offlane scenario, I want to see how Darkseer pulls this off. Does he play aggressive? Does he play passive? It seems like for now he's getting zoned out, which, I mean, it means he's not getting EXP, but it also means he's not dying.
What I'm worried about right now is...
First blood for Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix died.
I was about to mention Spirit Breaker. What I'm worried about is Moon not able to get those experience in fast enough, because one of the common habits for Spirit Breaker players as a support...
Hang on. I thought this was going to be support Phoenix.
Oh,
it's
wait.
offlane.
Wow.
He's gone for
Tank
Quelling
support.
Blade.
Okay.
Quelling Blade Phoenix.
But
Not efficient.
But yeah, for Spirit Breaker, a lot of players, their common habits for Spirit Breaker support is that they tend to look for those ganks too often, that they don't get EXP.
Moon.
So we'll see if Moon can not repeat that practice. He almost got the kill on the Sotong, but great LSA, and now Illusory Orb. As he can connect, gotta be careful though. Only might die. Regen goes to Lina, but Cyril, perfect placement of that spell.
Lina did get a regen, so Cyril's got to be careful. He's got no orb as well.
LSA, not
He does have phase shift if he tried to go for LSA or Dragon Slave.
Yeah.
He's gonna try and feint it, but yeah, Cyril needs to heal. Yeah, there's a South pop. Better play safe than sorry in this lane, in particular with how important this game is. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these cores for Junior to not mess up. Top lane, let's take a look at what's happening in the top lane. How are they dealing with this Phoenix? Are they zoning him out? Are they trading farm with him? Seems like Phoenix is not getting CS, but is he getting levels?
It's already level 3, so hitting a
Is he level
decent
3 on the
level curve.
Phoenix?
Yeah.
Okay, he's level 3.
Hitting
So
a
he's
decent
gone...
curve.
Okay, so he's not going for the laser build, he's going for the fire spirits. Yeah, it's a pretty standard build.
Oh, charge coming in from Spirit Breaker.
He can surge.
Static
Oh,
link
storms.
onto the ducks here.
Okay, Spirit Breaker comes in.
Actually, doesn't really get the stun though, and well, nothing much that Spirit Breaker can do. Doesn't even hit isn't even level 2 yet. So get one off of this last creep. There we go, level 2.
Okay, so he's gone for alright.
Oh, not on. Takes out the phase shift, gonna salve himself out, and Cyril is actually losing this. Does not have enough mana for the Dragon save this.
Yeah, Cyril healing up with the bottle as well. Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup here, because it seems like Puck and Lina are both tied. No one's taking the lead yet, but interestingly enough, we haven't seen another gank after that first attempt by both sides. I was expecting maybe another attempt because both of them are so low. But it seems... Oh, they're going to try now.
Oh, there's the charge.
LSA.
LSA will connect. Connects onto Moon. Moon now taking
Onto both?
power damage. He might die though. Pango with the perfect rotation. They find the Spirit Breaker and they might find the Puck as well. Zero gets away.
Haste
Gets the haste rune. Run.
Oh, almost clicked the wrong way.
Wait.
Wait.
Wait, what?
What?
Why?
Cyril?
Why? Zero, why?
shift.
Run?
Earnings. What's it? Oh my god! Cyril! Oh my goodness.
Man, that guy.
He mind gamed the Pango. Oh my goodness.
Kidding me. Yeah, definitely relaxing.
Very relaxing. Oh, they've gone under the Phoenix this time, and with no Icarus dive, this should be a death here. No bashes.
Is the burst? Yeah, there we go.
They got him.
Zero though, playing with fire.
I thought he
Literally.
was.
Dragon Slave.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh no! He couldn't do it.
Get
He got
Yeah.
outplayed by Sothong. The cancel.
get tricked.
Oh my goodness.
What a
Oh,
clown
have we got a fight near the top shrine?
what a show though. Now Moon is gonna lose his life as well. Man, what is this game?
I'm enjoying the puck pick. I'm just letting you know. This is super fun to watch. I wish we got more pucks, but my goodness. What a treat for game 3.
Yeah, I mean, he danced with fate, but maybe he toyed around too long. Too much.
Sothong knew.
Sotong knew.
You can't outplay Sothong.
Fake the animation now.
Okay, there's the surge.
There you go. They won't have the damage. Moon does have the Iron Shot onto him. Unfortunately, just a level 2 Spirit Breaker.
I think he's no boots
Whoa.
as well. He's super slow.
That damage. And Jinx, position 1 Razor.
Oh no, the rune
Oh
got
no.
taken.
That's the Lucky Strike. Swashbuckle as well. Spirit Breaker.
Oh,
Ah.
full on commitment there. Yeah, they did not appreciate
Okay,
Cyril at all.
He almost dodged the Laguna Blade.
Oh my.
Had he held on, actually had it stay in a phase rush for a bit longer, he would have dodged the damage instance.
Yeah.
Well, Cyril, hopefully he learned his lesson then.
He's taking. It's a little bit rough now. He's been on the receiving end of a lot of pressure now. He might need some help because he has. I think up until this point he had just the help from the Spirit Breaker, which was all right, but they haven't been able to consistently pressure the Lina. And Lina at some point will be able to outfarm Cyril because Lina has so much AoE, it's so easy to farm, whereas Puck, he has to use the orb, and when you use the orb aggressively to farm, you can't use it defensively anymore.
The Spirit Breaker needs the levels.
Is that level 6 Phoenix? No, he's
Like
got
I said,
no ultimate.
TP is coming in from Lina though. This might be horrible if they don't get a kill. Phoenix running away past the stick charges, and Sotong is here. 3-man LSA! Sotong coming in huge! Juggernaut will be the first, Aya Solari the next, and Moon. Well, back to space he goes.
Oh,
Charges to it.
charges?
Wow.
Wow.
I feel like Junior Gaming's lineup is more towards styling on Leborn at this point.
It has opened up the lane for Cyril, I suppose, in the middle lane. Lina did rotate up top, but the game's still not looking that great. It's not looking that amazingly. The thing I'm worried about here is the Juggernaut. Is he getting enough farm? Because they have been zoning out the Phoenix.
He's actually doing decent, but
He's doing okay, but look, they brought Sotong up here. They're going to try and kill him again. They're
Sotong is
saying,
Laguna
okay.
though.
Yeah, they understand that they've already
Oh.
crippled the pucks. They say, let's go for Juggernaut
dead.
instead.
Oh,
Spin.
spin.
Physical damage is too
Nah.
much.
Yeah, too much.
Yep. So I like the plays coming out from Leborn. They say, we've crippled this lane. Let's start working on this one. Now, the thing is, how long are they going to park up that top lane? Because Cyril will eventually pick up his major items. He's got Dream Coil as well. Do they maybe try and utilize it and go for a kill in the bottom lane? Because they do eventually need to deal with this Razor, and he's had free reign down here so far.
Yeah, but if they go for a gank right now, or any time in the future, Razor does not have the Eye of the Storm to work with. The sad part right now is that the Juggernaut is stuck in the top lane. You don't want the Juggernaut to rotate down unless it's a guaranteed kill. And against Jinxie's Razor, nothing is guaranteed.
Unfortunately for Darkseer, he's not had a fun time down there, and it looks like we've got a
Jinxie?
charge.
My overstay is welcome.
Yeah, there's 3 heroes here. They're going to go for...
Yeah, Upheaval slowing Jinxie down, but
He's just going to steal his damage.
Jinxie just walks right out.
Solari, he's still channeling.
There you go, the
okay.
search. Come on, 70%.
Can they grab him? Puck is here as well. Are they going to use Dream Coil? They
Yeah.
had to. Can they kill though?
Jinxie should die. Ooh, Mike with the brain stab is gonna take down the Darkseer, but he might lose his life though. Cyril needs to get some go injection in, TP in from the Phoenix.
Oh,
great
the charge!
Wow, but there's a supernova. Can they take out the egg? I think they should be able to do so. Disarm not enough. Zero somehow still alive, and it's Moon on the chopping block, but Moon is still alive as well. DD room for Zero. This is the redemption, the revenge. The charge comes in. Moon says hello.
Goodbye.
Right in his face. Junior Gaming somehow coming out with 3 kills.
Oh my gosh, that backfired so bad for Leborn, and I think in particular the Pango, he didn't anticipate the bash from the charge. Oh my goodness, he
Especially
actually...
the Phoenix as well.
Yeah!
He wanted to egg, and then he got
hit by the
bashed.
mini bash. Oh my goodness.
That, if that egg was a second earlier, half a second earlier.
It would have been different.
Yeah.
I think the burn would have been enough to kill some of those heroes. I actually cannot believe that happened. And now,
Oh, Jinxie?
Surge Invis.
Aww.
Oh, Zero.
Zero gotta be careful though.
Yep.
Oh,
Wanna
TP's
keep your
coming in.
distance.
Moon, you might want to run.
They've
He's
got
good
no
now. Yeah.
coil. Yeah, they're better off leaving here. There's no coil.
They overstayed.
Definitely. Now the gold is still in favor of Leborn even after those couple of kills down in the bottom lane. They're still farming on the Juggernaut here for Junior, so they do still have their main carry farming, but they need to kick things up a notch. Oh, they're gonna try and go onto Moon.
Oh no. Moon cancelling his charge might be a mistake that he should not have made. Golden comes in though. Larry trying to keep Moon alive, but the
Ooh.
Laguna is there. Zero
Yes,
comes
Zero.
in for round 2, dodges the LSA, has the waning rift. They might be able to kill Sotong. Sotong does not have enough damage for now. The Swashbuckle insufficient with the disarm. Brain stab as well. Zero now trying to run away. Oh, the Great Nightmare cancel. Actually might have to cancel it. And oh, Junior Gaming getting away with murder in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think they just blocked in the Lina, right?
Yeah.
Cyril just right there, couldn't move at all. That was a very good punish coming in from Junior. Are they going to try and commit from Mike?
Even with some
bit
slight
risky.
mistakes early on, Cyril still somehow manages to find a way to style on the Leborn. He's
And
having
again,
fun.
this is more time for Juggernaut to farm. This is sort of the saving grace here. They're creating so much chaos with their team that the Juggernaut has not been fully left untouched, but he has had a lot of open space. Sure, Jinxie's also getting farmed, but I think at the end of the day, the Juggernaut is a much more valuable hero compared to Razor, because Razor, he's not necessarily going to catch a puck at all. He shouldn't really be able to catch a Darkseer once he maxes Surge as well. It's mostly going to be Jinxie trying to tether onto Juggernaut and the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
I think the Spirit Breaker in particular, he's got to be careful, because if he tries to go into the fights while the Spirit Breaker is charging, we've seen this a couple times.
Speaking about charging, yeah, they did charge the top lane, but Icarus dive.
Oh, they're going to
The
go.
Phoenix now, Rolling Thunder comes in. Larry has nothing to work with. Not dead yet, uses a Shadow Word healing while keeping himself
There's
alive.
Omni Slash
for now. There we go.
available.
Omni Slash is ready. The great charge, the spin, and the 2 members, and they get the Fatal Bonds as well. The damage might be too much. He gets the egg off. Juggernaut should be able to take the egg. No, the Phoenix Grip is perfect, but Puck! Cyril! What a monster right there, and then we secure the Omni Slash kill at Junior Gaming. What is happening?
I don't know.
The turnaround for the dire side.
Turnaround versus over turnaround, over turn. How many turnarounds have we seen? We've seen several for Leborn, we've seen several for Junior. This game is so chaotic. I love it.
This
Oh
is
my goodness. But
Caveman Dota.
the fact that they brought in that puck last second, getting that final hit on the Supernova egg, so crucial. I actually thought they were not going to get the Omni Slash off on the Juggernaut at all, and it would have been a huge win for Leborn, but oh, the team fight coordination is so on point.
Where was this Junior?
They've been
previously?
hiding up until this point.
Playing with a heartstrings, that's for sure.
Something is on the line. Maybe that's what it is. It's a slot to Season 2. It's on the line. They're going to do it. If they play like this, I wouldn't mind seeing them for Season 2.
Man, we will have 3 more games. I'm just saying. But it seems like they're trying to continue the aggression, and it will be Spirit Breaker taking a nap. Let's have the Bulldogs though. Be careful. LSA does connect.
Moon.
Laguna should be enough. Yep.
It's going to be another kill, and that's going to force a disengage. Ooh, 3 seconds left for Surge. Can Mike get enraged to maybe grip him? No.
There's no grip as well. There is a Nightmare. Grip is
On cooldown.
3 seconds away.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. I'm curious to know what the role is of the Darkseer this game, because when you normally look at Darkseers, they're probably one of the top 3 in terms of net worth in the game. Whereas this game, look at Darkseer. 3.4k net worth. He's under the Phoenix. He's under all the main cores. He got demolished in his lane. Like, sure, he was sapping EXP, but I'm guessing he didn't rotate into the jungle at all, or he's trying to keep the lane occupied from the Razor.
Yeah, Darkseer, I think.
Because Darkseer is poor.
Go for the cheesiest search. Charge of Darkness. It's as
Maybe
cheesy as it
that's his comeback mechanism, is it?
that's the goal. That is his
The
role,
dream.
The dream. What Junior Gaming needs right now is a pipe as soon as they can, because that pipe will help them so much against the amount of the abundance of magic damage. But we hear the charge, and it's Moon trying to start things out. The Dream Coil onto Phoenix. The Phoenix does have the egg, but holding on to it for now. Rolling Thunder comes in. Moon's going to take a Laguna to the face. Rolling Thunder doing so much damage. Serial will try to survive, but there we go.
The grip.
Egg. There's the grip on the Serial. Serial might die, but the Phoenix will give his life up as well. Buyback from Spirit Breaker coming in for round number 2, he says. Pivo a bit out of range, but the LSA is perfect. Omni Slash though.
They're going to lose
mini bash
Sotong.
connects on the Sotong, and that's a strike from behind. Junior Gaming still winning that out, but at the cost of a buyback.
Yeah, they had to use the buyback. They could have gone a lot better, I have to say, positioning-wise for Leborn there, because they were hiding in the tree lines. They were working with their positioning. If they didn't have those heroes there, they would have lost a lot more than they bargained for. So props to them. They also smoked in there too, I believe. So they weren't spotted out at all by Junior. It was all caught by surprise. And forcing a buyback this early, it might not seem like a big deal, but this early on, gold is way too important because you need those starting items.
And props to Pango as well, with the great
Rolling Thunder. Yep.
He kept Serial occupied for so long. And Serial actually didn't manage to do much damage, because
Yeah.
he was
I
knocked
think he
up
got
and then
knocked
got
twice,
grip.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 knockups, and then I think it was the grip.
He got grip.
It was right on top of the supernova as well, so he was taking like 60 damage a second. It's pretty big for someone like Puck. Puck is very very squishy. He's gone for Hand of Midas, so he's going to try and play the catch-up farming Puck, which I don't mind at all. I feel like it fits his style of play. It's going to set him back a little bit, because until he gets those items, he will be running low on stats. But if he can get those items at a reasonable time, getting his Blink Dagger, his Yules in particular, so he has a counter ability in case he gets caught in a bit of a rough spot, he'll be quite difficult to latch onto, because you're forced to use your major spells to catch him, like your grips, your nightmares, your LSA. Can I also just say, really well played by Sotong. He's been actually casting some fantastic LSAs.
Yeah.
The 3-man LSA in top lane, and also every time just cancelling the Spirit Breaker charge. He hasn't mistimed any of those yet.
Yeah, Sotong calm and compose. Next item will be his use, and
He picked the wrong hero though.
there's even more ways to stop a Spirit Breaker charge, but we hear it again, and it's to the bottom lane side. Just want to take out that tower.
Yeah, tower's gonna be taken. It looks like it's gonna be a trade. Is it trading up top?
Yeah.
Yeah,
trade.
so
There we go.
equal trade. They continue though.
But they have the view on the Phoenix, and as Junior, without the pipe, you have to be really careful, because those magic damage, they hurt.
Are we looking at a Veil of Discord for Phoenix?
He
Because
did.
they do have... Oh, he's already got it.
Yeah, the next one is a Spirit Vessel. So
Ah, I thought he would go for a Spirit Vessel first. So a little bit of an alternative build we've seen from Phoenix. This benefits the whole team though. Lina loves the bonus magic. Everyone loves the bonus magic.
Phoenix barely missing Junior Gaming.
Who are they going to? I think it's just a creep here.
Yeah.
They're just charging a creep. So both teams going to go back to that passive farming. Net worth's looking pretty good here for Leborn, Lina, and Razor leading. Now, mind you, Lina scales reasonably well into the late game. The one that you have to be a bit concerned about is Razor, because Razor is an interesting hero. He doesn't necessarily scale like a normal hero. How you normally build Razor, I suppose it's kind of like the Viper build. You build him tanky, and he only the way he scales is how long can he actually stick to someone and sap their damage, because he basically scales off of other people.
Yeah. Blink Dagger right now for Cyril though, and Junior Gaming opening up a big door if they can utilize that Blink Dagger to its fullest. However, Leborn playing it safe and slow, and it will be Juggernaut taking a lot of damage. They'll use as well. He had to spin away.
Healing ward to use being used as well. But back onto the Razor, we'll have to see if he's able to be more useful in these fights, because the thing is with Razor, he's going to rely on his teammates.
And we did see a fully utilized Razor during the it's either the grand finals or semi-finals of season 1, where he was in that fight for the longest time ever, I believe.
The whole purpose of Razor is to survive the whole fight.
Yeah. And now, TP coming in. Top lane is Sotong again.
Is this a
They wanna go
bait?
onto Moon. It might be a
A
bait though.
backstab. Oh, they could get punished. Oh, they're afraid.
Yeah, Laguna is not used yet. They found a better target, and it is the Bane. Bane will lose his life. They trade Mike for the Spirit Breaker support for support instead. Jinxie coming into a silence, and there's your vacuum wall. Dream Core used as well, but it's only onto a lone Razor who is still surviving after so long. Darkseer will pop that mech, but Yu's gonna save. The Golem comes down. Laguna onto Warlock, but he did his job. It's now up to Cyril. And the Juggernaut to do his job. He surged right in, but he runs out. He knows he cannot fight this. And it is a dead Darkseer, dead Warlock. Cyril and Juggernaut, they have to run out.
That was an interesting engagement coming in from Junior. I thought they would try and go for the backstab onto, I believe it was the Lina, was it Lina Pango?
Yeah, it was Lina Pango.
Yeah, Lina Pango who was trying to kill off Moon. But they went into the back lines. They used Omni Slash on a lone Bane. That's a huge spell for their team fight. That's a lot of damage that they're not utilizing for the other heroes that came and TP'd in. They basically ran out of gas by the time the enemy came in.
They used Omni Slash and Dream Coil.
And Chaotic Offering on the Lina to try and get out. That's a
Yeah.
big ultimate to use, and if you don't gain anything or you can't find any objectives, that's a huge cooldown.
And it's hard to kill off Jinxie because he has the Hood of Defiance and the Use. So you're not looking at the death of the Razor anytime soon. Junior
No.
Gaming, they need to find another way to win a fight, and especially onto killing off Lina, Pango, and Bane. These three are I believe, the most important target. Yes, Phoenix has the egg, but he's the least of their worry. The early you force his egg out, the higher your chances of you winning a fight afterwards.
It's the biggest opportunities you can normally get from a Phoenix is you want to force the egg out early, and if you can get a clean retreat and re-engage, that's the perfect time to go in, because suddenly there's no Supernova. Supernova functions similarly to the Warlock Chaotic Offering. It's to force the enemy back. It's a way to sort of keep them away while your team re-engages or regroups, or they try to back out. It does way too much damage, especially with the Veil of Discord. Pipe, we're still waiting for the Pipe pickup, right? I mean, Darkseer he's not building Pipe first. He went for Mech first, of all things.
Going for Pipe next, but it's going to be at least 8 minutes before he gets that Pipe. And during that window, Leborn can do serious damage.
How much damage can Junior do to the towers? Yeah. Mid will be untouched, and I believe bottom should be taken here.
Pango did buy his own mech, so that means playing field is pretty much equalized for both Leborn and Junior Gaming.
It's now just the Pipe aspect and how important that Pipe is going to be for Junior, because so much magic damage.
They found Jinxie, trying to kill him off. They come the Omni Slash Nether Strike as well. So worthy kill right there.
Yeah, that's a hero you want to Omni Slash. Not to say Mike wasn't worthy, but they needed it for someone as tanky as Razor.
Yeah.
So that's going to force everyone back onto Leborn. The map opens up here for Junior. What's the warding situation for Junior? They got a lot of vision. I do like some of these ward placements. Very aggressive, but it spots out the movements of Leborn, especially the river ward. I really like this one in case there's any sneaky movements. Which one? The one on the high ground?
Yeah, there was a sentry there.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken down now, but it did its job.
It did its job.
They needed the vision to escape, so.
There we go, Mike.
Wow. Yeah, Boots of Travel picked up now onto Cyril. So this Puck's Hand of Midas is starting to pay off as well. The items are coming in a lot quicker, a lot hotter. And we're starting to get a lot of items onto Junior. Although, interestingly enough, they're 4K behind Leborn, but they're running Midases. We just saw the Midas pick up on the Warlock. And Warlock with Midas. I mean, Warlock normally doesn't get farm, but he suddenly has a Midas. The support's going to rank up net worth really, really quickly now.
They want to go for the Axe Warlocks as early as they can.
I would say Blink Dagger.
Blink Warlock.
Blink Warlock, so that he's a lot harder to chase down and he will get the chaotic offerings that he wants.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
Force Staff would be a pretty good choice as well, in case someone maybe gets caught with the Rolling Thunder. You can force them back if they're in the right position.
There we go, the Surge Charge. Jinxie doesn't even see that coming. Does use up. The Juggernaut takes away his damage, but here we go. Soton come in again. 2-man LSA. Laguna not enough to kill the Spirit Breaker yet, and there's a counter engage. To that, the Golems, they do. They get the Fatal Boss out, but there's Supernova. No one is taking out the 8. The Golems start to do anything. Moon now dies. Soton burning down, but Eris Larry standing in the fire. Zero coming a bit too late. Does take out Soton. You can see the Juggernaut trying his best with the Manta Style. Not going to do enough damage. And Darkseer, not really sure why he was there. And Leborn, they find 4 kills.
That was all the ultimates used as well onto Junior, so when it comes to a defense, even if they had buyback, they wouldn't be able to do anything. That was a crazy decision coming out from Junior. I'm shocked they even tried to continue to pursue Jinxie there, because he stole all of Juggernaut's damage.
Yeah.
All of it. He was hitting for 0. He tried to Manta, tried to turn onto Leborn, but literally 0 damage is coming out. Now they've found Cyril. Is there any backup here to get Cyril out? He might be able to just run away. Yeah, he's broken the tether and he'll blink out as well. But oh, what a disaster for Junior.
Yeah.
Leborn, they picked their fights perfectly.
Cyril was just too late, and honestly, I felt like
Cyril wasn't there.
yeah,
He wasn't there at all.
I mean, he did pick up Sotong, his big nemesis.
But
you know.
is it
But
good
it
enough
wasn't- yeah,
if
it
you
wasn't
lose the
worth it.
rest of your team?
It's irrelevant.
They're playing the Midas game, and the Midas game is dangerous because it means that Midas could have been another item. Cyril?
Careful though, Cyril.
Oh no! Okay, Sunray is a fantastic spell to cancel the blink because
Oh.
it's continuous
Moon.
damage.
Caught out. They do have the Fatal Bonds. The Rolling Thunder comes right in. Everyone trying to get out of dodge. Moon's going to get caught out. He's definitely going to die. Oni will trade his life. But Cyril dies.
They got Cyril. Yeah, I'm speechless. They shouldn't have lost Cyril there. Now they're going to lose the tower and no buyback between the two of them as well.
Yeah, Cyril styling a bit too much right there.
Yeah, they're stealing damage.
Stealing
Oh,
hero.
this is devastating. And look at Jinxie. He's building tanky, but he's getting all this bonus damage from illusions,
The
and also from
use.
heroes, and he's going for BKB next. He's practically unkillable.
Yeah, and the best part for Static Link is that sure you can face shift, but the link will continue to be there.
Because the reason why I was thinking something along the lines of a force staff is if someone's getting tethered by the Razor, you can force staff your ally to break the tether link.
Yeah.
You can't afford to have them constantly have their damage sapped. In particular, the Juggernaut. In a lot of cases, Juggernaut can outrun his opponents, but Razor, he's one of the fastest heroes in the game because of his passive. He's really hard to outrun.
Yeah, and the Juggernaut is the only hero with reliable damage.
Because you only have magical damage from Cyril, and you look at the off lane, let's be real, the Darkseer's net worth is atrocious. Normally you never see a Darkseer with this low net worth. He's struggling.
He got shut down early on by the Razor.
He got shut down, and maybe we can also pin some of the blame on his teammates too for not stacking the jungle for him. If they stack the jungle, then he'd be able to clear them out with ion shells, and maybe he has a way to sort of come back, but perhaps he was too occupied with the other two lanes that maybe they
Wow.
forgot about the Darkseer.
Junior trying to rush Roshan, but Leborn, they have the information.
Leborn's backing out.
Let's see what they want to do. They
They're
smoked up.
TPing.
Yeah, they're trying to start a fight because Jinxie is buying time. No one can kill Jinxie.
They might be able.
What?
Double damage Juggernaut coming in though.
They dropped the Dream Coil. They need to save the
Double
Omni Slash.
damage.
Don't use it. Juggernaut is going to kill Jinxie. Pango from behind though. That's your Rolling Thunder. The Vacuum Wall comes in. Great, going to drop down, but the Juggernaut is dead. He has nothing left. Disaster for Junior
Did
Gaming.
he use Omni?
The Bond. What?
Did Juggernaut even use Omni
Yeah.
or was on cooldown? He was on
Oh.
cooldown! Oh no! They should have just left the Razor.
They even Dream Coil the Laser, and now they lose a fourth member.
Oh no!
Leborn.
The Rolling Thunder! Oh, the
It was-
Pango play!
It was too predictable. They scanned the Roshan pit. They were like, guys, let's send Jinxie in.
Jinxie didn't even use his BKB.
Yeah, he walks in with Eye of the Storm. Static links the Juggernaut. I believe was the Juggernaut. Confirms that Junior Gaming are still around the area, and they just like, let's smoke up and start a fight.
Oh my goodness, this might just be the beginning of the end here for Junior, and Leborn might just get the slot for Season 2.
I honestly think, knowing how the Juggernaut plays, if he had Omni Slash, he would have used it. But now, see, they're going to start another fight. Zero in a Nightmare, great form and vacuum, but no wall to follow up though.
LSA.
Zero gets covered in OSA. Moon might die as well. 60 seconds for the puck. Juggernaut comes back with the Omni Slash, but can he keep this alive? They get a great 5-man Fatal Bonds again, but the Fatal Bonds maybe not that lethal. Juggernaut into the backline, but it bounces away onto Mike as he becomes a sacrificial lamb, but triple kill in the backline for Jinxie. This is pretty much the final nail in the coffin.
Lena's gone for Deso too because she knows she's going to dish out some serious deeps. Oh my goodness. Junior, they had the potential. I really think a lot of this came down to their team just not being able to get the farm on their heroes. Cyril got shut down. He was trying his best to try and create momentum. Maybe some misplays as well coming in from the Juggernaut as well. Some questionable decisions were made and left him completely exposed. I'm not going to pin all the blame onto the Darkseer, but I feel like he should have had more farm up until this point. He is super poor.
And Cyril, he did have the finesse for the first, for the early phases of the game, but finesse is not going to help him win the game. They're going to try again. Get the damage in from Sotong. Can he kill him off though? There is the fatal bonds. Omniscient comes in. 4-man whack you into a wall. Sotong might just die, and he will. Double kill for the Dogs here. Buyback immediately from Lina and the Pango.
The
Can they
Juggernaut
kill
stunned.
the egg? Yes! Actually, no! The egg pops! Jinxie is godlike! Now Juggernaut will buy back. Hail Mary attempt for Junior, but guess what? Sotong has boots of travel. He's already back in the fight. Desperately trying to burn Mike down, and Mike will
Jinxie's
burn,
here.
but to what avail? Jinxie has a triple kill.
Cyril needs to
in
get
the back
out.
of his pocket, and Cyril trying to get away with the Blink Dagger. Does get out. But
Is he gonna get cut off? Jinxie.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah, no,
Lupenga's
Jinxie's
coming.
there's Rush Sparkle. Jinxie
Whoa.
gets the use off. Oh,
He has the orb. Can he get
Cyril
out?
buying time.
Oh.
He does.
But
So they will have golems for the next fight, but no walls, no Omni Slash. How can they
They
do
might
this?
not even have Raxes left.
It's gonna be Megas for Leborn.
They got the charge going into Sothong here.
Not again, Moon.
He's got no choice. What else can he do? He charges anyone else. He just gets LSA'd.
It doesn't matter. There's the use. So Moon, they get the 2-man drink call again, drop the goal on the 4 people, but Moon is now gone. The Laguna is expanded. Cyril trying to go back in.
They can't
Trying to
chase.
find anyone is going to be only on being the target. There's no egg for the Phoenix though, but Jinxie, he's whipping everyone down in the backline. He's being ignored. They do find the Phoenix after what seemed like an eternity, and Cyril now.
They're looking for Onins now.
Fatal Boss might be able to help him, but
Cyril!
Cyril dies to the Deso. Buys back, still wants to go, keep on going. Junior Gaming,
They're
no,
not done.
Everything is on the line. They cannot give this up. Omni Slash, actually no, Cyril comes in, Omni Slash. They kill the
BKB?
Pang of Ali. Jinxie, still alive. He's gonna die.
He's godlike.
Finally.
And they couldn't even get Sothong as well. Oh, it was such a long fight. How many buybacks were used? We need to see the fight
That's the
recap.
end.
Quick.
It's 3
Oh, no.
buybacks.
It's gone
2
now.
buybacks. For
2 buybacks. Oh my goodness.
the longest fight. Longest Dota 2 fight.
Those buybacks.
Yeah, this is what I love when it's like one final game for both teams and everything is on the line. You just see all this barbaric, chaotic way of playing Dota that you normally just don't see. Sometimes it feels like pub, but it's telegraphed.
Does Darkseer have a blink dagger?
Oh boy.
I love how you didn't even answer the question.
No, he does not.
He doesn't. I'm wondering if he can afford a blink dagger. Does the dynamic of the fights change? Because
It slightly
it would
changes. I
it would
guess.
be set up for your puck. It would be set up for your Darkseer, and also set up for the puck and also for the walk, and even Spirit Breaker can benefit from this because you can get a multi-man charge in.
He's too poor.
They need initiation, but it can't be puck and it can't be warlock.
Does he have the blink dagger? I don't think so. He's
I
too
don't think he
broke for
does. No, he's ridiculously poor.
He doesn't even have the pipe yet, and now the pipe wouldn't matter too much. So Juggernaut will get the blink dagger. That might help a bit.
It could help with positioning because we have seen him struggle when it comes to repositioning. It could even help him maybe even get away from the Razor. If Razor doesn't slap him, he might just be able to
But you
get
have
out
the
of there.
storm now on Razor, and the use is a big problem for Juggernaut.
because it prevents him from killing
There's
Sothong.
2 use. You have Phoenix who has an egg. Razor is unkillable.
Lina now has Aghanim, so that's going to pierce through the spin.
And you now have a blink dagger on Pango as well. So
Lots of items changing the dynamic of the game, but it's looking too good for Leborn.
it's looking too good for them to lose.
We've said that last time. You said the game should have been over, and it wasn't over. It's not over until the fat lady sings.
The fat lady.
Have you not heard of that before?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. It's a metaphor.
Oh, okay. No, wait. Now
Oh my
it
goodness.
rings a bell.
Where are you?
Top shrine has fallen.
This game is... Look how tense this game is. They're moving as 5. Wait, did Warlock not get smoke?
Radiant are scanning.
Did he hit something?
Yeah, I think it did.
Is he baiting?
Did he hit that?
I think he hit a
Okay.
creep.
There's pipe. No blink dagger yet. There's pipe for Darkseer.
Cyril cannot afford to get caught out. He is on the edge of his seat, outside the base. Oh, he's also got the movement speed on the orb. That'll be very useful going into these fights. I think it's the movement speed. It seems faster than normal.
Let's see.
Can they find the opening? It is.
Wow.
They are grouped up.
Oh,
Oh,
no. Counter smoke. They found the
The
Warlock.
rolling thunder.
Warlock gets slapped. Cannot drop. He's dead. There's no golem for him. He does not have the buyback
And the
as
grip!
well. And the grip, perfect. This might be the fight.
Omni
Leborn
slash?
looking for the win. That's the egg on the back line. Everyone is stunned up. Sotong might get cut down. Double kill for the Juggernaut. It's not over yet. Spirit gonna buy his back. He can't charge him, but Jinx is whipping everyone with the damage. He finds Zero. 2 minutes for the puck before he revives. Junior Gaming barely holding on to this game, but it seems like Leborn, he might be rushing in.
They got very lucky with that because a lot of Leborn were stuck together, and unfortunately, the fortunate thing with Juggernaut was he threw the Omni Slash out, and he was actually still in Omni Slash form when the Supernova popped. So when he came out, he was basically fine. The rest of his teammates were actually dying, but he was the one that was able to get the kill onto Sotong.
If only they had that golem.
Yeah, if they had the golem, it could have been completely different. This is actually the reason why I want Warlock to go for the Blink Dagger or even just a Glimmer Cape so that he can sit very far back and he's able to get the spell that he needs, which is the Chaotic Offering.
Yeah,
he needs that Chaotic Offering to disengage the fights.
He was forced to sleep in the worst possible moment.
Oh, this is such a tense game. It's still not over yet.
Yep.
Even though Leborn are showing signs of just being absolutely dominant, we're also seeing signs of life for Junior. They're not done and out yet.
Yep, definitely not done, but Radiance for the Phoenix. And he's getting the axe as well. So
He is going. Okay, so the axe for Phoenix can be dangerous, but in the case of this game, his egg hasn't been the primary target of the Juggernaut. So I think it definitely can get away with this, unless someone on Junior also starts to scale with attack speed. And the only hero that can really do that is the Spirit Breaker. But Spirit Breaker is playing a predominantly support role, so he's not likely to get the attack speed yet. He's actually going for BKB, which I totally agree with. The stuns are an absolute pain for him. He's just there to disrupt, and he can't disrupt if he's just being hit with Rolling Thunders, LSAs. LSA in particular has been a living hell for Spirit Breaker. He just can't do anything because of how patient Sotong is with all of his LSAs.
now axe picked up by Phoenix. Leborn will start on Roshan and Junior Gaming. I don't think
might have to
have anyway.
forfeit.
They have to forfeit it.
If they forfeit though, can they kill Jinxie twice? I don't think they can.
They're not. They're not even aware of it.
I don't blame them. They have no vision on the map at all. They've only got the one ward in the middle lane, and they have one down towards the bottom lane, which unfortunately it's only good for aggressive rotations. Outside of that, it doesn't spot out Roche. It doesn't give them any kind of vision.
And Leborn, doing the obvious thing, will try to go for Megas right now. And Junior Gaming, they are down to their last feast. No buyback on any of their members.
Now hold it, because we have seen teams throw with the Aegis. Is Leborn patient with the Aegis?
This, I don't want to jinx it, but it feels unthrowable. You have to be really, you have to make a really big mistake to even throw away this
Look
fight.
at Warlock's positioning. He's super far back.
Moon, sacrificial cow now. They get the vacuum wall only on the 2. The Rolling Thunder comes in. They get the Dream Call in, but where's the Golem? The Golem gets dropped, but the egg is there as well. They need to take out the egg. But you see that they cannot get the Sun Ray. No, the Sun, the grip. It's just too much. Junior Gaming, this should be what seems like the final nail in the coffin, and this is all over. The lose streak continues, and Junior Gaming will not live to fight another day. Leborn, they've done it.
Look at all of the damage stolen from Jug. 183 stolen damage by Jinxie. They killed him once, but you gotta kill him twice. You just don't have the damage. They used everything. And you can tell Leborn, they were ready for it.
Yeah, they've done it. Leborn,
They're gonna make it
they
into
take
Season
down
2.
what seemed like
An eternity.
an impossible opponent to get to this stage, and they earn themselves the final spot in Season 2.
They made all the right calls. I think very few times did they ever make the wrong calls, but they picked their fights when they needed them to. There were a couple of mistakes, but it wasn't enough to throw the game away. They maintained their lead. They just choked out Junior Gaming.
Yeah, and I feel bad for saying this, but if you're AOES right now, you just watch the clearest path into Season 2 slipped away. But congratulations to Leborn.
You were about to say AOS, weren't you? Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. I also feel bad for AOS. I don't think it was a clear throw. I honestly think in
Yeah,
game
it
2,
was.
Leborn did play a fantastic game as well. It wasn't just a one trick, we lost Roshan, everything is gone. It was back and forth, throw here, throw there, throw everywhere, and then finally someone stopped throwing, and it was Leborn. So
Yeah.
honestly, congratulations to Leborn. They played incredibly solid. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys in Season 2. They're up against some really tough opponents. They're in Group B. And it's against Dota Hero,
Unicorn,
and I think it was Resurgence? No,
Yeah.
Resurgence is in Group A.
It-
It's... Oh, it might be Real... No,
it might be Reality Rift. I think it is.
might be
it's
Real...
either
No, I think it's Resurgence.
Resurgence.
It's Resurgence. Reality Rift is with Void.
Yeah. But here we go. This is your final 8 for the Season 2 group stages. It will be the previous 4 teams from Season 1, Flower Gaming, Dota Hero, the 2 finalists, Unicorn, semi-finalists, and of course Team Legenda, who made it in because some teams had roster changes. Whereas some ex-veterans from Team Max and ex-Geek Fam are in Reality Rift, who qualified yesterday. Resurgence, Void as well, ex-Geek Fam member who qualified today. And finally Leborn throughout all odds to make it through.
Well, we have our 8 teams, and well, Season 2 at this point is pretty much ready to go. We're going to reintroduce the groups for all of you as well. In Group A, we have Flower Gaming, Team Legenda, Reality Rift, and Void.
Yeah, both groups are actually explosive. Group A, we have the champions, and of course the
Team X
and Team X
Cross
and
Geek Fam.
Team X Geek Fam. Yeah,
Yeah.
the cross. And also and also Void as well.
Void
which-
as well. I think it was Brian
Brian's.
in Void too. So it's a little bit of everything. Everyone's just mixing around.
Yeah, so Legenda on paper will have the hardest time in Group A, but
Yep.
if we take a look at Group B, for the Season 2 group stage, it will be Dota
This
Hero,
one, I'm
Unicorn,
looking forward to this group.
Yeah, because no one is safe.
No.
No one is safe in either of these groups. Both groups are explosive. Both groups are neck and neck. And just to recap on the format, it will be GSL format. Double elims, best of 3 in every matches of the group stage, and only the top 2 of each group makes it through. So, unfortunately for teams for all the teams, they won't be able to face their opponents on the other side of the globe until they make it to playoffs.
Exactly. It's very, very scary. It gives them some time to at least learn about the other groups because they can watch them. They don't necessarily have to play against them. They can see some of the strats coming through. We maybe see some of maybe we can even see some group metas.
Yeah, and well, I guess this kind of sets the stage for Season 2. And we thought Season 1 was epic, but Season 2,
Looks even crazier.
I bet you guys are going to be a heck of a ride. And I guess that caps out our relegation. It has been a long journey for all these teams. And congratulations to those who made it through, Leborn being the last one to slot in for the group stage. I'm HusKKiee, she's Danelie. We're going to sign off, and we'll see you guys when Season 2 begins in 2 weeks' time. Good night and goodbye.